Cockshott P. and Zachariah, D. Arguments for Socialism. Contents. Foundations. The Socialist Project and the Working Class. How Physics is Validating the Ayahandra Theory of Value. Historical Materialism or Subjectivism. Competing Theories Wrong or Not Even Wrong. Beyond Anti-Imperialism. Against Republicanism. Democrat Without Politicians. Stratiger Patents. Imits of Social _Demaratir Politics. 6 Theses on the Problems of the Communist Movement. Reform and Revolution in Leninist Politics. Ideas of Leadership and Democracy. Economics of Socialism. Venezuela and Socialist Economic Policy. Economic Factors in the Failure of Soviet Socialism. Review read plenty by Francis Spufford. Against Mises. A critical look at market socialism. Preface. This ebook is made up of a collection of polemical articles written by us over the period since the fall of Die Mauer II and the crisis of the European socialist movement brought on in its wake. They record an attempt to argue through the theoretical challenges that this period has posed. Why did both Leninist communism and social democracy come to crisis? What were the economic weaknesses of both, and what economic policy should a future socialist movement adopt to overcome these? How can the struggle for popular democracy be integrated into the goals of a new? The articles were written for a variety of publications or occasions. Rather than presenting them in chronological order, we have organized them into topics. The first section, Foundations, deals with the fundamental theoretical resources that the socialist has available to it in facing its current problems. The socialist project and the working class provide some foundational arguments for socialism and the capacities required to advance the socialist project. It argues why the working class necessarily remains a central component in the class composition of socialist political forces. 21st Century Marxism is an article published in Jung Welt that tries to draw up the theoretical problems and methods of investigation available now, trying to distinguish these from those in past periods. A theme of this, and subsequent articles in the Foundations section, is a re-emphasis on the importance of scientific socialism, a socialism that is not afraid to rest on the results of today's scientific knowledge. How Physics is Validating the Labor Theory of Value, also published M. Jung Welt, argues that the methods of physics are now being applied to the economy, the so-called econophysics, and are in the main validating the results of the labor theory of value. Historical Materialism or Subjectivism, published in open polemic, argues against certain readings of Marx that are associated with the Neue Marx lecture, or value form school. It argues that these assumptions handicap the re-establishment of Marxian political economy as a science that we can use to change the world. Competing Theories Wrong or Not Even Wrong, published in Willems Marxistische Tijdschrift, continues the argument that the labor theory of value produces strong empirically verifiable results, whereas the competing subjective theory of value is unfalsifiable and yields no useful macroeconomic predictions. The second section of the book includes a series of shorter, more popular polemics against nationalism, attempts to explain why nationalism has to be the enemy of socialist ideology, and why socialists should be consistent internationalist. Beyond Anti-Imperialism argues that the profound changes of imperialism during the 20th century require reconsidering anti-imperialism as a distinct strategy. Against Republicanism argues against the romanticization of the republican form of government by some on the British left. TV percent ilst. Living as they do in a monarchy, the republic seems something radical. The article says that this is a false path to set out on. Our goal should not be the republic, something deliberately borrowed from Rome by the wealthy founding fathers of the USA, but a radical democracy. Democracy Without Politicians takes this theme further, spelling out how a radical democracy, or demarche, could operate. A third section looks at the major strategic questions facing the left in Europe and what have been the past failings of the socialist movement. Famously, the early 20th century socialist split after the 1917 into social democratic and Leninist wings. We look at the failings of both of these. Limits of Social Democratic Politics argues that the relationship between social democracy and the state, and in particular its reliance on the capitalist sector-oft economy for tax raising, fatally undermined its long-term progressive goals. The paper was presented at the annual conference organized by Arbeiterorelsensforskommitwerk _6 Theses on the Problems of the Communist Movement, published in open polemic shortly after the fall of the USSR, argued that the crisis of world socialism was due primarily to economic failure and that its collapse was due to causes in its economic mechanism, but which are not inherent in all possible socialisms. It goes on to argue that the political failures of the left today stem from the lack of a programmatic conception of how a socialist economy should be operated, along with the lack of a viable constitutional program. Reform and Revolution in Leninist Politics addresses what has been a perennial issue on the left, but does so by introducing a number of new concepts about the nature of different periods, stable, restructuring and revolutionary, and emphasizes the need to have a practical intervention program that is specific to the current conjuncture. The review of Mike McNair's Revolutionary Stratio 2 engages with a leading theoretician of the Communist Party of Great Britain, who is trying to classical German social democracy. 1% Whilst this approach has some strengths when contrasted to much of the left, it is criticized for having a conservative attitude to democracy, limiting its aims as historical social democracy did, to a parliamentary republic. Since 1945 the state form has proven to be the most perfect superstructure for capitalist economy. Along with this political conservatism goes an unwillingness to set out distinct socialist economic goals. Ideas of Leadership and Democracy, an address given in Stockholm in 2010, continues the critique of both historical social democracy and the far left for their failure to put forward a genuinely democratic program. It argues that the constitutional policies of the far left remain an uncritical idealization of the Soviet form of government. The talk goes on to propose a concrete socialist economic program for the left in Europe today. The final section of the book addresses socialist economics, Venezuela and socialist economic policy, published in Junge Welt, is the result of a visit to Venezuela in 2007. It looked at what measures would have to be taken by a socialist government in Venezuela to effectively transform the economic system there from a capitalist to a socialist economy. It looks at issues monetary policy, taxation policy, and property rights, asking how a socialist government could set about the abolition of exploitation. Economic factors in the failure of Soviet socialism looks at the economically catastrophic policies pursued by the Gorbachev government in the USSR and how and why these led to economic and political collapse. The review of Spofford's Red Plenty looks at a novel set in the Khrushchev era in the USSR. The novel's hero is the idea of cybernetic socialism advocated by Kantorovich and Lebedev in the 1950s and early 60s. Spofford's book recounts the transition from the hope and excitement of the 50s to the disillusion and demoralization of the 70s. Against Mises is a reply to the arguments of the Austrian school economists, according to which socialist economy is bound to collapse into inefficiency due to the alleged impossibility of socialist economic calculation. A critical look at market socialism does what it says on the label. It examines the claims of market socialism to be a viable alternative to capitalism, especially through a critique of the work of Juncker, a prominent U.S. theorist of market socialism. Towards a New Socialism, is an interview the installation artist Oliver Ressler about the book of the same title, written by Cottrell and Cockshott _ It provides a concise synopsis of the ideas of socialism advocated in that book. David Zachariah wrote The Socialist Project and the Working Class, Democracy Without Politicians and Limits of Social Democratic Politics. The article Beyond Anti-Imperialism was written jointly _ Paul Cockshott wrote the other articles. Foundations. The Socialist Project and the Working Class. Why socialism? People on the left are united in their goal of a society in which every individual finds approximately equal means for the full development of her diverse capacities. This egalitarian goal is blocked by vast and persistent social inequalities in living standards, employment, working conditions, health, education, housing, access to culture, means of development, and the fruits of social labor, etc. What distinguishes socialists from the rest is their recognition that the specific way in which society is organized to reproduce itself also reproduces these social inequalities. It does so by two broad types of mechanisms: exclusion and exploitation. In the former mechanism, a group of people are systematically barred from means of development, e.g. through institutional racial separation or mass unemployment. In the latter mechanism, the produce or means of subsistence of one group of people is systematically extracted and appropriated by another _ Karl Marx considered the extraction and appropriation of the social surplus produced by the working population to be the innermost secret of each civilization. The specific economic form, in which unpaid surplus labor is pumped out of direct producers, determines the relationship of rulers and ruled, as it grows directly out of production itself and, in turn, reacts upon it as a determining element. It is always the direct relationship of the owners of the conditions of production to the direct producers, a relation always naturally corresponding to a definite stage in the development of the methods of labor and thereby its social productivity, which the innermost secret, the hidden basis of the entire social structure, and with it the political form of the relation of sovereignty and dependence, in short, the corresponding specific form of the state. By controlling the productive assets of society, an economic class, slave owners, landlords, state managers, capitalists, can extract and appropriate the surplus oft producing classes, i.e. goods and services, over and above consumption of the exploited. These exploitative relations are maintained and codified in different forms of property established and defended by the state. In a society dominated by the capitalist mode of production, rights to our unproductive assets are universal and equal. But the ownership of the assets is highly concentrated and unequal, leaving wage laborers with few options but to sell their ability to work to a class of capitalists. They appropriate what their employed nakers produce, sell it for a profit, and purchase the social surplus produced by the working class collectively _ I. Karl Capital Volume 111, Part 6, ch. 47, 1894 _ emphasis added. In the process, wealth, and hence the power to command labor, is accumulated in a capitalist society _ the unequal and concentrated ownership of productive assets persists through the dynamic of market competition between firms, which destroys low productivity firms and benefits capital-intensive ones, and the reinvestment of the surplus product, which further concentrates capital assets and raises competitiveness. Furthermore, unemployment persists for a substantial section of the working class as a result of the unplanned and anarchic nature of capitalist production and exchange. Through these mechanisms of exclusion and exploitation, social inequalities are reproduced in a society of juridically equal individuals. Consequently, establishing a society that no longer reproduces social inequalities requires destroying the mechanisms of exclusion and exploitation and transforming the organization of social production. For socialists, such as the great physicist Albert Einstein, this means the establishment of collective forms of ownership of productive assets and surplus appropriation. I am convinced there is only one way to eliminate these grave evils of capitalism, namely through the establishment of a socialist economy, accompanied by an educational system which would be oriented towards social goals. In such an economy, the means of production are owned by society itself and are utilized in a planned fashion. A planned economy, which adjusts production to the needs of the community, would distribute the work to be done among all those able to work and would guarantee a livelihood to every man, woman, and child. The education of the individual, in addition to promoting his own innate abilities, would attempt to develop in him a sense of responsibility for his fellow men in place of the glorification of power and success in our present society. 2. Hence socialism entails a planned appropriation of the surplus product, it is its innermost secret. Einstein pointed out, however, that this feature could not be the single characteristic of a socialist society. It is necessary to remember that a planned economy is not yet socialism. A planned economy as such may be accompanied by the complete enslavement of the individual. The achievement of socialism requires the solution of some extremely difficult socio-political problems. How is it possible, in view of the far-reaching centralization of political and economic power, to prevent bureaucracy from becoming all-powerful and overweening? How can the rights of the individual be protected and therewith a democratic counterweight to the power of bureaucracy be assured? Clarity about the aims and problems of socialism is of greatest significance in our age of transition. 3. In order to prevent the re-establishment of a ruling class in a socialist economy, the collective appropriation of surplus product must be under popular control. The mechanisms for achieving this have yet to be developed. In summary then, the socialist project consists of changing the property relations and establishing forms economic organization and political institutions necessary for such a collective appropriation process. But who can carry this project forward? The structural capacity of the working class. 2. Albert Einstein, Socialism. Ibn Tho Review, May 1949. The organizational abilities of political forces to undermine ruling class domination, affect state policy, and advance the goals of socialism, is dependent on the economic class positions of its mass base. The process of social reproduction places people in different economic positions with different structural constraints and capacities to successfully develop and sustain organizations. Historically, the mass base of socialist movements has never been exclusively the proletariat, but has, to various degrees, also included the peasantry and sections of the professional middle class, such as teachers, lawyers and doctors. Mass movements and organizations have developed a socialist character to the extent that they have been rooted in working class struggle. The Chinese Communist movement was a case in point. Its mass base was overwhelmingly rural and dominated by the peasantry, but its organizational form and strategic outlook was initially formed in working class struggle. Conversely, the Polish Solidarność staffed out as a militant working class movement with demands of rights and weaker self-management, but its leadership and strategic outlook was soon dominated by the Catholic Church and liberal market reformers and became a vehicle for capitalist restoration. Class conflict is always embedded in the relations of production as a conflict over working conditions. Workers, individually or collectively, derive their bargaining power vis-a-vis their employers to the extent that they are indispensable to the production process. One can Distinguish BIF two broad types of bargaining power. Marketplace, which results directly from tight labor markets. Workers' skills or credentials in relative scarcity _ workplace, which results directly from the disruptive potential of halting certain units of production. Workers in a strategic location or key sector of the capitalist economy. The specific combination of these bargaining powers is what endows workers a structural capacity to advance when latent conflict over working conditions breaks out into collective class struggle with employers and the capitalist class. Their success depends on their collective ability to raise and sustain the potential costs of disrupting production relative to the cost of concessions for capitalists. From the moment the struggle goes beyond one with immediate employers and contests instead the structure of existing property relations, the state and class struggle becomes a political struggle. To summarize, Marxists have maintained that an organized working class must constitute a central component of the socialist political forces. Not because oft heroic historical struggles fought by working class movements globally, but because of its historically constituted nature as the exploited collective producer within the capitalist mode of production. As the exploited class, it is caught in a systematic clash with capital, which cannot generally and permanently satisfy its needs. As the main producing class, it has the power to halt and within limits redirect the economic apparatus of capitalism, in pursuit of its goals. And as the collective producer it has the objective capacity to found a new, non-exploitative mode of production. This combination of interest, power and creative capacity distinguishes the Axe-King class. Cf. Beverly Silver, Forces Labor, Workers' Movement and Globalization Essence 1870, Cambridge University Press, 2003. From every other social or political force in capitalist society, and qualifies it as the indispensable agency of socialism. S. Class interests and ideologies. Whilst the working class is an indispensable agent for the socialist project, it does not make its class individuals favor socialism, that requires an ideological transformation. Ideology is the medium through which human beings perceive and live their lives as conscious agents. It informs them of what is desirable/undesirable, what exists/does not exist, what is possible/impossible and so on. Ideologies clash and compete over what individuals they can address. They are reproduced in and through practices that affirm or sanction according to their respective postulated beliefs. The daily practices on the commodity and labor market address human beings as abstract, isolated juridical subjects, while the liberal parliamentary system addresses them as abstract universal citizens. These practices offend the liberal capitalist ideology by atomizing individuals. Economic processes appear as an external, uncontrollable force while politics is represented as a matter of personal preferences and public debate. Conversely, individuals that attempt go against the social order are faced with practices that sanction in accordance with liberal capitalist ideology, unemployment, legal sanctions or public excommunication. Through these practices of affirmation and sanction the capitalist social order is reproduced ideologically. For those who benefit from the system, society appears as free and just, and attribute their wealth to personal success, while for those who are at the other end it appears as unequal and attribute their lack of wealth to personal failure. For the former capitalism is desirable, for the latter no alternative appears possible. It can therefore not be expected that a wage laborer becomes a committed socialist merely by virtue of her economic position. Furthermore, while different class-specific practices reproduce class-specific ideologies, the ideological makeup of individuals is not exhausted by them. In other words, certain practices may evolve working class neighborhoods that address its inhabitants as a distinct social class. But other practices, such as reading the national newspaper, attending public school or church, address other ideological subjects than class as nationals, religious believers, etc. The relative strength of these ideologies are determined by the pertinence of the practices through which they are affirmed and sanctioned. Since workers belong to an exploited class, class-specific practices reassert themselves periodically in the systematic conflict with capital. Because of the exploitative nature of the capital-to-labor relationship, these conflicts cannot generally and permanently satisfy workers' needs. It is from this fact that an objective interest in establishing a non-exploitative mode of production arises. Agents have an interest in some state of affairs if it enables them to achieve their wants. But it is quite another thing to be aware of this interest, that entails an ideological transformation that tells an agent how to realize its interest. 7. In other words, it is in and through socialist organizations that engage working class. Francis Lullum, Towards 2000, or News from You Know Where, ALRF 148, 1984. 6 cf. Goran Thurborn, The Power of Ideology and the Ideoio of Power, Verso 1980. 7 cf. Alex Kalmikos, Making History, Haymarket Books, 2005. Struggle that this transformation can occur. Through their victories the collective structural capacity of acres is affirmed. A necessary condition for this is that the organizations involve a wide section of the working class with a strong collective bargaining power. Through solidarity the objective interest the socialist project is affirmed. A necessary condition for the viability of the project is the emergence of intellectuals experts in discursive practices within the movement that can develop, condense and disseminate ideas and programmatic options. Lacking the former condition leads to demoralizing defeats, sanctions that undermine socialist ideology. Lacking the latter condition, working class struggle becomes defensive or sectional without any long-term political goals, only eternal conflict over working conditions in capitalism is perceived on the Hansen processes of transition. The socialist project advances when ruling class power is weakened and when forms of collective appropriation expand. Both undermine the exploitative relations of production. This occurs for instance through winning workers' rights the workplace and in society. The establishment of co-ops, a public welfare sector with universal principles of distribution, peer-produced digital libraries, participatory budgets, and so on. In these advances, the seeds of a socialist society grow, but they face immediate obstacles in the existing property relations defended by the constitution of the state apparatus. The question of transfer of state power is therefore unavoidable for socialists. Karl Koskais argued that the working class had to gain power in society before socialists enter a parliamentary government to implement a transitional program since they set out to change the property relations and establishing a collective appropriation process. The socialist government is pitted against ruling class power. At first there may be political opposition by the organized business community. The conflict intensifies. The systemic power of capital to withdraw investments sets the economy into stagnation and the tax base of the state is weakened. Pressure may increase as sanctions from the international markets and the possible collapse of production follows. Under certain conditions the socialist government may even face counter-revolutionary military force. Its fate is, in other words, conditioned on the organizational capacities of the socialist movement outside the center of the state apparatus to defend against ruling class reaction and sustain the productive sectors of the economy. On the other hand, when Koskai's strategic road to power is blocked by the state itself, Authoritarian forms of rule. The process of socialist transformation becomes conditioned on the emergence of a political revolution. Following Weber's famous formula, the state is defined by the exercise of a monopoly of legitimate use of force over a given territory. A always involves a breaking of that monopoly and the emergence of dual power that contests it. As Perry Anderson points out, from Weber's formula follows three possible ways in which it can announce legitimacy. The monopoly of state power is broken by disjunctures, such as military defeat or fiscal collapse, that undermine the ideology of its rule, especially within the armed forces and the bureaucracy. Its legitimacy is destroyed once a powerful opposition makes a counterclaim of legitimacy. As a prominent German social democrat of the early 20th century Perry Anderson, Two Revolutions, NLR 2010. Force. A coercive apparatus of the state is overwhelmed in a quick knockout blow of insurgent forces. This is only possible when the state has been severely weakened by war or economic dislocation. These conditions are extremely unstable, and the outcome depends on the ability of the insurgent forces to rapidly build new state structures. Territory. The state's monopoly of power is eroded by breaking off enough territory to erect a counter-state that can defend itself, as well as developing political, economic, and military capacities within that overwhelm and finally defeat the state. The French, Russian, and Chinese revolutions involved different elements of these processes. Their outcomes were determined by the social composition of the political forces that contested state power and their organizational abilities to rapidly adapt under revolutionary conditions. Which strategic paths are feasible for advancing the socialist project in the 21st century is an open question that will be answered as we enter a new period of turbulence in the global capitalist economy. Millions are joining the ranks of the industrial proletariat in the industrializing countries, while a vast service proletariat is being found in the advanced countries. It is foreseen that the mass base of the socialist political forces will encompass a greater section of the population than the working class, but as we have argued here, the working class constitutes an indispensable component in that force. Written in 2011. 21st Century Marxism. In inane respects, the situation of Marxism in the early 21st century has much in common that in the late 19th century. In both cases, Marxism is faced with a world in which the capitalist mode of production dominates. During what Hobsbawm called the shorter 20th century, the period from 1914 to 1902, world politics centered round the epical struggle between capitalist and socialist economic systems, and that reality gave to Marxism a quite different character than in its first period, 1948 to 1914. In historical terms then, we are some 17 years into the 21st century. In each period, Marxism has had to address itself to the theoretical and political challenges of the moment. The 19th century addressed two main problems. 1. The constitution of the proletariat as a class and thus as a political party. 2. The critique of bourgeois political economy and the establishment of a political economy of labor. Certain questions were only touched on: the form of a future communist society and the political form of the rule of the working class. If we look at the 20th century, we see a quite different set of questions being addressed. How were communist ideas to be propagated? How was the communist movement to actually take power? Once the had taken place, how was the economy to be reorganized? How were revolutions in societies that were not yet fully capitalist to take place? After the how, was the danger of counter-revolution to be combated? In retrospect, one can see that the mid-1970s represented the high water mark of the socialist tide. Whilst the Vietnamese revolutionaries were driving the US out of Saigon, and the last colonial empire Africa, that of Portugal, was falling, the failure of the Cultural Revolution in China was setting the economic scene for the triumph or reaction in the 1980s and 90s. When, after the death of Mao, Deng threw open the Chinese economy to Western capital investment too, the balance of class forces across the whole world was upset. An immense reserve army of labor, higher able of the lowest of wages, was thrown onto the scales. The bargain position of capital amidst struggles with its domestic working classes was, in one country after another, immensely strengthened. So today we are faced with a whole new set of questions. The general intellectual/ideological environment is much less favorable to socialism than it is in the 20th century. This is not merely a consequence of the counter-revolutions that occurred at the end of the 20th century, but stems from a new and more vigorous assertion of the classic tenets of bourgeois political economy. This reassertion of bourgeois political economy not only transformed economic policy in the West, but also prepared the ideological ground for counter in the East. The theoretical preparation for the turn to the free market that occurred in the 1980s had been laid much earlier by right-wing economic theorists like Hayek and Friedman. Their ideas, seen as extreme during the 1950s and 60s, gained influence through the proselytizing activities of organizations like the Institute for Economic Affairs and the Adam Smith Institute. These groups produced a series of books and reports advocating free market solutions to contemporary economic problems. They won the ear of prominent politicians like Margaret Thatcher, and from the 1980s were put into practice. She was given the liberty to do this by a combination of long-term demographic changes and short-term conjectural events. Within Britain, labor was in short supply, but across Asia it had become super abundant. Were capital free to move abroad to this plentiful supply of labor, then the terms of the exchange between labor and capital in the UK would be transformed. Labor would no longer hold the stronger bargain position. The conjunctural factor making this possible was the surplus in foreign trade generated by North Sea oil. Hitherto, the workers who produced manufactured exports had been essential to national economic survival. With the money from the North Sea, the manufacturing sector could be allowed to collapse. The fear of a balance of payments crisis, the deliberate rundown of manufacturing industry shrank the social basis of social democracy and weakened the voice of labor both economically and politically. Underscore. The success of Thatcher in attacking the working class movement in Britain encouraged middle-class aspiring politicians in the East like Claus and presaged a situation in which Hayekian economic doctrines would become the orthodoxy. Thatcher's doctrina, there is no alternative, was generally accepted. The theoretical dominance of free market economic ideas had by the start of the 21st century become so strong, that they were as much accepted by social democrats and self-professed communists, as they had been by Thatcher. In policy-making circles they remain unchallenged to this day. They owe dominance both to class interests and to their internal coherence. The capitalist historical project took as its founding documents the Declaration of the Rights of Man, and Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations. Together these provided a coherent view of the future of bourgeois or civil society, as a self-regulating system of free agents, operating in the furtherance of their private interests. 2 centuries later, when faced with the challenge of communism and social democracy, the more far-sighted representatives of the bourgeoisie returned to their roots, restated the original capitalist manifesto, and applied it to current conditions. The labor movement by contrast had no such coherent social narrative. Keynes's economics had addressed only technical issues of government monetary and tax policy. it did not aspire to the moral and philosophical coherence of Smith. The external economic and demographic factors that originally favored the turn to the market are gradually weakening. Within the next 20 years, the vast labor reserves of China have been largely utilized, absorbed into capitalist commodity production. Globally, we are returning to the situation that Western Europe had reached a century ago, a maturing world capitalist economy in which labor is still highly exploited but is beginning to become a scarce resource. These were the conditions that built the social cohesion of classical social democracy, the conditions that gave rise to the IWW and then CIO in America, and led to the strength of communist parties in Western Europe, countries like France, Italy and Greece post 1945. We see in South America this process in operation today. These circumstances set 21st century Marxism a new historical project, to counter and critique the theories of market liberalism as effectively as Marx critiqued the capitalist economists of his day. The historical project of the world's working classes can only succeed if it promulgates its political economy, its own theory of future of society. This new political economy must be as morally coherent as that of Smith, and must lead to economically coherent policy proposals, which if enacted would open the way to a new post-capitalist civilization. Just as those of Smith opened the way to the post-feudal civilization. 21st century Marxism can no longer push to one side the details of how the non-market economy of the future is to be organized. In Marx's day this was permissible, not now. We cannot pretend that the 20th century never happened, or that it taught us nothing about socialism. In this task 20th century Western critical Marxists like Cliff, Bettelheim or Bordiga will only take us so far. Whilst they could point out weaknesses of hitherto existing socialism, it did this by comparing it to an ideal standard of what these writers thought that a socialist society should achieve. In retrospect we will see that these trends of thought were a product of the special circumstances of the Cold War, a striving for a position of ideological autonomy neither Moscow nor Washington rather than a programmatic contribution to Marxism. The very psychological detachment that such writers sought, deflecting from their heads the calumnies directed at the USSR, prevented them from positively engaging with the problems faced by historically existing socialism. It is only if you envisage being faced with such problems oneself, that one would come up practical answers. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs and comes up short again and again, because there is no effort without error or shortcoming, but who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself for a worthy cause, who, at the best, knocks, in the end, the triumph of Hyachianant, and who, at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall be those cold and timid souls who knew neither victory nor defeat. Instead we must recover and celebrate the advances in Marxist political economy that arose from the Russian experience, the method of material balances used in preparing the 5-year plans and systematized as input-output analysis by Leontiev, the method of linear programming pioneered by Kontorovich, the time diaries of Strumlin. In the 19th century Marx's Capital was a critique of the political economy that underlay British liberalism. 21st century Marxists must perform a critique of neoliberal political economy comparable in rigor and moral depth to Marx's 19th century critique. In particular, we must engage with and defeat the ideas of the Austrian school, Bohm-Bawerk, Mises, Hayek, whose ideas now constitute the keystone of reaction. Soviet Marxism felt strong enough to ignore the then, and the response in the West came in the main from non-Marxian socialists like Lang and Dickinson. If we are to reconstitute socialism as the common sense of the 21st century as it was the common sense of the mid-20th, then these are the ideas that must be confronted. In attacking them we should not hesitate to use the advances in other sciences, statistical mechanics, information theory, computability theory, and, to re-establish scientific socialism, there must be a definitive break with the speculative philosophical method of much of West-Em Marxism. We have to treat political economy and the theory of social revolution like any other science. We must formulate testable hypotheses, which we then assess against empirical data. Where the empirical results differ from what we expected, we must modify and retest our theories. To understand this new form of Marxist science, consider the debate on the so-called transformation problem. There was, in the 20th century, a huge and pointless literature attempting to rebut Baumgart's criticism of Marx's theory of prices of production. The net result of this debate was only to detract attention from the labor theory of value and Marx's analysis of exploitation. The eventual breakthrough, in the 1980s, against this Austrian critique of Marxism came from two mathematical logicians, Farjoun and their work The Laws of Chaos was to my mind the most original contribution to Marxist theory of the late 20th century. They used methods derived from statistical mechanics to show that the assumption of a uniform profit rate, shared by Marx and Baumgart, was erroneous, and that in reality the classical labor theory of value operates. This was then confirmed by the empirical investigations of Schick and others. This willingness to lean from other sciences and use them in the struggle against the reigning ideology can be seen in the work of Peters, who brought the ideas of the computer pioneer into play in order to validate the possibility of rational socialist planning. We see again in Peters what was evident in Schick and Farjoun and Markover, a reassertion of the importance for Marxism of the labor theory of value. Whereas for Schick and Farjoun and Markover its role is causal in explaining the actual dynamics of capitalism. For Peters it becomes both a moral principle and an organism concept for the future socialism. The theoretical advances I refer to occurred as the 20th century gave way to the 21st. Vladimir Lenin said, "Without a revolutionary theory there cannot be a revolutionary." This is as true today as in 1902. In the late 20th century we came to lack such a theory. Thatcher's idea that there is no alternative only seemed credible because we lacked a revolutionary political economy, one which not only interpreted the world but explained how to change it, how to construct a different world. 21st century Marxism is starting out along the path to build that revolutionary political economy. Let us hasten its achievement so that when the next major restructuring crisis hits the capitalist world economy we are in a position to equip progressive movements with the ideas that they need if they are to prevail. Written in 2007. How Physics is Validating the Labor Theory of Value. When I was a student, my economics professor told us that whilst the labor theory of value had been an important historical stage in the development of economics, it was now to be fatally flawed. 20th century economists such as Sraffa and Samuelson had shocked that it was unnecessary to accord labor any special place in our understanding of prices. Instead, the structure of prices could be perfectly well understood as the result of the monetary costs faced by firms and the behavior of profit-maximizing entrepreneurs. If there was in reality no such thing as labor value, it followed that Marx's theory of exploitation was an invalid incursion of moral prejudices into the positive science of economics. The professor who taught us this, Ian Steedman, is actually quite left-wing, an active member of the Communist Party. This is just an anecdote, but fact that even a prominent communist intellectual believed that the central component of Marx's theory was scientifically worthless is significant. In retrospect, it gave an indication of how poorly prepared the intellectuals of the communist movement were to be, when faced with the very intense ideological attacks on socialism, which unfolded in the 1980s and 1990s. But 25 years ago help came from an unexpected source. Two mathematicians, Moshe and Emmanuel Farjoun, wrote a book called Laws of Chaos. Their book gave a radically new way of looking at how capitalism worked as a chaotic and disorganized system. Farjoun and Markover had the insight to see that physics had already developed theories to describe similar disorganized and chaotic systems. In a market economy, hundreds of thousands of firms and individuals interact, buying and selling goods and services. This is similar to a gas in which very large numbers of molecules interact, bouncing off one another. Physics speaks of such systems as having a high degree of freedom, by which it means that the movements of all individual molecules are free or random. But despite the individual molecules being free to move, we can still say things about them in the aggregate. We can say what their average speed will be, and what their likely distributions in space will be. The branch of physics which studies this is statistical mechanics or thermodynamics. Instead of making deterministic statements, it deals with probabilities and averages, but it still comes up with fundamental laws, the laws of thermodynamics, which have been found to govern the behavior of our universe. Now here is the surprise. When they applied the method of statistical mechanics to the capitalist economy, they found that the predictions it made coincided almost exactly with the labor theory of value as set out in Volume I of Marx's Das Kapital Statistical Mechanics. Showed that the selling prices of goods would vary in proportion to their labor content, just as Marx had assumed. Because the market is chaotic, individual prices would not be exactly equal to labor values, but they would cluster very closely around labor values. Whilst in Das Kapital I the labor theory of value is just taken as an empirically valid rule of thumb. Marx knew it was right, but did not say why. Here at last was a sound physical theory explaining it. It is the job of science to causal mechanisms. Once it has done this, it can make predictions which can be tested. If two competing theories make different predictions about reality, we can by observation determine which theory is right. This is the normal scientific method. Farjoun and Markover's theory made certain predictions which went directly against the predictions made by critics of Marx such as Samuelson. In particular, their theory predicts that industries with a high labor to capital ratio will be more profitable. Conventional economics predicts that there will be no such systematic difference between the profit rates in different industries. When put to the test, it turned out that Farjoun and Markover were right. Industries with a high labor to capital ratio are more profitable. But this is exactly what we should expect if the source of profit was the exploitation of labor rather than capital. Their theory made predictions which not only turned out to be empirically spot on, but at the same time verified Marx's theory of the exploitation of the worker. The next big advance was made by the physicist Viktor Yakovenko, who showed in his paper The Statistical Mechanics of Money that money in a market economy played the same role as energy in physics. Just as energy is conserved in collisions between molecules, so money is conserved in the acts of buying and selling. So far so obvious. What was not obvious was what this implies. Yakovenko showed that the laws of thermodynamics then imply that the distribution of money between people will follow the same form as the distribution of energy between molecules in a gas, the so-called Gibbs Boltzmann distribution. This sounds very scientific, but what does it actually mean? What the Gibbs-Boltzmann distribution of money says is that a few people with end up a lot of money and a lot of people with end up with very little money. It says that the distribution of money will be very uneven, just as we see capitalist society. In fact, Yakovenko showed that the distribution of wealth in the USA fits the Gibbs-Boltzmann distribution pretty closely. There is a tendency to think that rich people owe their wealth to intelligence or effort, but physics tells us no. Given a market economy, then the laxes of chance mean that a lot of money will end up in the hands of a few people. In fact, when we look at the USA, we find that the distribution of wealth is even more uneven. That we would expect from the Gibbs-Boltzmann law. If the Gibbs-Boltzmann law held, there would be millionaires but no billionaires. Why the disparity? Yakovenko's original equations represented an economy that is rather like what Marx called simple commodity production. It assumed only buying and selling. More recent work by Yakovenko and Wright has shown that if you modify these equations to allow either the earning of interest on money, or the hiring of wage labor, then the equations predict a polarization of the population into two groups. The great bulk of the population, the working class and petty bourgeois, follow a Gibbs-Boltzmann income distribution. But there is a second class, those whose income derives from capital, whose wealth myth follow a different law, what is called a power law. Again, look in detail at the distribution of wealth in NU. Provide exactly the distribution predicted by Yakovenko's theory. This says proves that Marx was right when he said that modern society was comprised of distinct and opposed classes, capitalists and workers. So modern physics has shown that not only was Marx right in his basic analysis, but he was right because his conclusions follow from the most basic laws of physics, the laws of thermodynamics. There is also a less obvious conclusion that we can draw from physics relating to the undesirability of market socialism. We can see from Yakovenko's work that a market socialist economy would also have a very uneven distribution of money. There too the Gibbs-Boltzmann law would rule. A small number of people or cooperatives would end up a lot of money, and many such people or cooperatives would end up poverty-stricken. From this capitalism would be regenerated. As Lenin wrote, small production engenders capitalism, and the bourgeoisie continuously, daily, hourly, spontaneously, and on a mass scale. Written in 2008. Historical materialism or subjectivism. I am an engineer, so I was naturally pleased when the leading materialist philosopher of today, Daniel Dennett, came out in defense of the significance of the engineering viewpoint to philosophy. 10 In what follows I will present some observations on the materialism of Marx. From an engineer's viewpoint, the materialism of Watt, Shannon and Turing. The leitmotif of these observations is an antagonism to subjectivism and the idealist concept of the subject. The concept of the subject and oft will have, I believe, no place in the materialist worldview. Those familiar with the current state of penetration of idealism into Marxism will doubtless be able to identify the schools against whom I am arguing. Is value the subject of capital? In capital, the idea of the circuits of money and of capital play an important roles. In both MC and MCM, value in a sense plays the role of subject. It is tempting to see the whole of the argument M capital as an investigation into the self-development of capital/subject. My grasp of Hegel is not sure enough for me to say if this view of things is actually Hegelian, but whether or not this is the case, it does suffer from drawbacks. One of them is philosophical. The other is historical. If we see capital as a subject, then the real material subjects of the system of production are not adequately represented, or, if represented at all, appear just as instantiations of the ideal subject. By the real material subjects, I mean abstract legal personalities or subjects of right_li. Under capitalist systems of law, some of these legal subjects correspond to human bodies, others to bodies corporate. It is these juridical subjects that buy and sell commodities, and reproduce themselves in the process. In this reproduction process, they are reproduced both as proprietors, and as physical processes RLD_. We Marxists have our thoughts about money shaped by a presentation, intuitive to W. Workers in Victoria's day, to whom money was gold, without correlates in AW, RLD of debit cards. Focus instead on material subjects and their conditions of reproduction, then money appears clearly in the form in which Smith presents it: power to command the labor of others. A bank balance is power over labor_. Focus not on the self-evolution of sums of value, but on how juridical subjects, firms, reproduce their despotism labor. Is capital the subject of capital? Is Marx's Capital about the self-development of the subject capital, or is it about capitalism? My immediate bias is to say it is about capitalism. Some to say that capital was the object of investigation might imply a Hegelian presumption that from the concept of capital all the concrete features of capitalism could be deduced, something which I feel to be mistaken. Then the issuances of whether there is one or many laws of motion of modem society, which is clearly related to the above. My first thought is that one requires several laws to have motion and dynamics. In mechanics one assumes several conservation laws plus the force laws. This would then reinforce the objection to a Hegelian deduction of the development of capitalism from a concept of capital. Then it struck me that work in cellular automata theory has demonstrated that one can derive highly complex laws of motion from a single function of a cell and its Nelgbers. In fact, as I think Margoulis has shown, one can, given a universe of this type, set up a configuration that is Turing machine equivalent 12. This indicates that it is not philosophically absurd that one law may be a sufficient foundation for the motion of a very complex system. But although this law may be a foundation for the motion of the whole system, there are other preconditions before you get something of Turing equivalent complexity, a set of boundary conditions. These initial configurations are guaranteed a certain stability by the underlying cellular evolution law, but in their turn impose other constraints on the future evolution of the system, and these constraints become higher level laws. Thus the simple law may allow a multiplicity of different configurations to evolve, and some of these different configurations would have their OX.Vn, higher level laws of motion. 8 hic would not necessarily all be equivalent. Did Marx ever clearly state the economic law of motion of modern society? I think that we have to say no, not as a single clearly defined law. Can we say then, that the 12 and hence capable of modeling any system of laws of motion? Law of value is this foundational law. We then have the problem that he never stated this explicitly as a law either, I_E_ in the sense of Hooke's law or the laws of thermodynamics. I think, however, one can reconstruct the concept of law that he had beneath the texts on value. At the level of explanation in Volume 1 of Capital, the law would state that in the exchange of commodities, abstract socially necessary labor time is conserved. Although he does not state this explicitly, I think that it is clearly a logical presupposition of much of his argument. I would agree that he does not establish the correctness of this law, but that does not mean that it may not both be a valid law empirically, and one whose assumption allows one to model or simulate the important features of capitalism. There is now a growing body of evidence that the law actually applies, but it is an interesting question as to just why it applies. One could, using the same law of value, Hypothesis: other systems than capitalism. If we made the auxiliary hypothesis that there was a tendency for the value of labor power to be equal to the value created by labor, then you would not get capitalism but some other social system, perhaps a system of workers' cooperatives. The assumption that the value of labor power is systematically below the value creating power of labor is, it seems to me, a boundary condition that is specifically reproduced by capitalism. In this sense, although the law of value is the underlying law of motion of modem society, it is abstractly the law of motion of more than one possible sort of modern society. This incidentally raises the question of what we mean by abstraction. Abstraction and abstract labor. Is it only in the process of exchange that labor become abstract? There is a confusion here between the role of abstraction in science and the partial way in which the abstract categories discovered by science become apparent to quotidian perception. Science must always seek the general behind the concrete, the abstract behind the particular. Thus in the development of thermodynamics one has the formation of the abstract concept of heat, which is distinguished from the forms in which it becomes apparent as warmth, temperature or the null radiation. To measure heat, one needs to coordinate distinct observations and data. If you want to measure the number of calories released by burning 10 grams of sugar under a bomb calorimeter, one must know the starting temperature of the calorimeter, the of water it contains, the final temperature, the specific heat of water. Prior to the development of a coherent theory of heat, and data on the specific heat of water, one might come up with regularities like other things being equal, the rise in temperature was proportional to the sugar burnt, but this is not a measure of abstract heat. The similarity to exchange is clear. A capitalist can observe that, other things being equal, his is roughly proportional to the number of workers in his employ, but this proportionality does not yet give him a measure of abstract necessary labor time. The fact that such proportionalities exist is an indication that there is an underlying material cause for them, just as the proportionality between temperature rise and fuel burned indicates a similar abstract cause. A scientific measurement of abstract labor needs the analog of adjustments for different specific heats and calorimeter volumes. The fact that in a given factory the techniques of production are worse than average, will indicate that the measure of actual expended labor has to be corrected to arrive at a measure of abstract labor. The existence of objective material causes underlying the phenomenal forms to which they give rise, is one of the basic postulates of philosophical materialism. That these causes not only exist but are discoverable and measurable is a further necessary postulate for scientific materialism. This, it seems to me, is one of the fundamental distinctions between Marxism and Hayekism, and more generally between materialism and empiricism. For Hayek, the wealth of things is in principle unknowable outside of market exchange. Thus the Marxist program of a communist society in which economic calculation transcends the market, is hopelessly utopian. Scientism, the engineering fallacy, etc. I think, therefore, that it is a fundamental philosophical error, and one which, moreover, can be exploited by our enemies, to say that it is only through market exchanges that abstract labor can be measured. This may be the only form in which it becomes apparent to the practical concems of bourgeois society, but that does not exhaust the matter. One must distinguish the scientific abstraction, abstract labor as the expression on a polymorphous human potential, from the empirical abstraction performed by the market. An analogous polymorphous potential, one regularly used in industry, is the computing machine cycle. One costs algorithms in terms of the number of machine cycles they cost. A computer is a universal machine. Its computation power can be expressed in a vast variety of concrete forms, so there are different sequences of machine cycles with different concrete effects. But when one uses machine cycles as a metric of algorithmic costs, one abstracts from what these cycles are, adds, subtracts, moves, etc., and reduces them to the abstract measure of an almost infinitely plastic potential. The abstraction over labor is analogous. We cannot use wages to measure abstract labor, although for certain purposes they may be a useful statistical surrogate where other data are lacking. If we measure wages, we are measuring the price of labor power, not the amount of abstract labor time necessary to manufacture a use value. To measure the latter, it has obviously to be done in natural units of time, which as such already abstracts from the concrete phone of the labor as such its study staffs with Babbage. In his Economy of Machinery, proceeds Smith Taylor in the machine shop of the Midvale Steel Company and his successors like Charles Beddoes, whose unit of abstract labor the B was defined as a B is a fraction of a minute of work plus a fraction of a minute of rest, always aggregating to unity, but varying in proportion according to the nature of the strain. There is nothing impossible in principle about such measurement. Indeed, the science of systematic exploitation had depended on it for years. But within the capitalist social order, such computations are restricted to the factory. The comparative statistics necessary for a social calculus of labor time do not exist, but this is not to say that they could never be produced under some future social order. James Watt, and the concept of labor power. At about the same time as one Adam Smith was professor of moral philosophy here, and was setting out a coherent formulation of the labor theory of value, Dr. Black of the Department of Natural Philosophy along with a technician, one James Watt, were laying the foundations for a proper understanding of heat and temperature. These two exercises have more in common than might be imagined. Reflection upon it brings out how concepts from engineering science, from the practice of material production, parallel and become the foundation for materialist political economy. One might, if one were a bourgeois economist, argue that values cannot be measured independently of market prices, just as temperature cannot be measured independently of the height of mercury on a thermometer. I think that this is basically a fair comparison. But if we rest our analysis at this level, whether in political economy or in natural philosophy, we have a pre-Smithian political economy and a pre-Watt understanding of heat. What Smith did, drawing on others, aid us to show that behind relative prices there was an underlying objective cause: the labor required to produce things. The real price of every thing, had everything really costs to the man who wants to acquire it, is the toil or trouble of acquiring it. We till leave out for the moment that one can also measure the temperature of a body by analyzing its black body radiation spectrum, and concentrate on the analogy between temperature and price. This was a great scientific advance, since it related the immediately visible phenomenon price measured in money to something behind the scenes. Labor time. Both of the entities involved in the causal theory are independently observable and measurable. This contrasts with the notions of utility in vulgar economics, which are not objectively observable, but have to be deduced from the observed prices. The parallel advance by Black and Watt was the introduction of the notion of heat as something independent of temperature. A necessary component of this theory is the notions of specific and latent heats. Thus, by experiment, they were able to establish that the change in temperature of a body was proportional to the heat input divided by the specific heat of the substance concerned. This again related the observed measurement temperature to something behind the scenes heat, like labor. Heat was independently measurable, for instance in terms of the amount of coal bummed later with Carnot the equation because heat and work is made Not only does this make the analogy with value and labor even closer in terms of the then existing conceptual framework, but it opens up the way for more accurate, objective measures of heat energy. By use of a dissipative calorimeter, Cockshott could show that the work of a given weight falling an oxm distance would produce a definite rise in temperature of water. This then gives a fixed and external measure of heat energy. Let me construct table of analogy between terms in the two domains of moral and natural philosophy, with the subject matter befitting the Scottish Enlightenment. Oral philosophy. 1_ price in gold. EAS of whiskey. Specific labor. Content of gold. Value of whiskey. Labor required to till whiskey. Measured in hours. Ability to work or boring power of tillery workers. Natural pH philosophy. Temperature on an Hall thermometer of whiskey. Specific heat of high sky. T content of whiskey. Thermal energy of OT whiskey. Assured in foot, pounds or horse, hour seconds. Ability to work or horsepower of the tillery engine. Thus the two schools of philosophy reduce the phenomena they are conceived with to indirect manifestations of work done, Smith taking human labor as his standard, Watt taking the labor of horses. However, in compiling this table I have shown 5 rows. Smith and Watt would probably only have recognized 3. If, however, we take Smith enhanced by Marx and Watt by Carnot, we get the 5 rows. Now, the interesting thing about Roxb's 324 and 5 is that in each case they are different ways of considering the same thing. One may measure heat in calories, but it is the same thing as energy in terms of joules, watt, ergs, foot-pounds, horsepower hours etc. Similarly, value is the same thing as labor time. But value is not price, nor is heat temperature. To obtain a price from a value we need the intervention of gold with its own specific labor/value content per ounce. To obtain a temperature from the heat one needs the specific heat of the substance being heated. The polemical status of labor power. I am using labor in the sense of labor hours, which, to use Watt's terminology, is work done. I think that it is pretty clear that the concept of labor power could not have been formulated until the genius of Watt had made the concept of horsepower, or power general part of the universal inheritance of the industrial age. My chief concern is to defend the scientific superiority of the labor theory of value vis bourgeois subjectivist ones. What makes the labor theory scientific and the others unscientific is that there is no way that one can determine whether prices do exchange in proportion to marginal utility, since utility has no independent measure. Labor time, by contrast, is susceptible to measurement. Its measurement, just like that of temperature, presupposed a definite technology _ measurement of temperature depended on the invention of the thermometer. Measurement of labor time depended upon the invention, Galileo, of the pendulum escapement mechanism. In using a clock to determine the time taken to perform a task, one must of course average one's measures over a large number of runs and a large number of individual to obtain the average necessary time taken. If labor power is ability to perform work, then its dimension must be work performable/per hour. Clearly, if the working day is lengthened with the daily wage being the same, the wage rate per hour has declined. Whether the value of labor power has similarly declined or has remained the same is indeterminate, since we have no means of measuring the value of labor power other than the price paid for it. I would thus argue that the concept value of labor power has no scientific explanatory power, and its presence in capital must be understood as deriving from Marx's intention To perform a critique of political economy using its own categories, he thus assumes the exchange of equivalents, and assumes that workers, like other sellers, get a fair price for their commodity. This necessitates that a value be imputed to labor power. Ironic answers to a Marxist idealist. I was recently asked, what objective force led me to write a particular polemic against subjectivism? Was it not an expression of my will and thus a living reproof to my anti-subjectivist worldview? That such questions could be raised, and raised by a Marxist, indicates a retreat towards idealism. Force is an important concept as a mechanical process, a depression of keys, my writing. Certainly forces exerted by muscle on bone. But the concept of force is quite limited. It relates to the ability to impart motion, to overcome mechanical inertia. Its compass does not extend to explaining the creation of a complex information structure like an article. Here we need to explain how this particular sequence of characters was generated. This page is so astronomically improbable, its probability of arising by chance being of the order of 1 in 10 raised to the power of 4,000, that its particularity demands explanation. Force, the mere overcoming of momentum, cannot explain such order. So what is left? The will and its creativity, suggests the humanist. But is this really an explanation? I would suggest that it is not an explanation but a placeholder, a linguistic token demanded by a set of possible sentences. This may seem a little obscure, but to illustrate the sort of thing that I am referring to, consider the sentences. It is Ramk _ Paul is writing. What is the it that rains? There is obviously no real it that does the raining, but English grammar demands a subject for the sentence, structurally equivalent to the Paul who it writes _ The it is a placeholder demanded by the sentence form. We gain no understanding oft weather pattern that led to the rain by using it, but it is impermissible for us to say simply is. The question what led me to write, demands an answer of the form X led me to write. With some linguistic subject X. Grammar allows the substitution of a proper name for X, as in William led me to write, or my will led me to write _ instead the abstract noun will can be used, my will led me to write. The word will is then a place-holding subject, analogous to the it responsible for the bad weather this last week. The will is philosophically more sophisticated than it, being one of the conventional tokens that idealist philosophy uses to translate a non-terminal symbol of a grammar into a constituent category of reality. The will is the symbolic grammatical subject. In philosophical garb, the linguistic subject becomes the subject. An explanation of what is causing rain to fall would go something along the lines of an updraft of warm moist air is causing condensation as pressure falls, and this precipitates. As rain _ here, instead of a place marker, we have a description, albeit abstract, of a physical process. One can give a highly abstract description of my writing in terms of my brain being a probabilistic state machine that undergoes state transitions whose probability amplitudes are functions of its cuffant state and its cultent input symbols, and whose output symbols are a lagged function of current state. For my article the relevant input symbol would have been the argument that I was replying to, and my current state W, would be the Cartesian product of the states of my individual neurons _. It may be objected that this hopelessly abstract, as abstract almost, as talking about will. But there is an important difference. The approach of treating the brain as an automaton has engendered a productive research program. One can, as Chomsky did in the 1950s, ask what class of automaton is required to recognize languages with different classes of grammars, and show that some features of natural language imply automata that are at least Turing equivalent. one can begin to look at how it is that things like visual perception can occur, as neurophysiology has done over the last 30 years, etc. In contrast, a till will take us nowhere. It closes of discussion. Putting aside the question of nature, who transforms the world if not individuals, acting individually and as parts of social classes and groups? A 3-year-old daughter, and today as we sat down to supper, she pointed to the pie in the middle of the table, and asked us who is that. We explained that this was the wrong question, she should have asked what is that _ a who. Question, demands a person as an answer. Who transforms the world? Why, the great helmsman, Il Duce, those supermen who best ride history like colossi. Ask instead, what transforms the world, and other answers spring up: maize, smallpox, gunpowder, the automobile, capitalism. What role do individuals have in history? To suffer and glorify God, for who else could have written the play and assigned them roles? Are individuals merely unconscious actors in a historical process? Ask me instead whether the laws of history are knowable, whether political parties can make calculated attempts to exploit this knowledge, and I would answer yes. Ask me instead whether people can be made to that their actions contribute to diverting the river of history, and again I answer yes. Are their beliefs bombed out by events? For those on the winning side, yes. Written in 1006. Competing theories, wrong or not even wrong. Intellectual background. The cringe. From the start of the 20th century up until the end of the 1970s, Marxists had great intellectual self-confidence. They saw themselves as the wave of the future, not just in the development of society but also in the realm of ideas. The economic system they advocated seemed to be going from strength to strength. Increasing areas of the visa, RLD, were won by communist revolutionary movements. Marxism had political power, economic success, and science behind it and seemed bound to triumph. The political setbacks of the 1980s dented the self-confidence. An ultimative economic program came to dominance, that of neoliberalism. First in Chile, next in the Anglo-Saxon countries, and then in Eastern Europe, liberal economic policies and doctrines rose to power. The response of some Marxists was to change sides and, with the enthusiasm of new converts, to adopt the doctrines of their former opponents. 13 Some others on the left, whilst remain opposed to the doctrines of neoliberalism, became skeptical about what had previously been taken to be key components of Marxian economics, such as the labor theory of value. 14 The neoliberals had laid claim both to scientificity in economics and to the best policy proposals, and this caught the left on the back foot, unsure where to tread next. Education and the scientific method. Liberal economics has been able to claim scientificity based both on the large and sophisticated mathematical apparatus of neoclassical value theory, and on a vast number of detailed econometric studies. Those who are professionally involved in the subject are expected to be mathematically literate and experienced in the analysis of statistical data. These aspects of their training means that their background has some ways more common with people who are trained as natural scientists than with other social scientists. There has also been a long tradition of economists borrowing conceptual structures from the natural sciences. Murawski showed that many of the concepts used in marginalist economics 13C, for example, or CBI 91, or 14 a recent example INB09, an influential earlier one _ were borrowed directly from classical mechanics during the late 19th century Elmire 891 _ But there is, I think, a significant difference between the way the natural sciences are taught and the way neoclassical economics is taught, and this difference is significant. When a student is taught an introductory course in physics or biology, they are both taught theories and told of the crucial experiments that validated the theories. They are told of Galileo's experiment that validated what we would now see as the equivalence of gravitational and inertial mass. They learn of Michelson-Morley experiment on the invariance of the speed of light, that inconvenient fact whose explanation required special relativity. Biology students hear of the experiments of Pasteur and Cook that established the germ theory of disease, etc. The function of these accounts in science education is twofold. On the one hand, they emphasize to students the reasons why they should give credence to the theory being taught. On the other, these historical examples are used to teach the scientific method. If one contrasts this with introductory courses in economics, one sees that whilst theory is taught, the student gets no equivalent history of crucial economic observations in order to support the theory. This is no accident. No history of crucial observations is taught, because there is no such history. Failure of orthodox economics to relate to empirical data. In science, an experimentum crucis so's to discriminate between competing hypotheses, or to show the inadequacy of a previously dominant theory. The crucial difference between neoclassical economics and the classical school of political economy lay in their theories of value. The classical school, from Smith to Marx, had adhered to a labor theory of value, which neoclassical economics replaced with marginal utility theory. But one would search the history of economics in vain were one to look for the crucial experiment or observation which disproved the labor theory of value. There was none. After Cook and Pasteur, the miasma theory of disease died out. It was completely replaced by the germ theory, whose greater practical effectiveness as a guide to public health measures was no longer in doubt. But after and Menger, the labor theory of value did not by any means die out. It continued to spread and gain influence, becoming the orthodoxy in the USSR and other socialist countries in the middle of 20th century. IV here and when a particular theory dominated, owed a lot to politics, a little to aesthetics and nothing to observation. Not even wrong. I mention aesthetics because there can be little doubt that the edifice of neoclassical economics had a mathematical sophistication and elegance that the labor theory of value at first lacked. The marginal theory had calculus, homogeneous functions, and in its later versions Broud's fixed point theorem. In contrast, the labor theory of value initially. Of course, there is more to the neoclassical theory than just marginal utility, but the introduction of this, and elision of labor as a source of value were crucial end results of FFE marginalist revolution. The marginal Pierre-Michel was not itself new, it had been incorporated in the Ricardian and Marxian theons of rent. In the transition between the two schools, it can be argued that Gosson and Jevons supported a marginal labor theory of value, LMCC 95, 2. Well, a skeptical neoclassical might say, that was all very well in an early and rude state of society, but why should the same principle apply today when Smith's original mechanism no longer operates? 0.8. 0.4. L. Figure 1, only a very small proportion of products will sell for less than their aggregated wage content. The horizontal axis shows the selling price in S of the commodity per dollar spent on direct and indirect wages. The vertical axis shows the relative frequency with which this is likely to occur. The exact mean and standard deviation of the normal distribution are chosen for illustrative purposes. The first really coherent reason why was given by Farjoun and Mach over CFM 831 back in the 1980s. They point out that for any commodity it is in principle possible to work out how much wage expenditure was directly or indirectly incurred in its production. So a particular model of Ford would have wage expenditure at the Ford factory, wage expenditure at the tire factory 2, at the power station that supplied the factory, etc. In principle, one might have to trace this back through many layers of the economy, but the further back you go, the less difference it staffs to make. In practice, one obtains reasonably stable estimates if one goes back through about 8 or 10 layers of indirect inputs. These wage costs are called vertically integrated labor costs _. A Ford selling for S202000 might have an ultimate wage cost of, let us say, $12,000 from this you can get a figure for the value added per dollar spent on wages, in this example 20,000/. For different commodity sales, the ratio of selling price to vertically integrated labor costs will vary in a random fashion. The actual ratio for any given product will be the result of a huge multiplicity of adventitious causes. It will depend on wage rates and the prices of inputs, which are themselves randomly varying in tens of labor cost. Statistical theory says that a random sum of things which are themselves random can be described by the normal distribution, the familiar bell curve shown in Figure 1. A normal distribution can be characterized by only two numbers: the mean or average of the distribution, the midth or standard deviation of the distribution. What can we deduce about bell curves for value added per vertically integrated dollar of wages, like that shown in Figure 1? Farjoun and Mockover point out that wages tended to make up around 50% of value added in developed capitalist countries 192, which implies that the mean value added per S of wages tend to be around 2, as shown in the diagram. We can also say something about the width of the distribution. They point out that only a very small proportion of commodities will sell for less than their vertically aggregated wage costs. Were they to do this, not only would the firms making them be failing to meet their wage costs, but there would be no room for profit income in the raw materials supplied. They suggest that only about 1/1000 of sales of commodities will be at prices this low. By consulting a table of the normal distribution, one finds that the probability of events 3 standard deviations away from the mean is about 1/1000, so for a mean of 2, then the standard deviation must equal 1/3 _. How do these predictions stack up against real data? Using data for the United Kingdom in 1984, the year after their book was published, we calculated CCC 981 that the bell curve for the UK could be pretty well approximated by a normal distribution with a mean 1.46 and standard deviation of 0_151 They had underestimated the wage share in UK income, but they had got the share of output selling below its aggregated wage cost about right. For the I_X, the standard deviation 8 is 1/3 the distance between 1 and the mean. What are the implications of this? 9. This was roughly right when they were tilting. If the standard deviation in the ratio of the selling price to vertically integrated labor costs has to be small, the consequence is that real selling prices have to be closely clustered around Marxian labor values _. In other words, the simple labor theory of must hold. The strong correlation 20 observed between labor content and monetary value of output is a necessary or emergent result of the statistically random process of price formation. The form of argument used by Farjoun and is rather alien to the tradition of political economy. The later has tended, from its inception, to look for explanations in terms of the actions of rational profit maximizing individuals directing the economy towards some sort of equilibrium. Instead, Farjoun and Mockover, who were mathematicians not economists, imported the form of reasoning that had been used in thermodynamics or statistical mechanics. This branch of physics deals with the behavior of large complex systems with huge numbers of degrees of freedom. The classical example of this type of system is gas composed of huge numbers of randomly moving molecules. In such a system it is fruitless to UI and form a deterministic and microscopic picture of the interaction of individual molecules. But you can make a number of useful deductions about the statistical properties of the whole collection of molecules. It was from the statistical properties of such collections that Boltzmann was able to derive the laws of thermodynamics. LB0195J. What Farjoun and Markover did was apply this form of reasoning to another chaotic system. A large number of degrees of freedom, the market economy. In doing this they initiated a new discipline of study, econophysicians this, in a very radical way, velexes the economy as a process a subject. It assumes nothing about knowing subjects, instead it attempts to apply the principle of parsimony it assumes nothing about the individual economic actors. Instead it theorises the aggregate constraints and statistical distributions of the system that arise from the assumption of maximal disorder. As such this approach is anathema to the subjectivist Austrian school. 21. Yakovenko's model. The econophysics approach was further developed by Yakovenko, who at the time did not know of Farjoun and Markover's earlier RK_. Thermodynamics predicts that systems tend to settle into a state of maximum entropy. The conservation laws specify that whilst this randomization occurs, energy must be conserved. Boltzmann and Gibbs showed that this implies that the probability distribution of energies that meets these TW criteria is one like that shown in figure 2_. We use the 10 correlation here, but other statistical measures of the closeness between labor content and monetary values such as the coefficient of variation or the cosine men IC could be used. They all show a close relationship as predicted by Farjoun and Markover's theory. 21. Given their Catholic problematic, the Austrian school find it is inconceivable for economics to dispense with the category of sublect. See the debate on this issue at the Two Visas organization. 1. 0.1 0.01 0.001 0.0001 1992, 2863K 1996 3299K 1998 3633K 2001 40.17K 1985 21.15K 198B 2505 KS 1989 26.38K 2 10 20 50 100 L. Figure 2, the Gibbs-Boltzmann form of distribution. Logarithm of energy on the horizontal axis, logarithm of probability density on the vertical one. Yakovenko LCMC plus 09, dy02, has argued that since money is conserved in the buying and selling of commodities, it is analogous to energy if the system settles into a maximum entropy state, then monetary wealth will come to follow a Gibbs-Boltzmann distribution. He is able to show that the observed income distribution for 97% of the U.S. population is well explained by a negative exponential distribution of the Gibbs form. L. Figure 3, the results of Yakovenko and Rosser ORJ09, for the actual distribution of money income in the U.S., showing a good fit to the Gibbs-Boltzmann distribution for the majority of the population. There exists a population of very wealthy people that do not fit on the curve, and whose wealth must arise from a different process _L. There remains a superthermal tail of income whose income is not conformant maximal entropy but follows a power law distribution. The fact that income distribution consists of two distinct parts yields the two-class structure of the American society. Coexistence of the exponential and power law distributions is also known in plasma physics and astrophysics, where they are called the thermal and superthermal parts. The boundary between the lower and upper Classes can be defined as the intersection point of exponential and power law fits. Fig 3_4 1997, the annual income separating the two classes was about $120K. About 3% of the population belonged to the upper class, and 97% belonged to the lower class. CYRJ 091. The thermal distribution answers from the application of the conservation law plus randomness. The non-thermal distribution from the violation of conservation law. Yakovenko says that the non-thermal group rely on income from capital and the stock market. This is consistent. Marx's analysis that profit in general cannot arise within a conservative system, but from something outside of the conservative system production of surplus value. The initial analysis of the exchange of commodities by Marx in Capital can be read as describing the laws governing the conservation of value in exchange. The subject of income annual distributions and social inequality is very popular at the turn of another century and is associated with the names of Pareto, Lorentz, Gini, Gibrat and Champernowne, among others. Following the work by Pareto, attention of researchers was primarily focused on the power laws. However, when physicists took a fresh look at the empirical data, they found a different, exponential law for the lower part of the distribution. Demonstration of the ubiquitous nature of the exponential distribution for money, wealth, and income is one of the new contributions produced by econophysics. The motivation, of course, came from the Boltzmann-Gibbs distribution in physics. Further studies revealed a more detailed picture of the two-class distribution in a society. Although social classes have been known in political economy since Karl Marx, realization that they are described by simple mathematical distributions is quite new. Very interesting work was done by the computer scientist Ian Wright, the religious ISA, the educational ISA, the AMLE, the legal ISA 19, the political ISA, the trade union ISA, the communications ISA, the cultural ISA. But now for what is essential. FAT-DL and TMSUIShes the ISAS from the state apparatus is the following basic difference: the repressive state apparatus functions by violence, whereas the ideological state apparatuses function by IDE 0103. In Europe, economic crises are settled by haggling between the leaders of the nation-states. The big states like France and Germany inevitably dominating. But in a US context that would be like the governors of California or New York having summits to determine the fate of the Union. It just does not happen, nor does it happen in India, because these countries have a proper federal state. Today there are three great forces in Europe that are undermining nationalism. The first is the Internet, by means of which the recent protest movements have organized. The second is movement of people to and to study. In Scotland today, with a population of about 5 million, we have had 600,000 coming to from Poland alone. A multinational working population is being created. And finally there is the economic logic of monetary union. ATHIC is making the old EU constitutional structure unviable. The left needs now, more than ever, to break with nationalism's web of Maya beyond anti-imperialism. For socialists, the recent attempt by the US state apparatus to bring back large-scale occupations on the world scene revived the relevance of anti-imperialism as a stance from which to oppose the havoc and carnage inflicted on masses of Iraq and Afghanistan. It also renewed an interest in the theory of impenism, since the US occupations marked a break in the trend after 1945, when the advanced capitalist states shifted their mode of operation. For some socialists operating a Marxist-Leninist discourse, however, imperialism has always been a central element of its understanding of contemporary capitalism. This view is theoretically rooted in the classic texts of Hobson, Hilferding and Lenin written in what Hobsbawm called an Age of Empire, from 1875 to World War L. Lenin's short pamphlet from 1916, Beyond Some Dubious Economics 23, had the undoubted political virtue of providing both an explanation of World War and a moral standpoint for root and branch opposition to it. To him, imperialism was the key to revolutionary strategy, arguing that a war befiving empires to redivide the world lead to revolutions. Imperialism, as the age of war and provided the justification for and strategy of the new communist intimational underscore. The prediction was that another imperialist war would not be long emcomg, and that this would allow revolution to spread. The commentum were right on both these counts, as World War IL and its crop of revolutions bore witness. The mechanisms of imperialism in the era of capitalist states. The general concept of imperial power goes back to pre-capitalist historical empires, such as the Holy Roman Empire and Empire of the Great Qing. What distinguished them from other polities and states of the time is commonly taken to be features of imperial power. Rather than simply state power, the key feature was their use of extra economic coercion to incorporate other regions and polities into subordinate economic relations. As such, imperialism has a transient aspect. The process of incorporation by extra economic means is limited in time. It erase the maintenance of subordination by such means may or may not persist. The specifically capitalist form of imperialism resulted from the convergence of the competitive interests of states with the interests of competing capitals. In medieval Europe, interstate competition for territory and resources arose from the tendency towards political accumulation inherent to feudal relations of production. When other states entered into competition with the English state, whose productive capitalist form of agriculture allowed it to extract more surplus, these other states either pursued capitalist modernization or succumbed through warfare. The late Bill Warren, one of the CPGB's most capable theists, pointed many of these out in Imperialism, Power of Capitalism, verso 1980. The capitalist imperative, on the other hand, had its origins, as Luxemburg had argued, in the fact that commerce could not penetrate non-commodity producing societies by purely economic means. Extra economic coercion was required to separate the producers from their means of production, tax them, and force them into the market economy. That demanded gunboats, armies and governor-generals in plumed hats. 24. In the era of capitalist states, imperial power has operated through three primary mechanisms: direct colonial expansion and control _ indirect control by threat of military violence and use of coercion, coordination between the repressive state apparatuses of the advanced and developing country _ The first and second mechanisms were crucial for the process of incorporating non-capitalist regions into subordinate economic relations. Colonial expansion was actively pursued in Africa and South and Southeast Asia, and gunboat diplomacy in South America and East Asia. The third mechanism was put into operation when resistance by states was too powerful or costly to defeat, but local ruling class interests could be coordinated with the ruling class of the center. After WAI, this mechanism was central for the U.S. state apparatus in its struggle against the Soviet socialist bloc, as well as securing the supply of oil, the main energy source in modern industrialist capitalism, highly concentrated in West Asia. The first mechanism was at its peak during a phase that Lenin assumed to be the highest stage of capitalism, but after the Yalta Conference it was in terminal decline. One by one, each mechanism was either weakened or in a process of destruction on a global scale. 2. Cope with the dramatic shifts in global capitalism, subsequent Marxist-Leninist theories of imperialism shifted focus to concepts such as neocolonialism, unequal exchange, and labor aristocracy. We argue that this understanding of the world since 1945 is theoretically and empirically ill-founded, drawing as it were on certain transient aspects of imperialism. Moreover, the politics that flows from the theory has unintended reactionary consequences. Epicecles, neocolonialism, unequal exchange and labor aristocracy. Neocolonialism. Neocolonialism, for instance, is in part a concoction cooked up by Cockshott, revisionism and bourgeois nationalists during the 1950s and 60s, and once served a purpose to justify a diplomatic alliance between the USSR and new bourgeois leaders like Nasser and Kemal. As a policy it was terrible. Anti-imperialist alliances with the national bourgeoisies in Egypt, Iraq etc., did the working classes of those countries no good at all. And the Nasl Mike Sainswood puts it, the history of early agrarian capitalism, the process of domestic colonization, the removal of land from the waste, its improvement, enclosure and new conceptions of property rights was reproduced in The Theory and Practice of Empire of Capita I, p7s, verso, 2003. Soviet alliance tended to be dumped by the bourgeoisies once they established themselves. Politically, it never offered any perspective of independent working class politics. The notion neocolonialism implies the persistence of relative underdevelopment in the global south, after formal colonial rule has been overthrown and independent states have been formed. Processes of underdevelopment may indeed continue through the class structures of the pre-industrial economies, impeding productive reinvestment of the surplus product and competition on the world market pursued through a low-wage, primary sector strategy, but and operate differently in regions subject to colonial rule from regions with independent capitalist states. Consequently, the political strategies to weaken and destroy the mechanisms of inequities are fundamentally different in colonialism and independent capitalist states subject to competition. By obscuring the difference between them, one also downplays the tremendous efforts and struggle by anti-imperialist movements to end the first mechanism of imperial power, direct colonial expansion and control. Unequal exchange. The theory of unequal exchange is even more anti-working class than neocolonialism. Designed to destroy the confidence of the workers in capitalist countries by portraying them as exploiters of the Third World. It has nothing in common with Marx's economic writings, which go on at great length to show that capitalist profit cannot arise through inequality in exchange. He argued that it arose instead, in the process of capitalist production. Trade did play an important part in the operation of the British Empire by regulating the appropriation of surplus products across regions. At the height of European imperialism, Britain established a particular global pattern of trade and credit flows, in which it ran a persistent trade surplus with India, China and Japan that enabled it to finance a substantial part of its deficit with the advanced capitalist countries in North America and Europe. 2s In other words, the South and East Asian masses were drawn into debt by British net exports, and this helped finance the empire's appropriation of the surplus product produced by workers in the advanced capitalist economies. But since the collapse of empires there is nothing comparable to this historically specific parasitical mechanism. By contrast, the most advanced capitalist economy of today, the USA, has for a long time run a persistent deficit. China, Japan and oil-producing countries in West Asia, sinking deeper into debt to these less developed capitalist economies. Unequal exchange theory, however, rests on the medieval Thomist doctrines of just price, and is a regression from scientific political economy. True enough, if a worker in the US buys a shirt made in Mexico, it will contain more labor than one made in the US, and is likely to be cheaper into the bargain. Does this turn the U.S. worker into an exploiter of Mexican labor? 29 V. Eek Davis, Late Victorian Holocausts, Verso, 2002 _. The unequal exchange theorists will say yes. Since the terms of trade are unequal _ goods requiring 100 hours of U.S. labor, when exported to Mexico exchange for goods requiring perhaps 400 hours of Mexican labor _ thus even allowing for the fact that she only gets back in wages about half the labor she puts in, worker in the U.S. can obtain for an hour's work goods that took a couple of hours labor by Mexican workers. But the labor that contributes to value is socially necessary labor _ You will recall that I used the word social labor and that many points are the qualification socier _ in saying that the value of a commodity is determined by the quantity of labor worked up or crystallized in it. We mean the quantity of labor necessary for its production in a given state of society, under certain social average conditions of production, a given social average intensity and average skill of the labor employed. When in England, the power loom came to compete with the hand loom, only one half the former time of labor was avent to convert a given amount of yarn into cotton cloth. The poor hand loom weaver now works 17 or 18 hours daily, instead of the 9 or 10 hours that he worked before. Still the product of 20 hours of his labor represented now only 10 social hours of labor, or 10 hours of labor socially necessary for the conversion of a certain amount of yam into textile stuffs. His product of 20 hours had, therefore, no more value than his former product of 10 hours. As economies with lower productivity of labor are opened up to competition with advanced ones, this process repeats itself. Labor performed in pre-state-of-the-art conditions is devalued as the social labor necessary to produce commodities fall. But this is an inevitable effect of the exchange process. For exchange, the social status of private labors is established by equating use values, and this presupposes self-identity. Thus the equality 1 kilo of maize 1 kilo of maize must hold. So as the Mexican maize market is opened up to the products of U.S. agriculture, 1 kilo of maize produced by a peasant in Chiapas becomes equivalent to 1 kilo of U.S. maize that might require only a tenth or a 20th as much labor, and with this the labor of the peasant is further devalued. And consequently the livelihoods of direct producers in less developed economies are threatened. But all this is due not to a law of inequality, but of equality. The sphere of circulation or commodity exchange is in fact a very Eden of the innate rights of man. It is the exclusive realm of freedom, equality, property and Bentham. 26 According to Marx, it is in production, not circulation, that exploitation arises _ Marx's economic writings are one long polemic against the sort of moralizing socialism that demanded the installation of a regime of fair exchange _ capitalism, he said, rests on just such exchange. Average wages are fundamentally constrained by labor productivity _ not even the most well-organized workers could raise incomes above the value added. But what? 26 Carry Capital I, p. 280, Penguin edition. Accounts for the gap of the industrial leasing economies to the advanced capitalist ones. The historical roots of relative stagnation in productivity lie in a combination of unevenly distributed environmental conditions that enabled intensified economic development and warfare, the laws of motion of pre-capitalist relations of production, which lacked a structural dynamic to reinvest the surplus products in developing the means of production to enhance productive capacity. The devastating effects of imperialism aggravated and perpetuated this productivity gap in the formation of the modern world pioneered by capitalist England _ Labor aristocracy. Rather than providing a well-grounded materialist explanation of the episodic and discontinuous organization and militancy of the working class movement, the Marxist-Leninist theories attempted to use imperialism to fill the theoretical void left when expectations of ever-growing class consciousness and organization failed to be realized. The idea was that by the upper classes deriving net incomes from their subordinate regions, a fraction was transferred through capitalist films in imperialist countries to a section of the working class in order to buy them off. This would lead to quiescence and support by the working class to imperial power abroad. Leaving aside the empirical validity of such a mechanism, its theoretical status is dubious. First, if a small section is supposed to be bought off, it is questionable why they would be capable to wield such extraordinary powerful and persistent influence over the entire working class. Secondly, if it is a large section that is bought off, it could hardly be done by net incomes flowing from the less developed economies, since they could barely sustain more than a tiny fraction of the wage bill. 27 Even so, since the bulk of the workforce is employed in firms that are not directly involved in extraction of such incomes, it is less obvious how the distributed profits to them would generate support for imperialist policies. Finally, higher wages are as such not an index of working class quiescence, but rather the marketplace and workplace bargaining power of workers in different professions and sectors. Skilled workers organized in sectors that are critical points in capitalist production E_G_ requiring large amounts of fixed capital or are central to the supply/demand chain can win concessions and advance their position collectively. Hence it is no surprise that better paid sections of the working class have often been the vanguard of the movement, its most militant and best organized activists from Petrograd to Paris to Seoul. Banks based in Tokyo, London and New York extract billions in interest payments on sovereign debt each month. But this does not mean that Japan, Britain etc., exploit third world countries. That is to abandon all class analysis. The capitalist classes of Japan and Britain participate in the exploitation of workers and peasants in the Third World, but the working classes of the old industrialist countries gain nothing from this. Far from. 27 Char-IE Post reports that for U.S. firms, total profits aimed abroad constituted a mere 6% of the total U.S. wage bill M 2003. Given that the bulk of incomes that flow to advanced capitalist countries are derived from other advanced countries, the percentage from the global south would be still smaller. See Post, The Labor Aristocracy Myth, Point 4 Gate the Current 123. July, 2006. Being a bribed labor aristocracy, their subjugation to capital becomes more complete. Threatened as they are, with their jobs being moved to the newly industrialist counties. The decline of imperialism. With the end of World War II, Stalin thought he would strike it 3 times lucky. In 1951 he was predicting the imminence of new imperialist wars. 28 Britain and France, he said, would soon be at war with America defending their empires. With 20/20 hindsight we can assess the acuity of his foresight. Far from fighting to extend their empires, the imperial powers found them unsustainable. Holland first, then Britain, France and eventually Portugal gave them up. In Britain the Labour Party dissolved the empire in India at its first opportunity. In other cases it took defeat in guerrilla struggles to produce the same effect. But the ultimate cause beyond such immediate factors as the opposition of the workers' movements to imperialism and the aid of the USSR to anti-imperialist movements was the development of the capitalist world economy. One by one the mechanisms of imperialism were weakened or destroyed across the world due to 3 factors. Rise of capitalism results in the rise of militarily viable states across the global South and the phonation of popular classes that are capable of creating and extracting the resources to defend themselves in more powerful ways. This raises the economic cost of imperial aggression by the advanced states on the developing ones. The process of democratization and growth of labor movements in the advanced world. This raises the domestic political cost of imperial aggression, either through resistance or by budgetary demands of social democratic policies. Once pre-capitalist economies are destroyed and the market set in their place, the extra economic coercion of imperialism becomes obsolete. Capitalist relations of production and the normal process of capital accumulation can continue without it. This weakens the capitalist imperative for imperial aggression. The economic costs were a central reason why states adopted the first strategy of imperialism, colonial expansion and rule, instead of other means of extra economic coercion. In certain regions, e.g. while the West African states were of marginal importance to the British Empire compared to non-colonized Latin America and China, they were much weaker and had consequently lower costs of colonization. This strategy had its last spurt during the 1930s with the Italian invasion of Ethiopia and the Japanese colonization of Manchuria and 2's economic problems of Socialism, Chapter 6. He obviously had some difficulty in persuading others in the Soviet government of this view. This is evident from his references to some comrades who doubted the inevitability of new inter-imperialist wax. For a discussion, see how the Soviet Union is governed. Jerry F. Hoff, Merle Fainsod, Harvard University Press, 1979, page IGI. The COMMUNINT movement had during the inter-years anticipated a war between the USA and UK for world domination, and whilst the U.S. Armed Force had detailed plans for the invasion of Canada as late as there was never any political commitment towards this on either side of the Atlantic. 30. The dynamics arising from the economic and political costs of imperial aggression has been laid out by Vivek Clubber. The Global Crisis and Hegemonic Dilemmas, lecture in New Delhi, 2010. China. Due to the economic costs, these proved much harder for the new imperial powers than the earlier British and French expansions. The second strategy, control by threat of military violence and use of coercion, was decline after World War II due to economic and political costs. By the end of the Suez Crisis in 1956, the former British and French empires had to abandon such means. In the 1950s, the US was quick to step up to the role left by the declining imperial powers. It was capable of doing so because the political costs were lower there than in most other advanced states, where the demands of national labor movements impinged on state policy. The economic costs of imperial aggression were, however, on the rise, and at the same time, the capitalist imperative was weaker, for the end of World War II had also brought the end of the transient dynamics of imperialism as an enabler of capitalism. The central concern for state policy was now to maintain capitalist relations of production and prevent autonomous economic regions, not subject to the world market. Under this combination of costs and priorities, U.S. strategy relied primarily on extra economic coercion. Through coordination between repressive state apparatuses across the world, constructing a vast network of military bases. In doing so, it pursued points of convergence with local ruling classes wherever it was possible, from South Vietnam to Indonesia. Ere it was not possible, efficient military violence and coercion was attempted provided the economic costs could be contained. The debacle of the invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan has seriously weakened the ability of the U.S. to threaten similar incursions. A fundamental reorientation of the U.S. state policy in the near future would, however, require raising the political costs of imperial aggression by demands of changes in the composition of state expenditure. Unfortunately, the peculiar settler state trajectory of the U.S. has blocked the Formation of a powerful national labor movement to impose such demands. The limits of anti-imperialism. It is 2011 not 1911 and the New World Order is global capitalism not imperialism. And Engels or Zola would find nothing unfamiliar in the degradation and exploitation of today's Jakarta, Shanghai, or Mexico. The new Manchesters share the industrial dynamism, sweatshops, opulence and pauperism of the old. To advance anti-imperialist rather than simply anti-capitalist slogans now is meaningless at best. The only courses of economic development open are integration into the world market or socialism. Anti-imperialist phraseology obscures this by implying that there exists some third way short of socialism. Any advocate of a specifically anti-imperialist political strategy would have to answer the following questions. If wars leading to revolution are not imminent, on what do you base your strategy for socialism? What is the political and economic content of anti-imperialism, i.e. to what changes in economic or state structure do you struggle for other than those implied by an anti-capitalist strategy? What extra allies does an anti-imperialist strategy bring to the struggle for socialism that a simple anti-capitalist strategy would not? Written in 2011. Against Republicanism. Newspeak. For his dystopia 19,842 Orwell posited a dialect of English, Newspeak that was so conceptually impoverished that subversion became literally unthinkable. Newspeak led one to believe that war is peace, freedom is slavery, etc. Writing in 1948, he was both prescient and subtle. Prescient in that wars now routinely become peacekeeping operations, and resumption of war can be greeted with the assertion that this must not stop the peace process. Subtle in that we already speak and think anew, speak the language of capitalism, invented, not by a ministry of feud, but by the generations of half-forgotten philosophers, economists, and constitutional theorists. It binds our thoughts before it binds our actions. It redefines some words so radically that they take on almost the obverse of their original import, and in the process, it renders the converse, these words' original meanings, unspeakable and inconceivable. Most affected are power words, like democracy or republic. At the heart of the incomprehension with which Craig has greeted my criticisms, is the fact that he uses newspeak, and use these words in their older original meaning. Before universal suffrage, before newspapers, when political discourse was restricted to an aristocratic elite, such debate was free from euphemism and hypocrisy. All politically educated men knew that democracy was dangerous, probably the worst fate that could befall a state. It meant rule by the mob, the plebs, the villains, or if I knew your Aristotle, rule by the poor. It was the tyranny oft majority, rule by mass meetings that could ride roughshod over the law, where neither person nor property was safe. A republic stood, by contrast, for sound government. Rome, the original republic, Renern, for martial prowess and sagacious laws, remained its lasting epitome. The ideal constitution. It secured for the wealthy the enjoyment of their estates, secure from the depredations of tyranny or the rapine of the mob. To the plebs it gave citizenship, the right to elect their tribunes, and above all the right to bear arms and fight for the glory of the republic. Legislation and executive power, in contrast, were the preserve of a political elite, the Senate. When the slaveholders and bourgeois of the American colonies rebelled against the Crown, relying as they did on an army of free citizens, and being at the same time desirous of securing their properties, they settled upon the republican form of government, that had so well served their ancient forebears. By this act they formed the die from which modern republics and republicanism have been cast. Its keystone was election, both of the legislature and the magistracy presidents, governors, judges. Until the early 19th century, the idea of a democratic republic was a self-evident contradiction. A republic was the means by which the state could be secured against the danger of democracy. For democracy, it was understood, used not elections but the chaotic and almost anarchic institutions of the mass assembly or selection of officials and legislatures by lot. Pre-bourgeois political theorists, from Aristotle to Machiavelli, knew its ambition to give the masses the illusion of power, whilst ensuring that it remained, in reality, in the hands of the upper classes. Any person has the right to stand for election, but if a poor tradesman stands in election against a sophisticated and urbane lawyer, 9 times out of 10 the lawyer wins. Freely elected legislatures are almost devoid of poor men, and totally devoid of poor women. But bourgeois theorists could not be so frank. They thus retain the republican form of government, whilst telling the people this is democracy, underscore there is no such thing as bourgeois democracy, underscore what they call democracy is nothing of the soft, it is oligarchy, rule by the few, rule by the rich. The real meaning of democracy was thus forgotten, and for over a century, those believing themselves to be democratic radicals like Craig, have struggled for its practical antithesis, the republic. The depth of the incomprehension to which this has given rise, is illustrated by Craig's thinking that I was advocating the election of juries. On the contrary, I was advocating sovereign juries, drawn, as in the past, by lot from Aristotle to Mill. It was recognized that with sovereign juries, the people controlled the law. To Craig, it is a matter of detail as to whether one should demand elected juries or elected judges. But the election of juries is a totally reactionary demand. It would remove the only remaining relic of primitive democracy in the Constitution. To whom would you rather entrust your liberty, a jury of your peers or a group of full-time, politically elected jurors? It does not take much think. Who would stand for and get elected to such posts the same soft of retired conservative busybodies who become magistrates today? Let's hear it again. For those who do not study history are supposedly doomed to repeat it. Those whose knowledge of history is focused on the Russian Revolution, can, it seems, dream of nothing more than its repetition. But if Marx's aphorism is anything to go by, when history repeats itself, first comes tragedy then farce. There was tragedy enough in 1917 and its aftermath, triggered as it was by 3 years of a war whose privations can scarcely be imagined in our generation, a movement which precipitated 100 million half-starved peasants against a brutal landowning class and it police state. A revolutionary war and terror besides which that of the Jacobins pales, are to be put on a level with the pathetic scandal of the Windsors. Craig imagines that this will involve a constituent assembly and a provisional government. Such institutions have, it is TME, been thrown up in some countries at the dawn of bourgeois rule, but, given the past history of English revolutions, we know that they are an irrelevance. Here, in a country that has never had a sovereign parliament or free elections, they may be necessary steps in the establishment of a stable civil society, but how would such an assembly differ from the existing parliament? It would be elected on the same franchise, peopled by the same set of politicians, have no powers that parliament does not already have. It would, in short, have no cause to exist. When necessary, parliament can, and has, dispensed with dynasties. A constituent assembly would, if anything, be a reactionary step, seeking to bind its successors myth a written constitution that would enshrine the rights of liberty and property. These aspirations for a constituent assembly ill-suit a pretended Leninist, given the master's forthright way of dealing. The Russian one Nowhere land. The conservatism and historical narrowness of vision of the Rich 31 are astounding. Just as, for the economists, economics is the economics of bourgeois society, for Craig, history is the history of the bourgeois epoch. Craig accuses me of drawing my advocacy of direct popular rule from nowhere land, i.e., from Air One or Utopia. Exactly the same objection can be leveled at the very idea of communism. It is utopian. Where has it been tried before? Marxism has a double answer. First, communism, the abolition of classes, private property, and the state, is posited as the dialectical negation of civil, bürgerliche, society, the resolution of its inner contradictions. Second, it is, in histophical terms, the negation of the negation, the upswing off cycle from primitive communism through class society to the communism of the future. Similarly, direct rule by the masses is posited firstly as the antithesis of the political phones of bürgerliche society, just as the representative system, the constitutional state or the representative republic of type that exists in North America constitutes the pure, precise political instrument of the bourgeoisie, so direct legislation through the people constitutes the best political instrument of the toiling masses, and in particular of the organized proletariat. Secondly, it represents the negation of the negation. Where primitive democracy is the thesis, oligarchic class state the antithesis, and new democracy the synthesis. Just as we study primitive communism to get a glimpse at the society of the future, primitive, ancient democracy shows us the political form of the rule of the masses. Just as republicanism and the civil code of law were the conscious bourgeoisie creation of Rome, the European workers' movement must recall the political forms THRCM.T1. Up by the demos, working masses poor, of the ancient East Mediterranean in their struggle against the rising class of big landowners and slave magnates. The mass citizen assembly is echoed in the mass strike meetings of the modern proletariat. The dikastlia, the sovereign mass jury of Greece, is echoed in the mass people's coffees that tried landlords and reactionaries in the Great Chinese Revolution, and today strike terror into the hearts of the reactionaires in the liberated zones of Peru. The communist political revolution can no more base itself upon the outdated bourgeois revolutionary democratic group, a split from the SIVP ideology of republicanism than the economic revolution base itself upon the notion adjust wage stages. Craig is right. I do envisage revolution as a staged process, but the stages will not be the old Russian ones. That sort of dual power situation only arises when a dictatorship or absolute monarchy is defeated in war. Only that provides the Soviets of workers and soldiers deputies needed to contest state power with the republic. In the absence of military cataclysms, like 1870, 1905, or 19,172 in a normal peacetime civil society, such an ultimative focus of state power does not arise. Since political power grows out of the barrels of guns, the only remaining path is people's war. But to create a revolution one must first create revolutionary public opinion. It is just not credible that people should take up arms to replace one form of elected government by another. One has to pose a goal of a quite different moral order, the final overthrow of class rule, of oligarchy, the rule of the many by the few. Only this, democracy in its original sense, provides the moral legitimization for the rejection and overthrow of elected government. In revolution one must unite all who can be united against the principal enemy, the bourgeois representative state. Thus the first step in the Nakers revolution, making the proletariat the ruling class, is the conquest, in battle, of democracy, since it is only in fighting for unrestricted democracy that the proletariat can win the support of other Sections of the people. Democracy is not overt proletarian dictatorship. Non-proletarians retain citizenship, but it is, in the words of the manifesto, Die Erhebung des Proletariats zur Herrschenden Klasse. It raises the proletariat to the status of ruling class. XVHY. For the reason that Aristotle characterized democracy the rule of the poor are everywhere many but the rich are few. The development of the class struggle will then lead the democracy to make despotic inroads upon bourgeois property rights. Should the democracy be threatened with subversion and wrecking by the old upper classes, the struggle will then lead it to take on a more openly dictatorial form. Myth expropriations and denials of citizenship rights to class enemies. I am not a Republican, but a Democrat, an advocate with Engels of Die Kampfrunde. Democratie without state power, all is illusion. Storm the heavens with gunfire. Written in 1080. Democracy without politicians. A classical proposal. This Official argues for a far more representative form of government than modem parliamentary systems, one that can better address the issues of common citizens. To cut the argument short, the proposal is 1. A direct assembly of citizens, made possible by modem communication technology. 2. Citizen councils with appointees chosen at random. These ideas are by no means new. They are based on ancient insights put in practice as early as the 5th century BC. Some ancient insights from Athens. Most modem parliamentary states have a set of democratic rights through important popular struggles in the late 19th and 20th century. But as a form of government, these states are quite distinct from classical democracy that existed in the Greek city-state of Athens for more than 200 years. None of its central institutions had any elected officials. Athenian democracy rested on three main institutions: the assembly, which made decrees and legislated. Any citizen could attend it, to make speeches and vote. The Council of 5002 served as the full-time government but merely enacted the policies of the assembly. It consisted of 500 citizens randomly chosen by lot. A new selection was made each year, and a citizen could at most serve on the council twice in their lifetime. The legal system rested on the people's court. Its juries were also made up of representatives drawn by lot. In sum, election of officials was an exception, confined mainly to generals, since commanding the military required expert knowledge and experience. Of course, ancient Athens citizenship excluded slaves and women, and we have no reason to follow them on this. Nonetheless, poor peasants and artisans had an equal right in decision making as wealthy land and she owners. The power, property and privileges of no person was safe from the sovereignty held by the citizens. Parliamentarism and unrepresentative representatives. In modern parliamentary states, political parties compete through elections to control state power. When parties are based on mass movements, it ensures a degree of popular control on party representatives. However, the right to vote is not the same as the right to exercise power. And sooner or later the oligarchic nature of parliamentarism becomes apparent in the lack of accountability. It may take years before the people can vote unpopular politicians out of power. Politicians seeking careers and privileges will not support any proposals that threaten their interests. If they collectively decide to raise their salaries, paid by the citizens, who is going to stop them? Representation. Have a look at the politicians in your national parliament. Do they reflect the citizens in terms of age, gender, ethnicity or class? Do full-time politicians act in accordance with the same experiences and interests as common people? Patronage and nepotism worsen the representation further. Participation. How often do you essay in the decisions that affect you and your family's lives? Some politicians sit and debate in parliament for decades, while other people's issues and concerns are never even considered. TV% and faced with demands for referendums, politicians often reveal their contempt for the will of the people they claim to serve. This is an inevitable result of elected decision makers. No matter how well-intentioned political parties and candidates have initially, their primary goal is to win and maintain power, and worst case for privilege. Democracy, as originally understood, is the rule of the common people. Parliamentarism, on the other hand, is the rule of professional politicians. A brief elaboration of the proposal. The guiding principle here is that those affected by a decision should have an opportunity to make it. Each year citizens could collectively decide on a few major issues, such as the level of taxation, changes in the share of the budget going to education, healthcare, infrastructure, national defense, war or peace. These issues could be debated by randomly drawn citizens and experts on national television and then voted electronically by the viewers. Public internet servers could be set up to channelize public opinion. Issues are brought up. If they gather sufficient signatures, they are subject to referendums. This would be a modern assembly. Naturally, there is only a limited number of issues that can be brought to public vote each year. Appointees in national councils must run the daily decision-making, coordinating and allocating resources to local councils. For example, a local council administering a hospital could be made up by a random sample of local residents and workers at the hospital. The appointees in the National Healthcare Council could be draxed by the same principle or by a random sample from a pool of candidates elected by the local councils. In any case, their term of service is limited. They are economically compensated for loss of work and subject to recall. Some common objections to neoclassical democracy. Objection 1: Ordinary people are incompetent. Reply: no more incompetent than the average politician who lacks technical knowledge in specific matters. Moreover, the citizen councils outlined above ensure that expertise is combined with the political judgment of citizens who act on the basis of interests shared with others. Objection 2: they have no experience in direct democracy. Reply: that is a matter of practice. The general principles are not only found in ancient Athens or the Althing Assembly in Iceland in the Middle Ages, but also in the jury system, the modem Swiss cantons and recently in the Canadian province of British Columbia that set up a citizens' assembly on electoral reform in which members were chosen at random. Objection 3: the reforms are too radical. Reply: they need not to be imposed all at once but can begin gradually on the local level. Online referendums and citizen councils can easily replace the functions of a local administration. Objection 4: no politician will support such reforms. Reply: therefore the first step is to build mass opinion for neoclassical democracy. Faced pressure of reform, it will become evident which politicians are Democrats and which are not. Written in 2007. Further reading: Blackwell, c. 2003. Athenian Democracy, a brief overview. Available at http:// Bernheim, J. 1985. Is democracy possible? University of California Press. Cockshott, p. 2006. Electronic and Athenian Democracy, given at workshop on e-voting and e-government in the UK. Available at http://wvx.gla_ac_uk/wpc/reports/. Finley, M_I_, 1985. Democracy Ancient and Modern. Revised edition. Rutgers University Press. Strategic paths. Limits of social democratic politics. Introduction. How did social democracy turn from being one of the most successful political mass movements in history into a series of national parties in political crises and deep ideological disarray during the course of 100 years since the formation of the Second International in 1889? The thesis in this article is that the crisis of social democracy is a long-term result of the fundamental problems that the reformist strategy of any Nakers movement invariably encounters in relation to the state and the economy. They have yet to be solved. These problems will increasingly bring the question to the fore: is the goal of social democracy to be a party in government or an organization for social transformation? Whilst this may at one point have been synonymous to its members, it will be argued why it necessarily ceases to be so with the passage of time. Conceptions of the state. The struggle of early social democracy for the modem democratic rights, and universal suffrage in particular, rested on an impulse that went back to antiquity, best summarized by Aristotle's observations of ancient Athens. A democracy exists whenever those who are free and are not well off, being in a majority, are in sovereign control of the government, an oligarchy when control lies in the hands of the rich and better born, these being few. 32. It was this class aspect which formed the basis of the struggle by the upper classes to prevent or undermine democracy throughout centuries. Bourgeois thinkers, such as the liberal John Stuart Mill, wold-eyed about the danger of class legislation on the part of the numerical majority, these being all composed of the same class 33 and could therefore not accept equal votes. The struggle for democratic rights by the workers' movement was a precondition for it to become a strong mass movement with a base in the industrial working class in the advanced capitalist countries. As long as organizing was illegal, this strategy for social transformation would remain impossible. The struggle for universal suffrage was thus an element of the strategy. The spectacular membership growth of social democratic organizations strengthened the belief that seizure of state power through the parliamentary road was inevitable. State power would be used for progressive reforms with the long-term goal to transform the organization of bourgeois society and liberate the subjugated classes, to the 32 Aristo I.E. and Saunders. 33. Insurance and development of intellectual and material culture. 34. The split of the workers' movement after the outbreak of World War I and the October also implied a theoretical split in the conception of the state and thus different political strategies in the social democratic conception. The existing state was an instrument that could be conquered by the workers' movement, while the followers of the Bolsheviks contended that the state always was an instrument for the ruling classes to uphold their domination. The gains made by European social democracy would eventually show that the Communist Party's conception of the state in capitalist economies was mistaken. The altered political balance of forces after World War I brought social democracy to governments in several countries, in which it could implement a series of important working class reforms. Even in a country like the United Kingdom, whose parliamentary system was long considered to have kept the state safe from the workers' movement, the Labour Party could implement a series of nationalizations of industry and the country's most important reform during the 20th century. The introduction of a national health system that provided the population with health care according to socialist principles. At the same time, it became increasingly evident for the Western European communist parties, for instance the large Italian PCI and French PCF, which had ground through their instrumental role in the anti-fascist struggle, that the revolutionary strategy based on the Communism model was fruitless in societies with a stable capitalist economy and working parliamentary state with universal suffrage. Unable to find an alternative, they all eventually gravitated towards a reformist position during the post-war period. Only in parts of Asia, Africa and South America, where such social conditions did not pertain, did the original strategy still have relevance. The blind spots of social democracy. But the social democratic conception of the state would also prove to be simplistic. Firstly, the workers' movement's struggle for universal suffrage was not based on the classical theory of democracy as a form of government. None of the central institutions of Athenian democracy had elected representatives, instead they were drawn randomly among the citizens. Elected representatives were considered to be an aristocratic principle for choosing the best, in terms of status and education. This method was used almost exclusively for electing the 10 generals of the city. Only candidates chosen by lot could guarantee that poor farmers and artisans held political power. A look at the national parliaments in the modern world in terms of class, gender, and ethnicity shows that the Athenian insight was correct. They are populated by representatives that are not statistically representative. For mass parties, the formation of professional politicians, whose social background differs from the leads to long-term problems, since there is increasing risk that they cease to share the same perspectives and priorities. The risk is further increased when the primary goal is to win parliamentary elections, and when the professional politicians' party program of the Swedish Social Democratic Party from 1911 can secure economic privileges. Secondly, even if the state is a juridical subject, and can at times act unitarily, it is a hierarchy of state apparatuses that do not always act in concert. The most extreme example is Chile. During 1970-3, when the class bias within the military establishment made it perceive the government of Allende as a threat to the order and decided to end it in blood. In the unlikely scenario that the armed forces would turn against an elected government in the advanced capitalist countries today, it would not be hard to guess a political direction the state would take. More plausible examples, however, are the ministries of finance or central banks, which can limit a government's scope for economic policy and therefore influence its direction. Thirdly, the power of the state apparatuses flow from the monopoly of use of force. No decisions taken within the state, no executive orders by ministries, no laws passed by Parliament, would be effective without the possibility to sanction those whom do not follow them. To the extent that this power is used to reproduce the capitalist mode of organism, social production, the state is effectively capitalist by nature, regardless of what party or intentions are government. Fourthly, and most significantly, is the structural dependence between the state apparatuses and the capitalist sector. This is the central problem of the reformists' instrumental conception of the state, and needs to be elaborated at greater length below. 3s. The state in a capitalist economy. The total labor performed in the capitalist sector results in a product that is distributed among the agents in the figure below. People who administer the state hold a position in the economy that gives them opportunities to privileges, wealth and power through its capacity to levy taxes. The state provides the capitalist sector with a juridical system and laws without which it could not operate, but at the same time the state is dependent on tax revenues from the incomes in the sector and credits in order to act in the world economy. The following analysis based on Bloch, which was a response to a debate initiated by Nikos Palantzis and Ralph Melhband, I left review. Workers, firms, laws, interest, dividends, rentiers, credit, taxes, political support, credit, state apparatus. This dependency forces state managers to be concerned about maintaining the economic activity, irrespectively of whether they are bureaucrats or elected professional politicians. regardless of whether their goals are to build military capacity or implement social reforms. At the same time, they have to assume an economy-wide perspective in order to keep the destructive effects of the capitalist sector E_G_crises and unemployment in check, or else the state rapidly risks losing political support from other sections of the population on which it is dependent to various degrees. Economic activity is highly dependent on the level of investments in the economy. This fact endows individual capitals a collective veto over policy, firms make productive investments, and rentlers provide credit depending on how they perceive profitability and the political economic climate, i.e. if society is stable, if the economy is expanding, of the workers is kept under control, if the level of taxes do not rise, and so on. If the business confidence of capitalists falls, the level of economic activity and hence the scope for state policy does too. This occurs in the context of rivaling states, that historically predates capitalism, which act in a world economy. An investment strike is followed by capital flight to other states and mounting difficulties in obtaining credits for foreign exchange. Under stable conditions, this structural mechanism disciplines individual states to implement policies that do not harm the confidence of owners of capital and, on the contrary, act to maintain a stable development of the entire capitalist sector. Economic growth and scope for social democratic reform. During Sinane historical periods, wars, intimational crises, reconstruction, mass mobilization, the balance of forces between the agents in the economy is altered and the confidence of individual capitalists carry less well. This increases the scope for the state to conduct an alternative set of policies depending on the other forces in society. But as the situation stabilizes, the weight is shifted back to the dependence on the incomes in the capitalist economy. This creates sooner or later insuperable problems for the reformist strategy. The only way to reduce the dependence then is to increase the non-capitalist sector's share of production, from which it is possible to redistribute resources in order to implement progressive reforms. Within the early workers it was clear that this meant some form of common ownership, but it did not have an acted-out theory and political strategy for how to organize and run the economy. 36 The policies that social democracy mainly applied was nationalization of industries, measures that had grown out of a period of national production processes and mobilization for war and economic catastrophe 1914 to 1950. The question of the structure of the political economy was, however, not central to the reformist strategy that was established immediately after, when the nation-states prioritized reconstruction and industrial development. The balance of forces in the economy shifted to the benefit of industrial capital and workers at the expense of the rentier capital, whose movement and ability to extract interests and dividends were restricted to maintain high levels of investment. Under these circumstances, social democracy and power could be a progressive force without having to challenge the economic order. The high levels of investment contributed to an enormous growth of wealth and facilitated full employment in Western Europe while avoiding to severely damage the confidence of industrial capital. The dependence on the incomes in the capitalist sector did not appear to be an obstacle. On the contrary, the scope for social democratic reform was wide. The capacity that the workers' movement had built since the days of the foundation of Second International in 1889 finally yielded political dividends on a scale that was impossible before 1945. Obstacles on the parliamentary road. But high levels of investment imply huge consequences for the development of a capitalist economy. TV% and the size of the workforce stabilizes, and the growth rate of productivity in large-scale industries cannot be pushed further upwards. High investment levels will lower average profitability of invested capital. 37. At the same time, workers are concentrated in industries that strengthen their bargaining power, since union actions there affect a large part of the entire economy. 38. The Polish economist Michael Kalecki predicted already in 1943 that the maintenance of full employment would create social and political changes that would destroy the confidence of industrial capital. Indeed, under a regime of permanent full employment, the SAC would cease to play its role as a disciplinary measure. The social position of the boss would be undermined, and the self-assurance and class consciousness of the working class would grow. Strikes for wage increases and improvements in conditions of WRK. 36. See for instance SAP's first general thesis up to 1990, or the British Labour Party's Clause W from 191G to 1995, 2. Secure for the workers by hand or by brain the all fruits of their industry and the most equitable distribution thereof that may be possible upon the basis of the common ownership of the means of production, distribution and exchange, and the best optimable system of popular administration and control of each indu and tri or seres. The average rate of profit rate follows a dynamic equilibrium rate R*+ GP plus, where G I and R the relative growth rates of labor and productivity, respectively, D the rate of depreciation of the capital stock, and I is the ratio of gross investments to profits. Cf. Cottrell and Cockshott, Zachariah. C. Sliver. Would create political tension. Furthermore, industrial capitals would TW to compensate wage demands and taxes by raising prices, i.e. inflation, which damages the interests of the rentiers. In other words, it was precisely the high of investment, which had facilitated the scope for progressive reforms, that generated two separate processes: a declining rate of return on invest capital and the rising strength of workers' movement. These processes resulted in a crisis of profitability and business confidence in the advanced capitalist economies during the mid-1970s. In general, social democracy did not have a strategy to fall back upon, other than the same Keynesian policies. The attempts to formulate a new path either did not result in worked-out political programs and strategies, or they arrived too late. 40. The most ambitious plans within the Western European workers' movement was the Swedish Wage Earners Fund's proposal of 1976, in which a share of the value added from highly productive firms would be transferred into funds controlled by the movement in order to transform the structure of ownership and the economy. This would have reduced the dependence on the capitalist sector in the long term, increased the scope for reform and control of development. But the proposal arrived too late for it to be developed into a political strategy in the international context of the 1980s, and was further weakened by an influential section of the Social Democratic Party that stubbornly maintained a non-confrontational reformist strategy whose possibilities were exhausted. 41. In an attempt to embark a path of its own, a parliamentary coalition led by the French Socialist Party conducted a series of nationalizations of industry and finance in 1981 as part of a package of reforms. But despite generous compensations, such policies were at this point met with falling business confidence, capital flight, and hence macroeconomic problems. The scope for policy actions by the state was further limited by the rules of the European monetary system. The government chose to turn policy around completely by 1983, as predicted by the theory of the capitalist state outlined above. Instead of workers' movement, it was the representatives of the rentier interest which took the initiative during the crisis and shifted the balance of forces in the global economy. During the 1980s, capital mobility was opened up, as well as new markets and labor reserves in the East. Full employment was abandoned in favor of low inflation and high interest rates. 42. Privatizations and slashing of publicly financed welfare services followed. This also implied The end of the successful reformist period of European social democracy. But instead of trying to deal with the cause of the decreasing scope for progressive reforms, in other words, the structural dependence on the capitalist sector, social democracy away from the issue altogether and towards the so-called third way. 39 Ka-ek 1. This prediction originated in theory of a resave any of unemployed _4 of or instance the Labour Party attempted to formulate plans to nationalise pans of the manufacturing industry and subject the economy to a public planning framework, but did not advance beyond this. Cf. Glynn. C. Olson och Ekdahl. In the countries in full employment was an institutionalist commitment. It took longer time to break down those policies _cf. Third-Bomb. Nation-based social democratic parties continued to pursue the same goals they were set up to achieve, namely winning elections in national parliaments, but now with an internationally weakened workers' movement, a decreasing scope for reform and abandonment of the issue of an alternative political economy _ what remained then was nothing but their role as administrators of the state. In practice, therefore, they had fewer alternatives to offer other than budget cuts with a human face. The crisis and ideological disarray of social democracy that exists to varying degrees throughout Europe is the result of this development. It has also left the field open for the extreme right to win support among a part of the population that has conservative social values but who support progressive economic policies, and therefore had a reason to vote for social democracy in the past _43. In the past, expansive welfare policies relied on economic growth in order to redistribute resources and facilitate progressive reforms without threatening incomes. Hence such policies are becoming increasingly problematic when the national product per capita must be restricted in order not to accelerate the growth of greenhouse gas emissions and the use of limited natural resources. This will restrict the scope for social democratic reforms even more. Returning to expansive state policies would require a return to curbing the rentier interest and maintaining high investment levels, which would eventually reproduce the same crisis tendency that followed the post-war boom. Furthermore, welfare services cannot be rationalized the same way as industry, which implies that a growing share of total labor must perform them. But in order to conduct welfare policies, this implies that the tax-financed public sector's share of the economy must increase as well, making such policies ever more conflict-ridden and increases the need for political support. Such support cannot be won through election propaganda or even agitation, but through practical politics. The future of social democracy. In order to strengthen the support for the public sector among its workers and the citizens general, it must be organized a way that is superior to the capitalist sector. The primary way of doing so among state enterprises would be to raise Naker's control to a level that is impossible to achieve in the capitalist sector. That would furthermore contribute to a practical training in self-management and possibilities to explore new innovations organization, technology and coordination of common resources. At the same time, the Athenian insights about the representative institutions of the state cannot be ignored. If social democratic parties want to win in this arena, the institutions should be populated by people from its social base. That requires their reorganization according to classical democratic principles. To prevent the non-representative state apparatuses from undermining the policies of the workers' movement when in power, the movement must activate and educate members within these parts of state, preferably through independent trade unions _cf. Svalfors for a discussion about such institutions. None of this will by itself, however, reduce the dependence on the incomes in the capitalist sectors, which becomes increasingly problematic for the reformist strategy, especially since The public sector primarily produces tax-financed welfare services and hence cannot be a decisive source for economic scope for action. What possibilities remain then for the original social democratic goals of a thorough social transformation through the parliamentary road? It should be clear that the structure of the political economy can no longer be ignored, but must be, in practice and not mere theory, a central issue. One can only speculate how European development would have turned out if social democracy had succeeded in implementing reforms analogous to wage-earner funds as early as the 1950s, but in any case, it would have given the workers' movement a completely different position at the onset of an economic crisis. The relevance of this issue reemerges, however, irrespective of the workers. Since the growing ecological constraints on economic expansion demands some form of macroeconomic coordination and planning. The French example illustrates the potential obstacles for changing the structure of the political economy through the parliamentary road, and that the possibilities to circumvent them depend on the capacity of the workers' movement to organize itself outside the national parliaments. If social democracy had continued implementing its program, it would have required abandoning the rules of the European monetary system or changing them through political pressure from an internationally coordinated movement. Even if that would have succeeded, the problems of inflation and balance of trade would have required price and import controls, which would have accelerated the crisis of business confidence of the capitalists and their capital flight. At that point it would have been crucial to sustain the activity of the productive sectors of the economy by its workers and to maintain cross-national trade relations, which in the long term would have depended on an international political context that favored the workers' movement. This, however, is a scenario for which the nation-centric reformist strategy has remained entirely unprepared. Therefore, every parliamentary advance must be used to strengthen the extra-parliamentary capacity of workers' movement to organize people, articulate coherent political programs from its vantage point, and control parts of the economy which history shows takes decades to build. But it is imperative, if successful, progressive reforms should not be destroyed by a simple change of government. The crisis of social democracy is a long-term result of its goal of parliamentary elections while lacking a coherent strategy to circumvent the obstacles on the parliamentary road to social transformation. Instead, it has responded by abdicating on the so-called third way towards the abyss. If the primary goal of social democracy no longer is to conduct social transformation but to be a ruling party, then nothing remains but its role as an administrator of the state, and it'll be locked in a structural necessity to reproduce capitalist relations of production and hence preserve a class-divided society. Then it has exhausted its historically progressive role. Written in 2010. References: Aristotle J_Saunders. 1981. The Politics, Penguin Classics. Bloch, Fred. 1980. Beyond Relative Autonomy, State Managers as Historical Subjects. Socialist Register, 17, Sid. 227-41. Bernheim, John. 1985 Is Democracy Possible? University of California Press. Cottrell, Alan and Cockshott, Paul. Demography and the Falling Rate of Profit. Indian Development Review, Vol. _4, No. 1, June 2006. Glynn, Andrew. 2006. Capitalism Unleashed: Finance, Globalization, and Welfare, Oxford University Press. Kalecki, Michael. 1943. Political Aspects of Full Employment, Political Quarterly, 14. No. 4. Miliband, Ralph. 1970. The Capitalist State Reply to N. Polantz's New Left Review I/59, Jan-Feb 1970, Sid _53-60. Miliband, Ralph. 1983. State Power and Class Interests. New Left Review 1/138, Mar APR. 1983, Sid _57-68. Mill, Johnstuaf _1862. Considerations on Representative Government, Harper and Brothers. Available at http://xvww_gutenberg.org/atext/5669. Olson, Lars and Lars Ekdahl _2002_Kass I Rorels Arbeiterorelsen I Svensk. Som Halsomvandeling, Arbeiterorelsens Arkiv och Bibliotek, Arbeidermadskulturhistoriska. Salskap _ Poltenses, Nikas _1969. The Problem of the Capitalist State. New Left Review 158, Nov. December 1969, Sid _67-78. Program of the Social Democratic Workers' Party of Sweden. 1911 available at Arbeiterorelsens Arkiv och Bibliotek, http. Sachs, Jeffrey och Charles Weplaus _1986. The Economic Consequences of President Mitterrand _Economic Policy, Volume 1, Number 2, April 1986, Sid. 262-322. Silver, Beverly J. _2003 Forces of Labor. Workers' Movements and Globalization since 1870. Cambridge University Press. Svalfors, Stefan. 2004 Klassamhällets kollektiva medvetande, Bora. They're born, Goran _1985. Nation Ernas Ofard Arbetslösheten I den internationella krisen. Arkivförlag Zachariah, Dave. 2009 Determinants of the average profit rate and the trajectory of capitalist economies. Bulletin of Political Economy, Volume 3, No. I _ 6 Theses on the Problems of the Communist Movement. Open polemic has provided a valuable service to the by creating a forum in which the basic questions underlying the crisis in the socialist can be thrashed out. One of the most striking features of this crisis is that we no longer know what we stand for. We know what we are against, but not what we are fighting for If I listen to left polemic, you hear a roaring portentous silence when it comes to socialism. It seems we no longer dare to define it. I taken the liberty of submitting a list of theses, which, starting with a diagnosis of the crisis, lead on to, perhaps controversial, programmatic conclusions. Part L, Assertions. Thesis 1. The crisis of world socialism is due primarily to economic failure. Thesis 2. The collapse of previously existing socialism is due to identifiable causes embedded in its economic mechanism, but which are not inherent in all possible socialisms. Thesis 3. The political failures of the left in this situation stem from the lack of a programmatic conception of how a socialist economy should be operated. Thesis 4. Marxist economic theory, in conjunction with information technology, provide the basis on which a viable socialist economic program can be advanced. Thesis 5. The communist movement has never developed a coherent constitutional program. In particular, it has accepted the misconception that elections are a democratic form. Thesis 5. The content of a communist program should differ radically from what the British left presently proposes. Part IL, Arguments. 1. Argument for thesis. The crisis of world socialism is due primarily to economic failure. Bourgeois opinion is unanimous on this, but it is not universally accepted on the left. An view is that the crisis was primarily political. According to the latter conception, it was basically the lack of democracy combined with a corrupt and exploiting bureaucracy that brought about the system's failure. In asserting the primacy of economics, I am not denying the existence of a corrupt Bureaucracy, a new bourgeois class wishing to establish capitalism or conjunctural features. Like the rise of Gorbachev I am asserting that these only became critical once the system had failed economically. Proposition 1 Political corruption or oppression will not cause a thriving economic system to be overthrown. Whilst an economic system is still capable of rapidly developing the forces of production, it can tolerate a very high level of political oppression without the economic system itself being destabilized. As an example of this, consider the Stalin period in the USSR and Eastern Europe. Then, the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie were cruelly suppressed. But, contrary to what one might expect, this repression did not discredit the system politically at the time. On the contrary, the communist parties in general and Stalin personally were at the height of their popularity when at their most +. The intelligentsia whose offspring are now so hostile to communism, responded at the time by prostrating themselves before the communist parties and participated with every apparent enthusiasm in socialist construction. Mere trepidation could not explain such abnegation. Its underlying reason was the outstanding rates of economic growth produced by Stalinism. An organization that is powerful and economically successful provokes not only fear but respect. One can see this phenomenon, inverted and reduced in form, in that supine fear-tinged admiration which Thatcher induced sections of our left intelligentsia. If we look to the East, we see more substantial capitalist success stories, like Taiwan and South Korea, which have combined stark authoritarianism, cronyism, and corruption with rapid economic growth. When such an economically successful dictatorship loosens up, what happens is a political liberalization that leaves the economic foundations intact. The USSR under Khrushchev or recent events in Korea are evidence of these. It is only if political liberalization occurs in conditions of economic failure, that the crisis grows out of control to economic revolution. Proposition 2 Political repression persisted because of economic weakness. The official justification for the Berlin Wall was that it was an anti-fascist defense wall. There was an element of truth in this, as the immediate influx of NAN organizations which took place into the former DDR as soon as the wall came down showed. But as everybody knows, the wall also functioned to stop emigration to the BRD. The more fundamental question is, why is it the DDR rather than the BR_D that had to build a atoll? Historically the answer is clear, it happened because it was the DDR that was losing population to the West. Although its fugitives might cite love of liberty as motive, liberty must, it seems, be gilded to be loved. Whatever political gloss was given it, money was what was at stake. India has been free and democratic since the start of the Cold War, but for some reason Soviet and East European citizens have not clamored for the right to emigrate there. To return to Central Europe, in the 1950s both German republics were actively suppressing their political enemies. The Communist Party was outlawed in the BRD as a threat to the state, just as actively pro-capitalist parties were in the DDR. But by the 1970s the rulers in the West were confident enough to legalize the CP whilst the East remained a besieged fortress. The differences in politics flowed from relative economic performances. Had the economy of the DDR been forging ahead off BRD, then people would have been jumping the wall in the other direction. It would, in the end, have been the East Berlin government that was imposing unification terms on the West. 2. Elaboration of thesis. The collapse of previously existing socialism is due to identifiable causes embedded in its economic mechanism, but which are not inherent in all possible socialisms. I will examine some of the well-known contradictions the economics of previously existing socialism. The argument that these are not inherent in any socialism will be advanced in section 42 below. Elaboration 1. The mechanism for the extraction of a surplus product progressively collapsed, resulting in inadequate investment. Marxist economics views the method of extracting a surplus product as being the distinguishing feature of a mode of production. The specific economic form, in which unpaid surplus labor is pumped out of the direct producers, determines the relationship of rulers and ruled, as it grows directly out of production itself and, in turn, reacts upon it as a determining element. Upon this, however, is founded the entire formation of the economic community, which grows up out of the production relations themselves, thereby simultaneously its specific political form. It is always the direct relationship of the owners of the conditions of production to the direct producers, a relation naturally corresponding to a definite stage in the development of the methods of labor and thereby its social productivity, which reveals the innermost secret, the hidden basis of the entire social structure, and with it the political form of the relation of sovereignty and dependence. In short, the corresponding specific form of state. See Leg P 791. In a socialist economy, the extraction of a surplus product takes place by means of a politically determined division of the material product between consumer goods and other products in the state plan. This is socialism's innermost secret, the hidden basis of the entire social structure. Its system of extracting a surplus is quite different from under capitalism in the following respects. The division of the product is determined directly in material terms rather than indirectly as a result of exchange relations. The division is determined centrally rather than through numerous local bargains over the price of labor power, hours worked, etc. The actual level of money wages is irrelevant because the supplies of consumer goods are predetermined in the plan. Higher money wages do not necessarily result in increased real wages, besides which a large part of the real wage is in the form of free or subsidized goods. This form of extraction rises out of the highly integrated and socialized character of production under socialism. From it is developed the absolute necessity of individual factories being subordinated to the center, and the comparative irrelevance of their individual profitability. Following on, it determines the centralist character of the state and the impossibility of local authorities having an autonomous disposition over resources. All these are invariant characteristics of socialism. This innermost secret determines the relationship of milers and ruled as follows. Consider two possibilities: either the milers and the ruled are distinct groups, or they are one and the same. If, as in hitherto existing socialism, they are distinct, then whoever controls the planning authority is both the effective owner of the means of production, and a ruler. These milers, though often venal, can not fulfill their social function by the shameless bourgeois pursuit of self-interest. They are compelled instead to take on the highly social and public role of so organizing the political and ideological life of the society as to ensure compliance with the plan. One of the most effective ways of doing this is through the cult of a charismatic leader, backed to a greater or lesser extent by state terror. Personality cults, in which the leader is presented as the general will incarnate, are no accident, but an efficient adaptation to the contradictory demands of a socialist mode of production, combined with institutions of representative government. Some readers may protest at this point: it is bad enough that I unblushingly characterize the Leninist system as socialist, but how can I say that it had a representative government? Representative government selects certain humans, commonly called politicians, to stand in for, or represent, others in the process of political decision-making. This is just what the Leninist Party does in power. It acts as a representative of the working class and takes political decisions on its behalf. As such, it is no less representative a form of government. Then parliamentary government, there are differences over who is represented and how they are represented, but the representative pair-McAlpine remains the same. Decisions are not taken by those affected but are monopolized by a group of professional rulers, whose edicts are legitimate in terms of some representative function. Selection of such rulers by multiple party elections cannot diminish their representative character nor abolish the distinction between rulers and ruled. The contradictory character of socialist representative government is banally evident. The representatives of the proletariat, through their control of the plan, and thus the method by which unpaid surplus labor is pumped out of the direct producers, become effective controllers, pro turn, of the means of production. As such, their individual class position is transformed and their ability to go on representing the proletariat, compromised. Only if the distinction between ruler and mild is abolished, when the masses themselves decide all major questions through institutions of participatory democracy, does the totalitarian inner secret at the heart of socialism cease to be contradictory. Only when the masses in referenda decide the disposition of their collective social labor, how much is to go on defense, how much on health, how much on consumer goods, etc., can the political life of socialism cease to be a fraud. But to return to the question of surplus extraction. Under socialism, this is an inherently totalitarian process, a subordination of the parts to the whole. The factory to the plan, the individual to the collective. Production is not for private gain, but for the totality of society. Under a system of participatory democracy, this totalitarian conformism might take on a Swiss democratic rather than German fascist air, but it would be no less real. Gorbachev undermined the whole surplus extraction process by attacking the totalitarian principle. One of his first measures was to allow factories to retain the greater part of their profit. At a stroke, he introduced an antagonistic bourgeois principle of surplus extraction, the pursuit of profit by individual enterprises. He threw the whole system into chaos. The government, deprived of its main form of revenue, ran off to the printing press. The result was hyperinflation. The factories had extra money, but, since the division of the social product was still determined by the plan, could not act as private firms would and convert this new money into productive capital. The socialist system of surplus extraction was sabotaged without a bourgeois one to replace it, and the economy spiraled into an inflationary decline. Elaboration to previously existing socialism was limited by a deficient system of economic calculation. This point is made by all right-wing critics. They point out, with justification, that the price system operating in the USSR made rational economic calculation impossible. Numerous anecdotes tell of this. Here is one of many examples. Some time ago it was decided to adjust the prices of cotton and grain and the interests of cotton growing, to establish more accurate prices for grain sold to the cotton growers, and to raise the prices of cotton delivered to the state. Our business executives and planners submitted a proposal on this score, which could not but astound members of the Central Committee, since it suggested fixing the price of a ton of grain at practically the same level as a ton of cotton, and, moreover, the price of a ton of grain was taken as equivalent to that of a ton of baked bread. In reply to the remarks of the members of the Central Committee that the price of a ton of bread must be much higher than that of a ton of grain, because of the additional expense of milling and baking, and that cottons was generally much dearer than gram was also borne out by their prices in the W.R.L.D. market, the authors of the proposal could find nothing coherent to say. So wrote Stalin in April 1952, but some 40 years later, pricing policy had improved so Little that Gorbakov could cite the example of pigs being fed bread by collective farmers. Because the price of bread was lower than that of grain. When the relative prices of things differ systematically from their relative costs of production, it becomes impossible for people to choose cost methods of production. This produces a general decline in economic efficiency. Elaboration 3. Unlike capitalism, previously existing socialism lacked an inbuilt mechanism to economize on the use of labor, and thus to raise its productivity. The fundamental economic justification of any new production technology has to be its ability to produce things with less effort than before. Only by the constant application of such immentlance throughout the economy can we gain more free time to devote either to leisure or to the satisfaction of new and more sophisticated tastes. This implies that socialist production workers must seek always to economize on time. Time is, as Adam Smith said, our original currency by which we purchase from nature all our wants and necessities. A moment of it needlessly squandered is lost forever. A socialist system will only be historically superior to capitalism if it proves better at husbanding time. The wealth of capitalist societies is of course unevenly divided, but its inbuilt tendency to advance the productivity of labor underpins the continuing progressive role of capitalist economic relations. Had capitalism lost this potential, as some Marxists believed in the 1930s, then it would long ago have lost out in competition with the Soviet bloc. In a capitalist economy, manufacturers are driven by the desire for profit to minimize costs. These costs include wages. Firms often introduce new technology in order to cut the workforce and reduce labor costs. Although this use of technology is frequently against the direct interest of workers, who lose their jobs, it is to the ultimate benefit of society. For it is through these economies labor that the living standards of the society is raised. The benefits of technical change are unevenly spread, the employer stands to gain more than the employee, but in the end, it is upon its ability to foster technological improvements that capitalism's claim to be a progressive system is based. The need to accept new labor-saving technology is generally recognized within the trades unions, who seek only to regulate the terms of its introduction so that their members share in the gains. It is a very naive form of socialism that criticizes technical change under the pretext that it causes unemployment. The real criticism that can be levied at capitalist economies in this regard is that they are too slow to adopt labor-saving devices because labor is artificially cheap. A good example of this could be seen in the computer industry. In the 1950s, IBM developed highly automated machinery to construct the core memories for their computers. As demand grew, their facto fees became more and more automatic. In 1965 they even had to open an entire new production line just to make the machines that Visa would make the computers. Still, they could not keep up with demand. The situation was becoming desperate. Then a newly appointed manager at Kingston, who had spent several years in Japan, proposed that workers in the Orient could be found with sufficient manual dexterity and patience to wire core planes by hand. Taking bags of cores, rolls of wire, and core frames to Japan, he returned 10 days later with hand-tired core planes as good as those that had been wired by automatic tire feeders at the Kingston plant. It was slow and tedious work, but the cost of labor in the once was so low that production costs were actually lower than with fill automation. Kingston CP 209. But in this respect the USSR was even worse. The USSR subsidized food, rent, children's clothes, and other necessities. The subsidy on basic goods compensated for low money wages. But subsidies, and social services had to be paid for out of the profits of nationalist industries. For these to make a profit, wages had to be kept low, and low wages meant that the Subsidies had to be retained. The worst aspect of all this was that enterprises were encouraged by the cheapness of labor to be profligate with it. Why introduce modern automated machinery if labor was so cheap? Besides, it created work and prevented unemployment, real voodoo economics. True enough. Any socialism worthy of the name must prevent unemployment, but that is not the same as creating unnecessary work. It's better to automate as fast as possible whilst reducing the working week. Elaboration for nationalist ownership of industry held back international economic cooperation in comparison to the capitalist world. Modern capitalist industry is dominated by big multinational firms. Only these have the resources and size of market to reap economies of scale and meet the heavy research costs demanded by competition. The nationalist enterprises of Eastern Europe and to a lesser extent the USSR were just too small to gain such benefits. 3. Argument for thesis. The political failures of the left in this situation stem from the lack of a programmatic conception of how a socialist economy should be operated. The bourgeoisie intimationally entered the current crisis of socialism with a well-developed critique of the failings of the socialist economies. Alongside this critique went a program of economic measures to solve the crisis. Political leaders in the socialist bloc were at first unwilling to recognize that the societies that they controlled were fundamentally sick. Those most ready to point this out, both East and West, were the intellectual and political right. They saw the chance to seize power and impose their own cure on the patient. By the time modernizing wings arose in the communist and social democratic movement, their modernism consisted of little more than the adoption of some vulgarized form of right-wing neoclassical economics. As Keynes said back in 1935, the ideas of economists and political philosophers, both when they are right and when they are wrong, are more powerful than is commonly understood. Indeed, the world is ruled by little else. Practical men, who believe themselves to be quite exempt from any intellectual influences, are usually the slaves of some defunct economist. Madmen and authority, who hear voices in the air, are distilling their frenzy from some academic scribbler of a few years back. So Gorbachev his great role and Gould in his lesser one echo pro-market economists like Lieberman, Sikhnov and ultimately von Mises underscore the radical movements of the 60s and 70s. Whether workers and students in the West or Red Guards the East were too far from real centers of power and too diffuse in their aims to pose a practical alternative. 4. Argument for thesis. Marxist economic theory, conjunction myth information technology provide the basis on which a viable socialist economic program can be advanced. This is obviously a complex case to make out, and I can only give a few key points here. Proposition 3. Using modern computers it is possible to efficiently plan an economy in terms of natural units without recourse to the intermediary of money or markets. Bourgeois writers such as have argued that the vast number of different products a modern industrial economy makes detailed planning impossible. Planners, he asserts, are forced to work in terms of aggregates. They can only specify general targets like we need 500 million screws, but they fail to say how many 5 mm scrabs, 1 ohm screws etc. are needed. As a result, the wrong mix of screws gets produced. It is impossible, they assert, to do planning in terms of use values or natural units. In consequence, they say, money and markets have to be brought in. This assertion is false. The technical mathematics of the argument is complex, but Alan Cottrell and I demonstrated that modem supercomputers are capable of solving the millions of equations, the equations necessary for a complete plan, in a matter of minutes. What would have been an impossibly complex problem to solve by the old bureaucratic means, has become an eminently practical proposition using modem information technology. Such a computerized planning system could respond to events far faster than any market could hope to do, thus undermining the main objection raised by bourgeois economists as to the unwieldy nature of socialist planning. Proposition 4: Socialism requires the abolition of money and its replacement by a system of remuneration based on labor time. This is the key to promoting both equity and technological advance. It is clear both from a reading of Marx's own work, and from the whole tenor of 19th century socialism, that it was a common assumption that socialism would involve the abolition of money and the introduction of a system of payment based on labor vouchers. The individual producer receives back from society after the deductions have been made exactly what he gives to it. What he has given to it is his individual quantum of labor. For example, the social working day consists of the sum of individual hours of work. The individual labor time of the individual producer is the part of the social working day contributed by him, his share in it. He receives a certificate from society that he has furnished such and such an amount of labor, and with this certificate he draws from the social stock of consumption as much as the same amount of labor costs. The same amount of labor he has given to society in one form he receives back in another. C. Marx qualified this as being only a first step towards greater equality, but it is far more radically egalitarian than anything achieved by hitherto existing socialism. The principle of payment in labor time recognizes only two sources of inequality in income: that some people may work longer than others, or, a piecework system, some may work faster. It eliminates all other income inequalities based upon class, race, sex, grade, or professional qualification. Also, by forcing workplaces to pay workers the full value created by their labor, it eliminates the squandering of labor brought about by low pay, and encourages the introduction of labor-saving innovation. It provides, moreover, a rational and scientifically well-founded basis for economic calculation. If goods are labeled with the labor required to make them, the arbitrary and irrational character of the old Soviet price system is avoided. Proposition 5: Consumer goods prices should be set at market clearing levels, and the discrepancies between these prices and the values of goods used to determine the optimal levels of production. Given that supplies of and demand for goods is never exactly equal, it is only average prices that should equal labor values. Individual items in short supply would sell at a premium, balanced by those in oversupply selling at a discount. These premiums and discounts can them guide the planning authorities to decide which goods to produce more of, and which to produce less of. Note that this does not in any way presuppose the existence of private trade. Proposition 6: The funding of the surplus product should come from taxes on income, approved by referendum. In any society a certain proportion of the social product must be set aside for investment, and to support those unable to work, etc. In a socialism based on labor values, this would be expressed as a deduction of so many hours work a week that had to be performed for the community. If the phrase had not been purloined, one might call it the community charge. In the countries of hitherto existing socialism, the decision as to how the social working day was to be divided between necessary and surplus labor time was taken by the government. As, over time, the government became alienated from the working classes, the process became exploitative. The state as an alien power was depriving the workers of the fruits of their labor. To prevent this, it is essential that the division of the working day between social and necessary labor be decided by the working class itself, rather than by a government which claims to act in its interests. There should be an annual vote by the working population to decide on the level of the community charge. A multiple choice ballot could allow the people to decide between more public services or more consumption. Only when the surplus product is provided voluntarily does it cease to be exploitation. 5. Explanation of thesis. The communist movement has never developed a correct constitutional program. In particular, it has accepted the misconception that elections are a democratic form. Proposition 7. Soviets and elections on universal suffrage are both ultimately aristocratic forms of government. Aristocracy means MLE by the best. In a feudal society, are self-evidently the best, most honorable, most noble elements of society. But this does not limit aristocracy as a principle to feudalism. Aristocracy simply means an elitist system of government. Aristotle argued that any political system based upon elections is an aristocracy. It introduces the deliberate element of choice, of selection of the best, the aristoi, place of government by all of the people. What he implies, as would be evident to any Marxist, is that the best people in a class society will be the better off. The poor, the scum, and the riffraff are of course unsuitable candidates for election. Wealth and respectability go together. In a bourgeois parliamentary system, this aristoi is comprised in the main of men of high social status, lawyers, businessmen, etc. In a Soviet system, the aristoi who get elected onto the local Soviets, and still more those who get promoted from the local to the Supreme Soviets, are initially the elite of the working class. They are the politically active, the class conscious, the self-confident, in short, activists of the Communist Party. The leading role of the Communist Party translates it, in an electoral mechanism with a purely proletarian constituency, into the aristocracy of labor. As such, it becomes prey to the characteristic corruptions of aristocracy. Soviets, based as they are on the electoral principle, transform themselves from instruments of proletarian democracy into their opposite. This degeneration is not accidental, not to be explained away by historical contingencies, but inevitable. Elaboration 5. Democracy is an ancient term for a type of popular rule based upon mass assemblies and selection of officials by lot. What has come to be termed democracy in the 20th century has almost nothing in common with this original meme. The political systems that currently label themselves democracies are all oligarchies. The fact that they can still get away with calling themselves democracies is one of the most remarkable confidence tricks in history. In his dystopian novel 1984, Orwell makes ironic reference to Newspeak, a dialect of English so corrupted that phrases like freedom is slavery, or war is peace, could pass unremarked. What he was alluding to is the power of language to control our thoughts. When those in authority can redefine the meanings of visa, RCLS, they make subversion literally unthinkable. The phrase parliamentary democracy is an example of newspeak, a contradiction in disguise. Go back to the Greek origins of the democracy. The second half of the word means power, or rule. Hence we have autocracy, rule by one man, aristocracy, rule by the aristoi, the best people, the elite. Democracy meant rule by the demos. Most commentators translate this MLE by the people, but the word demos had a more specific meaning. It meant rule by the common people, or MLE by the poor. Aristotle, describing the democracies of his day, was quite explicit about the fact that democracy meant MLE by the poor. Countering the argument that democracy simply meant rule by the majority, he gave the following example. Suppose a total of 1:300, 1:000 of these are rich, and they give no share in office to the 300 poor, who are also free men and in other respects like them. No one would say that these 1,300 lived under a democracy. But he says this is an artificial case, due to the fact that the rich are everywhere few, and the poor numerous. As a specific definition he gives: a democracy exists whenever those who are free and are not well off, being in a majority, are in sovereign control of the government, an oligarchy when control lies in the hands of the rich and better born, these being few. In the original meanings of the words, what exists even countries that are termed parliamentary democracies is oligarchy, not democracy. In its origins, democracy meant MLE, by the working poor. In modern language, Naker's power or proletarian rule. We can see how far a parliamentary system is from a democracy in practice by looking at the actual institutions of the democratia. 5.1 Institutions of classical democracy. The first and most characteristic feature of democratia, it is ruled by the majority vote of all citizens. This was generally by a show of hands at a sovereign assembly or ecclesia. The sovereignty of the demos was not delegated to an elected chamber of professional politicians, as in the bourgeois system. Instead, the ordinary working people, those days the peasantry and traders, gathered together en masse to discuss, debate and vote on the issues concerning them. The similarity befits the ecclesia and those spontaneous organizations of modem workers' democracy, the mass strike meetings that are so hated by the bourgeois world, is immediately apparent. The second important institution were the people's law courts or dicasteria. These courts had no judges, instead the dicasts acted as both judge and jury. The dicasts were chosen by lot from the citizen body, using a sophisticated procedure of voters' tickets and allotment machines, and once in cold, decisions were taken by ballot and could not be appealed against. It was regarded by Aristotle that control of the courts gave the demos control of the constitution. There was no government as such, instead the day-to-day running of the state it is entrusted to a council of officials drawn by lot. The council had no legislative powers and was responsible merely for enacting the policies decided upon by the people. Participation in the state was restricted to citizens. This excluded women, slaves and medics, or in modem terms resident aliens. Only where skill was essential, as military commanders, Ada's election considered safe. The contrast with our political and military system could not be more striking. Written in 1004. References: Aristotle, The Politics, English translation by T_A Sinclair, Penguin, London, 1962. L2J. Cockshott, W_P_, Application of Artificial Intelligence Techniques to Economic Planning, Journal of Future Computer Systems, 1990. Cottrell, A2 Cockshott 2P_ Labor Value and Socialist Economic Calculation, Economy and Society, Volume 18, February 1989. Finlay, M. Democracy Ancient and Modern, Hogarth Press, London, 1985. Marx, K., Critique of the Gotha Programme, People's Publishing House, Peking, 1972. Marx, K., Capital, A Critique of Political Economy, Volume IL, Progress Publishers. Moscow, 1971. Nove, A2 The Economics of Feasible Socialism, George Allen and Unwin, Inden. 1983. Pugh, W., et al., IBAT's 350 and Early 370 Systems, MIT Press, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Cambridge, 1991. L2J. Stalin, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, People's Publishing House. Peking, 1972. Reform and Revolution in Leninist Politics. In the aftermath of the collapse of the USSR, there is a strong pressure on the left to abandon Marxism-Leninism. Various anarchist and libertarian views on the left and social democratic ones on the right have come into greater prominence. I wish to argue that, although Marxism-Leninism may have serious weaknesses when it comes to how to organize a socialist society, it still stands head and shoulders any ultimatum on how to conduct political class struggle for socialism. Marxism-Leninism is the application of rational science to politics, and the service of communism. It is the political method of communist parties. These parties have as their aim the creation of a classless society, which they call communism. Marxist-Leninists are not the only people who say they want a classless society. Most socialists and anarchists would also share this aim. THIRD-WORLDISM makes a Leninist strategy different is the way it combines rational economic analysis with agitation, propaganda, organization and military leadership to achieve its ends. Marxist analysis of society. The purpose of Marxist-Leninist theory is to allow communists to analyze economic and political conditions in sufficient detail to provide the basis for an effective political line. An effective political line is one which produces the maximum gains possible in the current situation. Politics is the struggle to control or influence state power. Political class struggle always takes place within a particular state, and since economic and political conditions differ from country to country, Marxist-Leninist analysis must focus on the specific conditions the party's home state. In the past it has been straightforward to identify which is the home state. With the process of European Union it is getting harder. We currently under a dual system of state power, in which the EC is still the weaker element. Once a single currency and European military command system are established, the EC will have become the dominant element. At that point, the establishment of an all-Europe Communist Party will be necessary. A Communist Party must have an analysis of economy and class structure of the state that it operates in if it is to have an effective political strategy. Classic examples of this type of analysis are Lenin's The Development of Capitalism in Russia, and Mao's analysis of the classes in Chinese society. The purpose of this analysis is, in Mao's words, to answer the question, are our enemies? Who are our friends? This analysis cannot be arrived at by a priori reasoning. It requires an investigation. It requires the application of Marxist political economy to contemporary economic conditions. This analysis seeks to answer several questions. THIRD-% are the systems of exploitation this country exploits whom? Who suffers from exploitation and who benefits from it? It is not enough to answer these questions in a general fashion, to say simply that workers are exploited by capitalists. For a start, there will be other non-capitalist forms of exploitation. In China the exploitation of peasants by landlords was more important than capitalist exploitation. Here one has to take into account exploitation through rent and debt and the exploitation of women by their husbands and sons. 2. Which economic systems are growing and which are shrinking? In Lenin's time it was a matter of arguing that communal peasant agriculture was being replaced by capitalist agriculture, and thus that the populist demand to return to communal agriculture was unrealistic. This could only be proven by detailed examination of government statistics. We need to know which categories of activity are growing and which are shrinking. In terms of things like local government work, bank employees, sales employees, security guards, factory work, the self-employed. 3. THIRD-% are the contradictions inherent in the economy that may cause a crisis. 4. X percentage classes are our friends and which classes are our enemies? What are the just demands that unite our friends and isolate our enemies? Once we know the answers to these questions, then we have to work out what are the possible courses of development of our society. There is no point to politics unless there is more than one future open to us. We have to identify, in general terms, what futures are possible so that we can fight for the one that is in the interests of the working class. Marxist-Leninist politics in stable periods. Changes in society are due chiefly to the development of the internal contradictions in society, that is, the contradiction between the productive forces and the relations of production, the contradiction between classes, and the contradiction between the old and the new. It is the development of these contradictions that pushes society forward and gives the impetus for the supersession of the old society by the new. Capitalism is often stable for quite long periods. There are always contradictions in capitalism, but when exploitation and the accumulation of capital are proceeding smoothly, then class antagonisms remain latent rather than explosive and are not manifest in open social conflict. Exploitation of wage labor always leads to struggles over wages and working conditions, but at most times only a tiny minority of workers are engaged in strikes, work to rules, etc. This background noise of class struggle in no way threatens the social order. In stable periods, the existing form of state, laws of property and system of ideology correspond with the needs of the economic base. They allow capital to accumulate and the economy to go on developing. Examples of such periods in Britain were the late Victorian period and the 1950s and 60s. Stable periods greatly restrict the activities of revolutionary parties. Since there is not objective social need for them, they can all too easily degenerate into sectarian irrelevance. Although unable to intervene in national politics, the communists should still engage in political activity. It may not at these times be able to wield mass influence, but it must prepare theoretically, politically and organizationally for the time when it can. It must deepen its understanding of society so that it can identify the contradictions that may come to the fore in a time of crisis. It must educate workers in Marxist theory so that they have the knowledge and skill required to analyze a crisis situation when it arises. It must ALD such mass struggles as do occur, and by its practical assistance gain the reputation of being selflessly committed to the interests of the working class as a whole. It must fight for such reforms as would improve the immediate conditions of life of the restructuring crises. Relative stability is the normal condition of capitalism. Revolutionary crises are very rare. This is why overtly revolutionary parties rarely have a mass following. Since revolutionary situations may occur only once in a century, there would be little scope for communist politics were it not for the fact that lesser, restructuring crises occur more frequently. The development of capitalism goes through phases. During the stable periods, the superstructure corresponds well to the needs of the base. The economy establishes a pattern of growth and capital accumulates. But as it does so, the process of gradual quantitative development eventually produces qualitative changes. Gradual changes in property ownership and in the sizes of different social classes undermine the original conditions to growth and lead to economic difficulties. This is very abstract. A couple of historical examples will make this clearer. A. Period leading up to World War I. In the 19th century, the expansion of capitalism in Britain had rested on the foundations of a growing working class and international free trade. The application of capitalism to agriculture along with a high birth rate ensured a constant flow of population from the countryside into the cities. This provided a pool of unemployed who could be hired at low wages, and the instability of the working population hindered the formation of trades unions, except in skilled trades. At the same time, the head start that British capitalism had over other countries meant that international trade provided a ready market for the ever-growing output of British industry. However, the profitable export of machinery from Britain promoted industrialization of other countries, thus creating rivals on the world market. The process of urbanization eventually drained the reserve army of labor from the countryside. Year. Percent urban. Percentage of population classified as urban. 1951. 79. 1801. 25. 1851. 1901. 75. As a result, two of the essential preconditions of the period of stability were removed. Internationally, competition with other capitalist powers led to militarism. Domestically, the stabilization of the proletariat led to increasing trades union membership, strikes of ever increasing militancy. British capitalism could not go on as before. From about 1910 onwards it entered a restructuring crisis, which, through wars and recessions, was not eventually resolved until the reforms of the 1945 government laid the basis for a new period of stable growth. B. The period from 1950 to 1979. The period from 1950 till the mid-1970s saw rapid and stable economic growth. Capital accumulated rapidly and there were big increases in real wages, in stark contrast to the early years of this century. For the first 50 years of the century there was effectively no growth in real wages. IV had workers gained in good years, they lost in the bad. At the same time the bourgeoisie devoted a trivial proportion of their profits to capital accumulation, consuming the rest in a parasitic fashion. Capital accumulation as percent profit. 18. 4. 14. 3. 68. 72. 262. Year. 1900. 1910. 1920. 1930. 1940. 1950. 1960. 1970. 1976. Index of real wages. 100. 94_3. 100.6. 1042. 98. 101.6. 123.3. 144_3. 193.7. After 1950 the picture changed. In the next 25 years real wages almost doubled, whilst accumulation either took up the greater part of profits or even exceeded them. These changes were the effect of the progressive restructuring of capitalism that had taken place after the war, nationalization of major industries, exchange controls and Keynesian full employment policies. These changes restricted the role of the free market and introduced an element of conscious planning of economic activity. As such they were steps, albeit small and limited ones, towards socialism. It was called at the time a mixed economy, since it mixed elements of state capitalism with private capitalism. The objectively progressive nature of state capitalism compared to private capitalism meant that both the productive forces and the working class benefited. Dialectics claims that there are contradictions in everything. The Keynesian W. Socha 1. Democratic solutions to the problems of the first half of the century created new contradictions which, by the 1970s, came to a head. There were a whole complex of contradictions. 2. 3. 4. 5. A long period of full employment had allowed strong trades union organization to develop. It was this which enabled workers to improve their real wages. The rapid accumulation of capital meant that more capital equipment was employed per worker. Since surplus value could only be made from the exploitation of living labor, this meant that only a diminishing portion of the capital stock was contributing to the production of surplus value. In consequence, the rate of profit fell. the enlargement of the state employment, armed forces, civil service, NHS and local government work diminished the number of workers directly exploited by the capital. Since only nakers employed out of capital produce surplus value, this either diminished the rate of profit. As real wages improved, and more workers won pension schemes, savings by wage and salary earners increased. This encouraged the flooding of high streets with banks, building societies and insurance companies, all of which were basically unproductive activities. The absorption of capital and labor in these parasitic activities undermined the rate of profit. High levels of saving meant a smaller portion of wages being spent on consumption. The consequent underconsumption created ever stronger recessionary tendencies and, at the same time, expanded the money supply in the hands of the banks. The result was a combination of unemployment and inflation, stagflation as it was called, that had never been seen before. The result was a new restructuring crisis, a period of economic stagnation and intensified class struggle similar to that of the first decades of the century. The contradictions meant that a restructuring of production relations were an objective necessity. Two types of restructuring were possible: a reactionary one carried out under bourgeois pressure, or a progressive one carried out under working class pressure. We now know, all too well, which one took place. Responsibility of left. The Len, who are very willing to debate what went wrong in Russia, are a lot less willing to ask what mistakes their strategy contributed to that victory of Thatcherism. It proved such a disaster to the working class. None of the left had a clear Marxist analysis or Leninist strategy for the situation. That they not faced up to their mistakes in the last crisis bodes ill for the next. The several strands of thinking which influenced the left did not correspond precisely. Organizational divisions. One strand was Trotskyist catastrophism, most clearly embodied in the but shared at times by others. According to this, Britain was in an immediately pre-revolutionary period, which, by means of a general strike, could be turned into an actual. This view, which involved a strong dose of wishful thinking, was not widely workers' revolutionary party held. A more common attitude was syndicalist economism, according to which the key task was to encourage and support trades union militancy, to fight for structural reforms, was stigmatized as a reformist distraction from the reality of class struggle. The key thing was to preserve the independence of the trades unions, defend free collective bargaining, and oppose incomes policies. This view was widely held, from the WR_P, through the SWP 46 to the trades union base of the CP. The only view with any economic analysis to support it, was taken by the Benite left and the CP leadership, who put forward the alternative economic strategy. This was the only politically serious response. The ultimately decisive response was that of the Labour government, who, with no strategy for structural reform, sought an ad hoc social compact with the TUC to swap wage restraint for a full employment. Neither party to the negotiations was capable of delivering its side of the bargain. With the benefit of hindsight, it is possible to see that the best communist strategy would have had more in common with the Benite/CP position than any of the others. It would have concede that the situation was not revolutionary. The state retained a monopoly of armed force, the army was loyal, and the proletariat completely disarmed. The key objective thus had to be to aid in the most radical and progressive reforms. Genuinely progressive reforms would not only resolve the immediate economic crisis, but would strengthen the social position of the working class, as those of 1945 to 50 had done. What was required was a decisive shift of the economy towards fully fledged state capitalism. A rough idea of what would have been required can be gained from reading Lenin's pamphlet The Impending Catastrophe and How to Combat It. The key measures would have been bringing the financial institutions under state control, state direction of investment to ensure that profits and savings were productively immersed, a prices and incomes policy regulated by a House of Labor, made up of shop stewards delegates, introduction of workers' control, with a majority on company boards being trades on delegates, replacement of professional army with a Swiss-style defense system to guard against the danger of military coups. These are obviously not revolutionary socialist measures. They would have been radical state capitalist ones designed to resolve the crisis on terms favorable to the workers' movement. Had such gains been won, then the next restructuring crisis, occurring perhaps in the early 6th Socialist Workers' Party years of the next century, would have posed the question of a transition from state capitalism to socialism. Since restructuring was objectively needed, and since the workers' movement had no coherent policy for it, the way was open for the reactionary restructuring of Thatcher to be presented under the totalitarian banner that there is no alternative. Revolutionary crises. A revolutionary crisis is one in which there is a real possibility of state power passing from the hands of the ruling class. In all such conjunctures, the immediately decisive element is military force. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun, at least in a crisis it does. That force is decisive, does not imply it must be used. What is important is that the ruling class should no longer be able to call on effective violence to impose its will. This may be the result of defeat in an earlier war. In Poland, for instance, the combined effect of the German invasion, the execution of the officer class by the Soviets at Katyn, and the suppression of the Warsaw Uprising, left the bourgeoisie no effective armed forces. It may be the result of war weariness and the army, which refuses to obey orders. Examples of this are the February 1917 in Russia or the 1975 revolution in Portugal. It may be possible for power to be transferred peacefully, due to the collapse of the executive organs of the state and a consequent lack of coordination in the army. To example, the initial establishment of the Paris Commune after the collapse of the imperial government. The highest form of class struggle is revolutionary civil war. In this, the armed forces of the reactionaries are crushed and the former milers forced to flee. Examples of these are the wars led by Cromwell, Toussaint L'Ouverture, Lincoln, Trotsky, Mao, Castro, Ho Chi Minh and Jup_. The importance of the military factor in revolutions is so obvious that it scarcely needs to be emphasized. Even where, as in the Paris Commune, the initial transfer of power is peaceful, it has to be followed by the construction of a revolutionary army. Without a people's army, the people have nothing. It is sheer adventurism to advance revolutionary objectives in a period when military factors make the transfer of power impossible. Against every democratic and constitutional prejudice, it has to be emphasized that the military situation determines where effective state power lies in a revolutionary conjuncture. Repeated experience has shown that a well-disciplined army under decisive centralist command can suppress any threat to state power other than a superior army. An army cannot be defeated by trades unions or other piecemeal organizations of the working class. To say that the military question is decisive in revolutionary situations, does not mean that the revolution reduces to a question of military organization. A revolutionary état is a war of the masses and can be waged only by mobilizing the masses and relying on them. This requires that the party have a correct policy of forming a revolutionary alliance of all the oppressed, the policy of uniting all who can be united against the principal enemy. The fact that the struggle has taken an extreme form, war, does not imply that the immediate program of CP should be extreme. The social aims of the People's War in China were a comparatively moderate program of land reform. It aimed to unite the rural proletariat and peasantry as a whole against the landowners. Specifically socialist objectives, the formation of cooperatives and communes, were delayed until after the victory of the People's War. Revolutionary struggle in developed countries. What should be the attitude of communists in Britain to the military question? It is not enough to effectively ignore it by asserting that the troops, who are from working class backgrounds, would not consent to be used against workers. This is wishful thinking. There are 4 other approaches which at least deserve to be taken seriously. Turning imperialist war into class war. This is what Lenin advocated during the First World War. The strategy worked in Russia. The preconditions for this are: a. The existence of an imperialist war. B. That it is prolonged. C. That it is not an all-out nuclear war. D. That there is little prospect of our side. WMMNG_. The Cold War and nuclear defense prevented imperialist wars, and made this strategy irrelevant for its duration. If imperialist war re-emerges as a danger, this would again be an appropriate strategy. 2. Reforming the armed forces. This strategy was advocated by Peter Tatchell and others on the left of the Labour Party. They aimed to replace a professional army with one based on a short period of conscription. General military training similar to the Swiss or former Yugoslav models. A long myth. This would go an attempt to change the class composition of the officer corps. This approach has a precedent in the classical social democratic program, which called for a replacement of the standing army by an armed populace. Some support for it can be found in Engels' article, The Prussian Military Question and the German Workers' Party. In this, Engels argued that a conscript army with a short period of service, which depended for its effectiveness on a general mobilization, was an unsuitable instrument for the execution of a military coup. Whether such reforms would be sufficient to prevent a military coup in a time of social crisis cannot be said for sure, but in comparison with Britain's current mercenary army, they would certainly be a democratic advance. There is a strong case for the workers to demand such reforms from a Labour government. 3. Urban guerrilla warfare. The Maoist strategy of People's War has been successfully applied in several colonial or semi-colonial countries. This involves using the countryside to surround the towns, building up red base areas, and through protracted struggle, going from guerrilla war to a general offensive. No attempt to apply this in an urban context has yet resulted in victory. The nearest to an example was probably the Algerian War of Independence, but this was primarily a war of national rather than social liberation. This has led most Marxists to conclude that urban guerrilla struggle is inappropriate in developed capitalist countries. It is pointed out that the nature of guerrilla struggle inevitably leads to the guerrillas going underground and becoming isolated from the class. European experience seems to bear this out. The attempts by the Red Army faction and the Red Brigades, though sustained for several years, never rose above isolated Turksarism and have ceased to be a danger to the state. But it would be a mistake to conclude that this is inevitably the case. An apparent counter-example is close to home in Ireland. There, a guerrilla war has been going on for more than 20 years. It has not become isolated from the population. Indeed, a significant share of the working class vote goes to candidates who openly espouse the armed struggle. The fact that it has not long since been victorious is attributable not to military but to political factors. The political program of the IRA limits its appeal to around 25% of the population. Without a political program capable of broadening their base, they are unable to Break out of the stalemate. Unlike the RAF and the Red Brigades, whose impetus came at first from the student movement, the nucleus of the IRA came from a section of the working class. It is this which enables them to move through the population like Mao's fish through water. It is their strong ties with the working class Catholic population that prevents their eradication by the state. It thus remains possible that a genuinely working class organization, with a well thought out political program, could pursue the strategy of guerrilla war to a successful conclusion. 4. Formation of Workers' Defense Guards. Trotsky raised the slogan of trades union defense guards that would go over from defending pickets to form the nucleus of a Red Army. In the USA there has been a strong tradition of strikers forming armed guards to defend picket lines against scabs. This is doubtless helped by the U.S. Constitution, which secures the liberty to carry and bear arms. Such workers' guards were successfully deployed in the 1948 Communist Revolution in Prague. In Britain nascent workers' guards existed in the hit squads formed during the miners' strike. It is, however, hard to see how such forces could go on to challenge state power in this country, where the general populace is completely disarmed. Document dates from about 1992. Review of Mike McNair's Revolutionary Strategy. Mike McNair of the Communist Party of Great Britain has recently written a book whose avowed aim is to reformulate left strategy along Koskian lines. One might say, surely this is a retrograde step politically. But in a sense a movement towards Koskiism would be an advance for the official communist movement. McNair distinguishes between the Koskian trend and the right wing in social democracy. Besides, recalling how much of orthodox Leninism is actually Koskiism second-hand, McNair makes the very accurate observation that the coalitionist policy of the right wing of the Second International has been, since 1945, the policy of Second International socialists and official communists, alike. The substantive difference between them, before first Euro-communism and then the fall of the USSR, was that official communists proposed for each country a socialist liberal coalition that would commit to geopolitical formal neutrality, combined with friendly relations with the Soviet bloc. With the Soviet sheet anchor gone, the majority of the former official communists are at best disoriented, and at worst form the right wing of governing coalitions. A key discriminating feature of the Koskian tendency was its opposition to coalitions. Bourgeois parties and an insistence that it would only enter into government when it had the requisite majority to rule unaided. In this sense then, a move to Koskiism would amount to a considerable radicalization of communists in Europe. So the book is significant. I will argue, however, that it is marked by a failure to go beyond certain fatal limits of classical social democracy, and also by a failure to have any positive theory of socialism. This lack of a theory of socialism is first evident in the non-treatment of the history of the USSR and China, and later in a failure to spell out a hat-soft of economy the socialist should be fighting for. On the first point McNair writes, under the Soviet-style bureaucratic regimes there was no objective tendency towards independent self-organization of the working class. Rather, there were episodic explosions, but to the extent that the bureaucracy did not succeed in putting a political cap on these, they tended towards a pro-capitalist development. The strategic line of a worker revolution against the bureaucracy, whether it was called political revolution, as it was by the orthodox Trotskyists, or social revolution, by state capitalism and bureaucratic collectivism theorists, lacked a material basis. He extends the argument to apply to orthodox Stalinists, who have to explain why the real Stalinists were not able to organize opposition to the restoration of capitalism. This is an interesting observation, but it has two drawbacks. Its focus is exclusively on the USSR and Eastern Europe post-World War II. It ignores the experience of China during the Cultural Revolution and, if Getty and others are to be believed, 47, the experience of the Great Purges. There was working class participation there. Did this arise from an objective tendency? 2. It could be a counsel of despair. The abolition of private capitalism is bound to rend love. The old class struggle between labor and capital over profits. If such trade union struggle is a precondition of class consciousness, then socialism is bound to remove that class. J. A. Getty, Origins of Great Purges, The Soviet Communist Party, Rico Weidard, 1933-1938 Cambridge 1985. Consciousness, whether it is bureaucratic socialism or not. What then is to be the social basis of resistance to capitalist restoration? McNadra argues with respect to the USSR, what happened instead was to render concrete the 1850s warnings of Marx and Engels against the premature seizure of power in Germany, which formed the basis of Koschei's caution in the 1890s and 1900s. By choosing to represent the peasantry and other petty proprietors, the workers' party disabled itself from representing the working class, but instead became a soft of collective Bonaparte. The Bolshevik leaders could see and feel it happening to themselves, and in 1919-23 the Comintern flailed around with a succession of short-lived strategic concepts, each of which would, it was hoped, break the isolation of revolution. These strategic concepts are not simply rendered obsolete by the collapse of the USSR in 1991. The fate of other socialist countries also proves them to be a strategic blind alley. This was, of course, like the argument of Koschei during the 20s. Is it valid to say that the CPS represented petty proprietors when in power? Well, there is some truth in it to the extent that, so long as petty peasant production existed, it created wings within the CPS which defended its interest, Bukharin, Gomulka, Deng. But these were just one wing, and in most cases they did not come out on top. In the USSR, private peasant agriculture was largely eliminated by collectivized lawn. And during the 1950s and 60s, state farms expanded at the expense even of collectives. In Poland after 1956 the pro-petty proprietor wing did come out on top, but that was not generally the case. In the German Democratic Republic, Czechoslovakia and Bulgaria, state or collective agriculture was the MLE. The crisis of the socialist system, Poland aside, was not generally precipitated by the demands of petty proprietors agriculture and the identification of state bureaucrats. Petty proprietors is an unconvincing throwaway phrase, not justified by any argument. Coalition. McNair writes, the policy of reform through coalition governments thus entails the displacement of the swing of the business cycle onto the weaker states and their firms and populations, and the displacement of the social polarization which capitalism produces onto polarization between nations. On the one hand, this gives the reformists negative claims their credibility, reforms are actually achieved and social polarisation is reduced in the successful states. On the other, the reformists necessarily commit themselves to sustaining and managing imperial military force. This may be TME of Germany, the or USA, but what of Sweden? It is an unsafe generalization. McNair continues, at the point of global war between the great powers, the illusory character of the policy of reform through coalition government becomes transparent. All that maintains the reformists are mass fear of the consequences of military defeat and direct support from the state in the form of repression of their left opponents. Thus both 1914-18 and 1939-45 produced major weakening of the reform policy within the workers' movement and the growth of alternatives. In the event, after 1945, the destruction of British world hegemony enabled a new long phase of growth, and reformism was able to revive. We are now on the road to another collapse of reformist politics but what is lacking is a strategically plausible. While the point above is sound, McNair then attacks the slogan, all power to the Soviets, but all power to the Soviets, was also illusory in another sense. Before they withered away into mere fronts for the Russian Communist Party, the Soviets did not function like parliaments or governments or even the Paris Commune in continuous session. They met discontinuously, with executive committees managing their affairs. Though the Bolsheviks took power in the name of the Soviets, in reality the Central All-Russia coordination of the Soviets was provided by the political parties Mensheviks and SRS, and later Bolsheviks. It was Somarkom, the government phoned by the Bolsheviks and initially, including some of their allies, and its ability to reach out through the Bolshevik Party as a national organization, which so-ed the crisis of authority affecting Russia in 1917. The point is simply that the problem of decision-making authority is not solved by the creation of workers' councils arising out of a mass strike movement. Hence, the problem of institutional forms which will make authority answerable to the masses needs to be addressed in some way other than fetishism of the mass strike and the workers' councils. McNair says that the Koskyan Center opposed the left on the grounds that if the Workers' Party already had a majority then a mass strike visa would be pointless, whereas taking power after a strike whilst in a minority would be elitist and minoritarian against the right. They argued that taking part in a coalition would saddle the Workers' Party with responsibility for the measures taken by their middle-class allies, which, like as not, would be hostile to the working class. He sums up the strategy of the center as, when we have a majority, we will form a government and implement the whole minimum program. If necessary, the possession of a majority will give us legitimacy to coerce the capitalist, pro-capitalist and petty bourgeois minority implementing the whole minimum program will prevent the state in the future serving as an instrument of the capitalist class, and allow the class struggle to progress on terrain more favorable to the working class. The state. He criticizes the positions of the late Engels on the state as insufficient. Engels had argued that one had to fight for a democratic republic in order for a peaceful transition to socialism. By electoral means to be possible, giving the I_X and USA as examples of where this might occur. McNair argues that Engels missed the essence of the bourgeois state form. The inner secret of capitalist state form is not bourgeois democracy. Rather, it has three elements: 1, the rule of law, i.e., the judicial power; 2, the deficit financing of the state through organized financial markets; and 3, the fact that capital rules, not through a single state, but through an international state system, of which each national state is merely a part. This seems a little idiosyncratic, particularly point 2 true, states often do use deficit financing, and indeed one can argue that the growth the money supply necessary for the circuit MCM can often occur this way. But why is deficit finance the key? Surely the power to tax is more important than that, and in particular, the power to levy taxes in money rather than in kind. Along with this goes the right to issue money. The acceptability of state-issued money, and the ability to raise deficit finance, both in the end depend upon the power to tax. Without tax revenues, there would be no way to pay the interest on the national debt, and without the obligation to pay taxes in domestic currency, there would be not ability to issue money that was generally acceptable. Why too does he miss out the monopoly of armed force held by the state, the existence of a standing army, and salaried police? Why does he not mention the parliamentary state as the Characteristic constitutional form of civil society. McNair presents an interesting critique of residual nationalist traits in the writings of Marx and Engels. These are, of course, particularly marked in the late Engels, where certain Jacobin patriotic themes exist, which at a later date could provide a cover for the SPD voting. To support World War L, McNair argues plausibly that these derive in the end from the theme of the Communist Manifesto that the proletariat of each country must first of all settle matters its own bourgeoisie. McNair summarizes Lenin's line on defeatism, but argues that it was the specific character of the Great War that made it an effective strategy. Had it been a quick German victory like 1870, it would have had no purchase, and indeed, had Germany been fighting a defensive war on German soil, then Engels' advocacy of a defensist policy would have been vindicated. He also argues that the defeatist policy could never have made headway or been appropriate in the conditions of World War IL. The defeatist strategy could only work if it was applied generally in all the belligerent powers. This presupposed an international and the possibility of a generalist revolutionary crisis. Although this did not occur, McNair that the defeatist strategy was right because it was based on an important truth about the state. The key point was that the power of the state rests on the coherence of the army. An unjust and terrible war offers the chance that, by defeatist propaganda in the armed forces, one may disrupt the main coercive power of the state and thus overthrow the rule of the old dominant class. McNair argues that it was a mistake of the old Second International not to have taken seriously Engels' advocacy of democratic republican measures like universal military training, a militia and the right to bear arms. They should also have argued that the army ranks should have freedom of political speech and the right to organs in political parties and trade unions. This would have created conditions favorable to opposition to an imperialist war and, although McNair does not mention this, it would also have created conditions favorable to preventing military putschs. Democratic Republic. Mike McNair writes, the key is to replace the illusory idea of all power to the Soviets and the empty one of all power to the Communist Party with the original Marxist idea of the undiluted democratic republic, or extreme democracy, as the form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The present task of communists/socialists is therefore not to fight for an alternate government. It is to fight to build an alternative opposition, one which commits itself unambiguously to self-emancipation of the axe-king class through extreme democracy, as opposed to all the loyalist parties. This is superficially correct. Certainly in impetus it goes in the right direction. But it contains real ambiguities which only become evident when he lists his demands. When he does, then McNair makes a complete hash of it and shows that his conceptions of political democracy have completely failed to break free from bourgeois republicanism. But I am going to quibble here and argue that the phrase democratic republic is wrong from the staff. It couples two quite different ancient models, those of Athens and those of Rome. State forms which are radically distinct in terms of the degree of popular power that they permitted. The republic is Rome reborn, it is senatorial power, it is presidential power, the political form of the dominant imperial state. It is no accident that the slave-owning classes of the USA adopted a republican constitution which took Rome as its model. The social democratic movement should, republics like the USA, Germany and France, be seeking to overthrow the republican constitution and replace it with democracy. In bourgeois monarchies like Britain, Sweden or Holland to raise the slogan of republicanism. Rather than going straight for democracy, places further left than radical liberals. What does McNair give as the political measures necessary to achieve this extreme democracy? Universal military training and service, democratic political and trade union rights. The military and the right to keep and bear arms. Election and recallability of all public officials to be on an average skilled workers' wage. Abolition of official secrecy laws and of private rights of copyright and confidential ity. Self-government and the locals, i.e., the removal of powers of central government. Control and patronage and abolition of judicial review of the decisions of elected bodies. Abolition of constitutional guarantees of the rights of private property and freedom of trade. What is striking about this is what it omits. How are political decisions to be reached in this extreme democracy? Since McNair says nothing new about this, he accepts the pretensions of parliamentary government to be democratic. But, once he does that, he has sold the pass. He is accepting the basic structure of the bourgeois state designed by Hamilton and Madison, in which the people do not rule, but are given at least the illusion of influence by being able to choose which of their betters of ill rule over them. The Federalists knew their classical political theory, and they understood that in establishing a state of this form in the USA they were not establishing a democracy, but a republic. They had read their Aristotle and understood well enough that election was an anti-democratic principle. There is a third mode, in which something is borrowed from the oligarchical and something from the democratic principle. For example, the appointment of magistrates by lot is thought to be democratical, and the election of them oligarchical, democratical again when there is no property qualification, oligarchical when there is. In the aristocratical or constitutional state, one element will be taken from each. From oligarchy the principle of electing to offices. From democracy the disregard of qualification. Such are the various modes of combination. The Federalists aimed at this aristocratical or constitutional state, which was oligarchic in essence but had certain trappings of democracy in practice. Of course, the removal of property qualification came later, but the key issue was election. Initially bourgeois states had property qualifications for voting, and these could later be relaxed, but the principle of election was retained. It was quite clear from classical political theory that election was an oligarchic or aristocratic principle. It involved the deliberate selection of best people, the aristoi, to high office. And who are our betters, but the upper classes, the more educated, the more wealthy, etc. Any system of election is inherently biased against the lower classes and favors the upper classes. Elections are inherently oligarchic and elitist. Aristotle also writes, as an oligarchy is said to be a government of men of family, fortune, and education, so, on the contrary, a democracy is a government in the hands of men of no birth, indigent circumstances, and mechanical employments. 49. Look at the USA, the I_X or Germany. Do they have government by those of indigent circumstance and mechanical employment? Clearly not. Or do they have government made? Nigh emphasis, Aristotle, Politics Book 4, Part 9. 49 Aristotle #Politics Book 6, Part 2. Up of those of family, fortune and education? Clearly they do. So they, like all bourgeois states, are oligarchies, not democracies. The relabelling oft ancient oligarchic state form as democracy was the single greatest intellectual counterfeit of bourgeois epoch. Both Koski and McNair unquestioningly accepted the counterfeit at face value. They end up supporting oligarchy rather than democracy. In contrast to the oligarchic form of government, Aristotle summarized the essential components of democracy. That all the magistrates should be chosen out of all the people, and all to command each, and each in his tum all. That all the magistrates should be chosen by lot, except to those offices only which required some particular knowledge and skill. That no census S02 or a very small one, should be required to qualify a man for any office. That none should be in the same employment twice 512 or very few, and very seldom, except in the army. That all their appointments should be limited to a very short time, or at least as many as possible. That the whole community should be qualified to judge in all causes whatsoever, let the object be ever so extensive, ever so interesting, or of ever so high a nature, as at Athens, where the people at large judge the magistrates when they come out of office, and decide concern me public affairs as well as private contracts. That the supreme power should be in the public assembly, and that no magistrate should be allowed any discretionary power but in a few instances, and of no consequence to public business. Aristotle was by no means an advocate of democracy, but he attempted to provide a relatively objective description of the then available constitutional forms. His Politics provided the menu from which the classically educated founders of the U.S. Constitution placed their orders. What Aristotle was describing above is not extreme democracy no. He was listing the minimal conditions for a state to be called a democracy at all. The key principle is that, instead of being elected, public officials are chosen from the general public like a jury. Aristotle argues that in democracies the best form of magistracy or executive, is a council. If magistrates are chosen by lot, they will be untrained and lack specialist knowledge of government, but if there is a group of them, they will collectively be wiser and more competent than any one individual. There is a wisdom crowds, for the collective will contain people with many different skills and experiences. In a modern oligarchy like France, Britain, or the USA, what Aristotle called the magistracy is elected. In these elections those with education and money have a huge advantage. The election process is expensive. There are the costs of advertising and campaigning. Historically, in Europe at least, workers' parties have been able to partly get round this by collecting dues from hundreds of thousands or millions of members. But when standing candidates they usually face the hostility of the privately owned mass media, which is hard to offset. This means property qualification. This means nobody should hold the same public office twice. Aristotle, Poetic 5 Book 6, Part 2. C.J. Surowiecki Nip Silverman et al. The Wisdom of Crowds. American Journal of Physics 75, 190, 2007. They are also under pressure to present candidates who are far from being of indigent circumstances and mechanical employments. Their first generation of leaders may be of that sort, Ramsay MacDonald or Lula. But later they attempt to present candidates who are educated and polished. Obamas and Blairs. In consequence the elected representatives of popular parties tend to be from higher classes than their supporters. They tend, in consequence, to be markedly cautious in implementing the full rigor of a socialist program when in office. Democratic selection by lot suffers none of these disadvantages. It guarantees that the assembly will be dominated by the working classes. It guarantees that the assembly will be balanced in terms of sex, age, ethnic origin, etc. As such it would constitute the most favorable possible grounds for achieving a majority for socialism. If McNair really haven't to follow the logic of the working class party being the most consistent advocate of democracy, what he should be demanding is the replacement of all parliaments, councils, assemblies, and quangos by juries randomly from the population. The right of initiative and referendum, with taxes and the budget to be submitted to popular vote, and declarations of war only by popular vote. Full political rights, including the right to elect officers in the armed forces. Abolition of the judiciary and magistracy, juries to be supreme in courts, no loss of liberty without jury trial. Infuriating. One of the most interesting parts of McNair's book is his treatment of the history of internationalism. He is a strong advocate of the need for an international, but is very critical of the third and fourth underscore. The third international is criticized for its bureaucratic military command structure, which, he claims, would only have been justified in the event of a general revolutionary civil war across Europe in the 1920s. Failing that, it suppressed local initiative and the horizontal links that real internationalism required. McNair devotes a perhaps excessive critical attention to the Trotskyite international, in view of the latter's limited influence. He still sees the need for a new international but cautions, it should be apparent that the objective political conditions do not yet exist for such a struggle. But they do exist for continental united struggles for political power, which fight for continental unification, a Communist Party of Europe, a Pan-African Communist Party, and so on. A dynamic towards the continental unification of politics is already visible in bourgeois politics, not just in Europe, and in the Latin American Chavista Bolivarians underscore it is even present in an utterly deformed and reactionary manner in the Islamist movement in the Middle East. In general, what is infuriating about reading McNair, is that, although his heart and impulses are in the right place, he remains dogmatically hidebound by a particular set of historical exemplars. It is clear that his programmatic repertoire is drawn almost exclusively from the THIRD program and the first programs of the RSDLP. So, although he advocates the struggle for democracy and although he says that we must oppose parliamentary constitutionalism, the only significant constitutional measure he proposes the right of recall. It is notable that when the right of initiative was advocated by the left in the SPD in the 1890s, Koski opposed it. See the account in M. Salvador Caricotesby and the Socialists Voyodi or 4.788-938 London 1990. Now, popular votes can be easily and securely organized using telephone. The talk I'm giving today, I'm trying to combine two different things, because there was two talks I was originally asked to give, and I'm now trying to squash them both into one talk. I was asked to give a talk about ideas of leadership and democracy. I was also asked to give a talk about a transition program towards socialism in the European Union that was published in Berlin in March of this year. I'll be joining just because they believe in it. They'd not be joining because there's covered calculation off their political careers. If I join this party and work my way up, I can become prime minister. They'd be joining because they believed in it. No movement which aims to change the world can do that unless it has a strategy, and strategies have to be tied to the political and economic structures that exist at the moment, and how to change these in ways that are favorable to the social class that the movement represents. And this means that you have to have a constitutional program and you have to have an economic program. This was understood by early social democracy. It has been forgotten essentially since the Second World War by both the communist parties and the social democratic parties. First point here is that classical social democracy and to a large extent the communist parties as well were based around a nation-state. The communist philosopher Louis Althusser goes so far as to say that political parties are part of the state's ideological apparatus. All political parties then existing were part of the legitimation mechanism of the state. But the nation-state is no longer actually the focus of political power that it once was. In Europe, the coexistence of the EU and the nation-state means that nation-states are no longer economically self-governing, and secondly, the prospect that was once held that if a social democratic party of a communist party took power in one country it could install a socialist Economy in that country underscore it's unrealistic, given the scale of modem production. Back in the 1960s, Russia and Britain thought they could compete with the United States on almost any area of industry. In aircraft industry, what have you? Later it was realized that it was impossible, and in Europe for instance now only an all-European aircraft industry that can mobilize the technology to build modern airliners in the EU at the moment. The whole system is in crisis and it is very much up in the air as to whether it will survive. The problem is that the monetary union has deprived the nation-states of economic control. Sweden and Britain are different because we raise our public debt in our OX.VN currencies, but any country that has joined the monetary union raises its public debt M euros. If the public debt is raised in krona or M pounds, what it is being raised in is pieces of paper that the state itself prints. And in the end the state can always print more of those to solve the problem. The British state has done exactly that. The Irish state is not allowed to print euros. The United States raises its debt in dollars, and if it runs into problems financing its debt, it just prints more dollars. Greece, Portugal, Ireland, they can't do that. And when you have systematic inequalities between net exporters like Germany and importers and Greece and Portugal, certain states are bound to run a public sector deficit. If they run a public sector deficit, in the past they dealt with that by raising it in their OUN currency. Now they can't do that. In consequence, the social and welfare provisions of the whole of Europe are now at ransom to the interests of the rentier classes in the creditor states. I'm going to quote here from Abraham Lincoln. Any people anywhere being inclined and having the power have the right to rise up and shake off the existing government and form a new one that suits them better. This is a most valuable, a most sacred right, a right which we hope and believe it is to liberate the world. What that basic democratic principle says is that people have a right to rebel, they have a right to overthrow the existing system of government, and the only way out of these, other than a degeneration back into national competition and to the kind of bloodshed that stained the 20th century, is to radically democratize the whole of the European Union and allow a democratic people's assembly to raise taxes which can redistribute income from one part of the Union to another. Unless that happens, the kind of crisis that's affecting Portugal, Spain, Greece at the moment will become general. If one was to apply the principles of the Erfufi program, which, remember, was written in the time of Bismarck, in the time of autocracy in Germany, if one was to apply it to Europe now, you'd be saying that we need a sovereign people's assembly chosen at random from the citizens of Europe. We need taxes that can be raised by that assembly, that can be voted on by all the people of Europe, that the people of Europe can propose new laws and new legislation of any type which can then be voted on by the people as a whole. The only way you can do this would probably be to have a constituent assembly. This kind of thing could never be settled by negotiations between nation states. What kind of economic measures would you need? You'd need democratic control over the European Central Bank. Instead of it being run essentially by bankers, it would have to be run by ordinary citizens, have a supervisory board run by ordinary citizens and perhaps with economists appointed by the parliament. If we are to abolish the tyranny of debt, abolish the power of the rentier class and finance capital over Europe, you'd have to announce a general debt jubilee, you have to outlaw the payment of interest. At the moment, essentially, the European and American monetary authorities are being forced to do things like this. They're being forced to devalue the debt, they're devaluing it by quantitative easing. They're reducing the rate of interest close to zero in order to keep the economy going. But within that you see the keys to the real solution, which is to get rid of debt altogether, to get rid of interest. Altogether the European Central Bank should be placed under a legal obligation to stabilize the euro in terms of labor. You should print on euro notes how many minutes this actually represents. Currently a euro represents about 2 minutes of labor, average European labor_minutes labor creates a value of €1. We should be moving towards the sort of economic system that Marx advocated in his Critique of Gotha program, where instead of money we use non-transferable labor credits. In general the communist and social democratic movements in the 20th century thought property was the essence of socialism, gaining control of the means of production was seen as the essence of socialism. I'm saying that's a misreading. The essence of socialism is abolishing the relation of wage labor _ it is the abolition of wage slavery that is the key goal. And again I'm going to say that the historical precedent here was the most successful revolutionary of the 19th century, Abraham Lincoln, in the abolition of slavery. A constitutional amendment in the United States abolished slavery. The entire system of social relations on which the slave society had been based became unsustainable when the legal relation of chattel slavery was abolished. If the legal relation of wage slavery is abolished, the entire structure of capitalist civilization and exploitation falls. Again, a quote from Lincoln _ labor is prior to and independent of capital. Capital is only the fruit of labor and could never have existed if labor had not first existed. Labor is superior to capital and deserves much higher consideration. What would that actually mean? It would mean that the law must recognize that labor is the sole source of value added. That is scientifically the case. Capital doesn't add any value. Labor is the sole source of value added. Therefore the employees have both a moral and should have a legal right to all the value they add, and these rights should be enforceable by the courts. One of the key lessons of ancient Greek democracy is that when the people take hold of the courts of law, then they rule. So long as the courts of law are run by representatives of the upper classes, then the upper and propertied classes rule. So you'd need labor courts to be run by juries drawn from workers and judges elected by workers. Employees should therefore have the right to elect the majority of the board of any firm. Now, these things don't actually take anyone's property away. They don't violate the protection of private property that's written into the European Constitution. They just assert a higher right. They assert the right of labor not to be exploited. They assert one human right is higher than another. They don't take anyone's property away. Shareholders would still have their shares, they just receive no income from them. About the cancellation of debts. The basic cause of the current crisis was the extension of debt excessively as a relation to national income. And this inevitably occurs if you have a class who derived a majority of their income from capital. That class cannot consume all the income it receives. If it doesn't consume it, it saves it in the banks. If it deposits the money with the banks, somebody has to borrow it. The cause of the debt is the saving, the cause of the debt is the accumulation of credit. These are two sides of the balance sheet. One is inextricably associated with the other _ the European banks had become insolvent by 2008 and it's quite clear that many of them still are insolvent. Should the banks have been bailed out, or should they be allowed to fail? From the standpoint of the working class it is undoubtedly the case that the banks should be allowed to fail. The overwhelming majority of ordinary depositors with the banks were already protected by bank deposit insurance schemes, which ran up generally to the order of €30,000 per person. Very, very few people keep credit balances in the bank nath more than €30,000. On the other hand, there are huge credit balances in the banks held by the millionaire class, and the bailout of the banks was actually a bailout off deposits held by the millionaire class, which would not have been protected by the state deposit insurance schemes, had the banks failed. It was of no benefit to the majority of people. The majority of people's savings were safe. It was the millionaires and billionaires who would, i.e., lost, if the banks failed. We should be calling for the cancellation of all debts, both public and private, other than three classes of debt that should be preserved. Firms should not be able to renege on back wages to workers. People should have up to 1 year's average income guaranteed in the deposit guarantee schemes, and companies and rich individuals should not be able to get out of the back taxes they owe. All of the debt should be cancelled. That includes credit card debt, mortgage debt, the state debt. What will the effect of that be? The heavily debt-burdened firms would be able to resume economic activity. State finances would become solvent _. Consumers would be able to resume spending since they wouldn't be so heavily indebted. The banking system paradoxically would become much more liquid, since its ratio of liabilities to reserves in the form of deposits with the central bank would become much better. And the power of the rentier class would be broken. So, summary. I'm saying that the struggle for direct democracy is the lost memory of social democracy _ people forget what it stood for originally. The old forms that people have been obsessed with, the parliamentary republic or the Soviet republic, are not appropriate to the 21st century. You could have direct democracy now easily with the mobile phone. Everyone can vote easily on things. You don't have to gather everyone in the Taksim Square of Athens. You can have a virtual town square. We must win the battle for democracy in the original sense, if we are to make progress. Questions and answers. Is Athens the only possible reference in terms of democracy? Hasn't the human species lived hundreds of thousands of years in conditions of primitive democracy, in hunter-gatherer societies? Or what about the North American equa? Is Athens such a good example? Women couldn't vote, they had slaves, etc. And secondly, is it really possible to democratize the European Union? Shouldn't we rather smash it and build some kind of socialist EU? Okay, I'll try and answer that. You're correct to say that tribal society is in a sense democratic. What was unique about Greek democracy was that it was a democracy within a class society. A society where there were contrasting class interests between the peasantry and the slave-owning class, and unlike Rome, it was the peasantry that dominated through democracy. It was the peasantry and the artisans that dominated. Now you're quite right that there were 4 categories of people who didn't have the legal rights: children, women, foreigners and slaves. Now, no one is proposing that we restrict political rights now _ the point is that you take what was positive about that, which was the idea that, as C.L.R. James put it, any cook can govern. Anybody is suitable to be chosen to be on the governing body. You don't need special qualifications to truly choose people at random and let them decide. So that is the positive lesson. Obviously I'm not proposing that we introduce slavery and other Athenian laws like that. On the issue of the European Union _ think back to how the Social Democrats in Russia and Germany were operating. At the time of the Erfurt program, the German Federation had just been established, but it had been established under very undemocratic terms. They could have had the option of saying, oh, we'll smash the German Federation and go back to Bayern and establish socialism in Bayern and Württemberg. They didn't say that. They recognized that the ruling class had established a union and they would contend power in that union. If you look at Russia, they didn't say, let's smash it up into lots of small states. They said, okay, will give them the right to self-determination, because when they actually tried to have self-determination against socialist government, it turned out to be not a good idea. So effectively, they stood for the territorial union. I'm not saying that you keep the institutional structure of the European Union, but I am saying that it would be a disaster for the working classes of Europe if Europe is not united, if it's not a union. And you change the constitutional structure, but to break it back up into nation states would be a disaster, and one must oppose any tendency to demonize the European Union that at the same time lets the nation state off the hook because the nation state is worse. A question about direct democracy. What about Switzerland? Don't they have direct democracy, and yet isn't it a pretty normal conservative bourgeois state? Democracy doesn't guarantee that the working class will MLE_. What it does is that it provides the most favorable conditions for the working class movement, it provides the least obstacle to the working class exercising power. You cannot offset the actual class structure of the society _ if the class structure of a society is not favorable to the workers' movement, then it will not succeed even if it's got democracy. You could take examples from the United States where there are states which have very democratic constitutions as well, and because the overall class structure is not favorable and the ideological structure is not favorable _ it doesn't mean that the working class riles, but it is preferable to have a system which, were the working class to be conscious, it can exercise its power that way. Question: I don't have this as fresh memory, and it's a long time since I read it, so I might mix up things, but you claim that this is in Marxist tradition, right, this whole presentation? I'm certainly claiming that the economic presentation is Marxist, and I'm claiming that the political presentation is the same as the proletarian left of the German Social Democratic Party pushed. Okay, well, this whole idea with labor time receipts, didn't Marx in The Misery of Philosophy criticize Proudhon for these ideas and again in Jace in Anti-Düring against Eugen Düring, this thing that it's just an equivalent, there's still an exchange, but the thing that we want to do is to socialize production and we want to establish use values that can be bought and sold. Of course it's a transition. You have to distinguish what Marx criticized and what he saw as positive. He criticized Proudhon, but he supported Owen. Owen also advocated labor tokens. The difference was that Owen advocated it under a system of the associated producers running society, rather than independent small producers. Now, the idea of establishing labor token economy here only becomes non-capitalist if wage labor is also abolished and the long-term if tokens are made non-transferable. Talking about Owen's system, Marx said that Owen's labor tokens were no more money than a theater ticket is money. The point is they don't circulate. Ultimately, labor tokens would be issued by society to each individual in proportion to the number of hours they work. You receive back, Marx says, from the common store's goods, which require the same amount of labor, and he says yes, this does still rest on the principle of equality that bourgeois society is based on. But there would be a long historical period during which that will exist before you move to a state where some other principle can occur. Now, we can see that the case of information goods, like music from the web or free software, you can move to the free distribution now. But it is an illusion to think you could move to unlimited free distribution of goods which require environmentally limited resources. You can't do that. You have to have some proportionality between the effort someone puts in and what they get back. What happens if someone works faster or better than someone else? Are they going to get the same payment? Marx says that if someone works faster or better, they get a higher income, they're actually doing more labor and therefore they have more income, and therefore any principle of equality like that still rests on the inequality between human individuals, that some individuals, as Marx says, are stronger and satifter than others, and therefore they would have more income than others. But he says he'd move to a principle of to each according to his need. Now, people often misinterpreted that need to mean free distribution. It doesn't mean that. It essentially means that if someone has a larger family, if someone is ill or disabled, there's some objectively determinable need, they get compensation for that. But that is something which the labor movement has already won, principle at least, in Europe. Not in the United States, but in Europe most welfare states recognize the principle of need and distribution of need in a number of fields, in medicine and education, etc. So the principle of need is not the critical thing. Social democracy has won that in many places, but what hasn't won is the abolition of exploitation. Isn't there a danger about electronic money going around? That's why I say that Marx's idea of labor credits is that they're non-transferable. There's an account that you get through your labor quittal which you can withdraw goods from the common stores, or proportional to it. But you cannot use it to exploit other people, you cannot use it as capital. If marked with your name on it, in that sense it's just a matter of software, whether the software allows transfers. He's asking whether I'm familiar with Schwickoff's work on market socialism. I am. The first stages of what RM proposing would not cause any objection by Schwickalt, I don't think. I see in the longer term market socialism as being an unstable social form. You may initially establish worker-owned films, but unless the European trade union movement push that to a rapid process of merger and the formation of European industrial syndicates, like a single European syndicate making yogurt in which Farm Elat, Danone and all the other yogurt enterprises go into, a single European syndicate of railway workers dealing with all the railways, a single syndicate of airline workers running all the airlines, and abolish competition between sections, then there is a danger that independent cooperatives can regenerate much off dynamics of a capitalist economy. So, unless the stage of cooperatives is a transitional phase to what Marx called the free association of producers, the voluntary merger into great syndicates, then I don't think that it would sustain itself for more than about 50 or 60 years. It would generate the kind of tendencies which eventually occurred in Yugoslavia. There was a lot of questions there. David Zachariah, who's here in the audience, I think, has done calculations for Sweden for the exploitation rate, so you could speak to him. He has done calculation of labor values here. So, I'm passing the buck here. But there's obviously occasions when workers' councils have formed during general strikes, in big strikes. These are distinct from the Soviets, though, because they're not organs of state power. They only become organs of state power when they're armed and command military forces, and that those military forces can enforce the will of Soviets and shoot anyone who doesn't go along with it. Okay. The Soviets in Russia could line the whites up against the wall. None of these other ones could do that. They weren't organs of state power. I think it is dangerous to extrapolate from a temporary organization which doesn't have state power to a constitution of state power as the power to shoot people. And you can see the difference between a strike committee and the Soviets when you look at Kronstadt. When you talk about direct democracy and the planned economy and so on, this is very much up here. On an abstract level, what kind of mass movement, what kind of party, what kind of dynamic do you want to bring this forth? You have to have some sort of. It is very difficult to say how you can produce change at society of a whole continent. The scale of a whole continent. But my feeling is that unless you have a vision of where you a tent to go, you'll never get there at all. As to stages, I'd think that it is essential to form a single European socialist or left party that stands in the European elections as a single party, rather than as national parties affiliated to one another, and that you have to win the ideological battle for the principle of democracy. You have to make people think that yes, we could change things, we could rule ourselves, we don't need politicians to do it. I think that is a very big obstacle, because the United States has redefined democracy to be democracy the American way, and it means a particular kind of government form, and that's not what it originally means. That's a big ideological obstacle to overcome. So I think you actually need a European Socialist Party that has a program of radical democracy as its prime goal, and an attempt to win people other than just the working classes to that, because radical democracy has a broader constituency of potential support than just the working class. But beyond a very general statement like that, I wouldn't like to say. I think there was another question you didn't answer, from the former guy. What about this mobile phone democracy, that it is somewhat atomistic, you don't get much interaction and talking between people, collective interaction. Some of these are real problems of scale. There are decisions which have to be made which are not local decisions. It's easy to say, okay, we will get the people within a village or a small town together to debate something. When you say you're going to get the people of even a country the size of Sweden together to debate a major national issue, you can't get them to do it locally. If you attempt to build it on a local basis and then though a series of indirect levels, what you're actually doing is building a hierarchical structure of concentration of power. When you want to devolve power to the mass of the people, I see no reason why you can't have debates, public debate between random audiences, randomly selected audiences, where the issues are debated on TV channels and people can vote afterwards. If you look at actual elections, the only interesting part of an election is the comments of the studio audiences in the debates. If you have these debates without politicians at the front, but just people sitting in a circle with no politicians at the front, and debating the issue, I think that's the only way that you can overcome the problem of scale of modem society. We're not living in tribes, we're not living in individual city-states. We need to do things differently, but we must learn the lessons of what has failed. Question about the importance of psychological transformation of people. Wouldn't old structures reconstitute themselves, if there's no psychological transformation as well, even if you've changed the external conditions? I think the social values which would come to dominate a different type of society would be different, but it's difficult to speculate exactly in what way before you have experience of it. But I think there's a risk that has been taken in the past by people like that. You become like the Christian Church, teaching people to be virtuous in a world that forces them to be otherwise. Unless you create a society that favor virtue. I don't mean any global priesthood, but it seems to me that we need to reorganize our psyche as well, and I don't know if this reorganization of the external conditions is enough. Obviously there's a need for, let's call it a spiritual or psychological transformation. Would you agree? Whenever there is a serious revolutionary movement, and we can take 3 examples if we take the English Revolution, associated with that was a very strong ideological movement, which took a religious form at that time. If we look at the revolution in Iran, there was a spiritual, ideological movement which takes religious form again that time. If you look at the Cultural Revolution in China, there was a very serious attempt then again to change psychology. So any major social revolution certainly generates attempts to change psychology. Now, how successful they are in the long run, I don't know, but it's an inseparable part of the process. I agree. When you have a huge planned economy, one of the MGI or problems can be the gathering of information to make wise decisions. Do you have any ACHIs how to achieve that? At one level, it's a technical question. The technical means of solving it is obviously there. Modern communications and internet technology. The actual details of all inputs to every production process that goes on in the industrial world are recorded in the local computers of the companies that are ordering the parts. But commercial secrecy means that what's gathered locally is not publicly available, so a way to deal with it is you'd have to break down the commercial secrecy which exists and make this information openly available. And this is one of the great aims of L. Viktor Glushkov, who was the Soviet computer pioneer, who in the 1960s tried to persuade the Soviet Union to build what we now understand to be the Internet. And he advocated things which now seem obvious, that in libraries and in public places there should be computer terminals where people could go to and look at any information. He was saying that all the information of the economy should be recorded on what is essentially an openly available Internet _ and I think basically that Glushkov was right, that is the way to go. If I understand correctly, you said we should not abolish private property but rather we should put our energies in abolishing wage labor. What are we to do with private property? Well, you have to ask yourself, what does the private property amount to in the absence of the right to exploit labor _ let's suppose you're a rich resident of Savannah, Georgia, USA. In 1860 and you own shares in slaves on the slave plantations, okay. You can trade in those shares. And this did happen. As soon as slavery is abolished, your shares become worthless. Because they're the paper representation of a social relation which no longer exists. But what about entire islands that are owned by families? There are actually 3 exploitation mechanisms that current society rests on. One of them is the direct exploitation of wage labor. The second is the exploitation of people through debt. And the third is rent, being able to charge rent for land. Ideally, one might want to nationalize all land. There are certain political risks for doing that if you are wanting to win support on a large scale in an area where a significant number of people are peasant farmers. You don't attempt to drive the peasant farming population into the hands of reaction by threatening to take their land away from them. So a more effective policy is to introduce what the land reform movement in the United States used to call full site value taxation, whereby you introduce a tax on land which is proportional to the rent that would be obtained on that land, proportional to 100%, so effectively you confiscate rent incomes. You mean to say that the more land you own, the more tax. Scotland still has a feudal pattern of land ownership. There's a small number of aristocratic families, dukes and earls, who own most of the country. They obtain their income by charging rent from tenant farmers. And if the tenant farmer gets an EU grant to improve their land, the duke will up his rent saying, "Oh, you're getting money from the EU now, well you're getting £2,000 this year from the Eli, your rent's going to go up by £2,000. Now, that right to levy rent on land should be effectively neutralized by saying, we'll tax it to the 100%. So that you don't actually take the land off them, he can nominally retain it but he doesn't retain any income from it or power over it. That is just a political concession. You don't want to give the right the propaganda gain of saying, "They're going to take your house away from you, these socialists, they're going to take your land away from you, the FRE. Going to take your car away from you." If you say you're going to abolish private property, that's what the right of will say. You want to abolish exploitation. Put it that way, and who can say that it's a good thing to keep exploitation? If you say, I'm going to abolish private property, lots of people raise that as a bogeyman and it's a political risk to do it that way. You have to concentrate on what you want to achieve, not the form you want to achieve it on. You do it in a way which makes it the most difficult for the right to make propaganda against you. You want to achieve that effect, but you don't put it those terms. You say that the European Union is the alternative for Europe. I think the Union is highly undemocratic and expensive, and it's going further and further away from socialist thought. And it also has nationalist parties. So I wonder, how can you say that the Union is the alternative for Europe? The current constitution of the EU is radically undemocratic, and that the Parliament has very limited powers. It cannot initiate general legislation, it doesn't elect the Commission from among its members, it cannot raise general taxes, etc. And it's even aside from the limited nature of parliamentary democracy. But what I'm saying is that you have to focus on the geographical area that constitutes a unified economy and unite the working classes within that area for common rights and common goals, which can only be achieved now at that scale. No individual nation state now can hope to stand up to global capital, you can only do that at a continental level. And to promote a strategy of saying, we will go it alone in Greece, as the KKE says, I can understand their incentives to do that, but it would never work in the long run, that any independent country that claims to have a socialist government and tried to do that would be under such pressure from international capital that it would be unable to really have a socialist economy, inte Mali, that only by having a really large scale can you do it. China has a chance to do it, it's so vast. If there's a political movement in the left in China, then it could do it, no one could really stop China. But Sweden, Britain, Ireland, no, it's not viable on that scale. Talk given in November 2010. Economics of Socialism. Venezuela and Socialist Economic Policy. In 1989, Paul Cockshott and Alan Cottrell wrote a book on socialism, which was published 3 years later in English as Towards a New Socialism. This book was addressed at an audience in the USSR and East European countries because it dealt with the problems that socialism was then facing in these countries. It had been the intention to have it translated and published in Russian. The book presented a model of how to run a socialist economy based on clear economic and moral principles, and reasserted the basic values of socialism against the pro-capitalist measures being introduced under Gorbachev. Events moved too fast to allow it to come out in Russian before the USSR fell, but since then what it says has been recognized to be sufficiently important that publishers in Sweden, Germany, Czechoslovakia, and Venezuela have published translations under a variety of national titles. In June 2007, at a workshop in Venezuela to launch the Spanish translation entitled Hacia el Socialismo del Siglo, Paul was asked how the principles in the book could be applied to the process of establishing socialism in that country. This report tries to answer that question. Clearly an economic model designed to answer the problems of a mature socialist industrial economy like the USSR cannot be applied immediately to Venezuela. What it can do, is give people some idea where the process of socialist transformation may end up. It can warn them about avoiding some economic mistakes that were made in the USSR and Eastern Europe, for those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. When a society undergoes a transition to socialism, there are decisions that have to be made. Forks in the road that have to be chosen. If the wrong set of turnings are chosen, you can end up going a circle. Starting off going towards socialism, you can end up on a path that eventually leads back to capitalism. We all know that this happened in several 20th century attempts to go towards socialism. The nice thing is that the implications of decisions are not immediately obvious at the time they are made. This means that, almost up until the last moment, people can think that they are still on the right course. This is not the place to repeat what was said in the book Towards a New Socialism, but let us summarize the three key features of the mature socialism that it describes. The economy is based on the deliberate and conscious application of the labor theory of value as developed by Adam Smith and Karl Marx. It is a model in which consumer goods are priced in terms of the hours and minutes of labor it took to make them, and in which each worker is paid labor credits for each hour worked. The consistent application of this principle eliminates economic exploitation. 2. Industry is publicly owned, run according to a plan and not for profit. Stage. Retail enterprises, for example, work on a break-even rather than profit-making basis. 3. Decisions are taken democratically, both at a local and a national basis. This applies in particular to decisions about the level of taxation and state expenditure. Such democratic decision-making is vital to prevent the replacement of private exploitation with exploitation by the state. When we compare this with Venezuela today, we see that all three key features still need to be built. On some features the progress towards socialism has not yet staffed, on others it has started, but the country has only taken a few steps along the path. Let us look at these points one at a time. Still a money economy. The Venezuelan economy is still based on money. In his great book Capital, Karl Marx showed how money was at the root of the evils of capitalism. The essence of capitalism is to start out a sum of money at the beginning of the year and end up with a larger sum at the end. Marx denoted this by where M might be, for example, and M might be. Because capitalists more money than working people, they can use this money to hire workers to work for wages. These wages are much less than the value which workers create during the working week. Since the capitalist can sell the product for more value than they paid out in wages, the capitalists become richer and richer whilst workers stay as poor as. This process is still going on in Venezuela. It is the root cause of the difference between rich and poor, between the oligarchy and the masses. On top of this, there is a secondary form of exploitation that allows capitalists to increase their money, lending money at interest. This process allows the money lender to get richer year by doing absolutely nothing. This again, still occurs in Venezuela. Still an unplanned economy. In Venezuela, unlike for example the USSR, the supply of most goods and services is regulated by the market. Whilst this is not entirely a bad thing, since it does, to a limited extent, allow supply to be adjusted to people's wants, the drawback is that the provision of goods and services is systematically biased towards the wishes and desires of the rich. Venezuela currently lacks the mechanisms by which the structure of the economy as a whole can be regulated by a conscious social plan, both to achieve development and to equitably meet the needs of all citizens. Towards a New Socialism, assumed public ownership of the economy underscore most of the economy in Venezuela is still privately owned, although this may be changing now. Democratic revolution not yet complete. Whilst Venezuela has made great strides towards local participative democracy, it has yet to introduce participative democracy on key questions of national economic control. Issues relating to the raising of state revenue and the allocation of this revenue between major budget headings, defense, social care, infrastructure investment, etc. are taken centrally, rather than allowing the people as a whole to vote on them. If this is not addressed, it will the long MN, as the state comes to dominate more and more of the economy, be a serious danger. You could end up with a situation as occurred in the USSR, where the state and the bureaucracy of state could be seen as being rather like a new exploiting class. When we think of what happened in the USSR just before it collapsed, the desire of state bureaucrats to go from being like an exploiting class, to become outright capitalists like today's Russian oligarchs, must be counted as a key factor in the collapse. How to effect the transformation? The great economist Keynes remarked that practical political men, whether they be cautious or bold, find themselves unconsciously repeating the ideas of long-dead economists. Politicians who advance neoliberalism, whether they know it or not, are repeating the ideas of the reactionary Austrian economists Ludwig von Mises and von Hayek. The policies that we suggest below counter those ideas by drawing on the insights of others, particularly the Scottish philosopher Adam Smith, the German economist Karl Marx, the Polish socialist economist Oscar Lange, and the Englishman Maynard Keynes. As economists and social scientists, we can only sketch out possible courses of action and some of their likely consequences of these actions. Decisions on what course to take are essentially political, and political community, the leaders and the citizens of the country, are responsible for their own destiny. Intellectuals can do is to suggest possibilities which influence the terms of debate. In the last section we looked at key objectives in the socialist transformation of an economy, and the extent to which they have been met in Venezuelan experience. We will now shift the focus to specific policy measures, which we will present one by one, and whilst explaining how each of these helps to achieve the broader objectives we have described. Currency stabilization. There is, by world standards, a considerable degree of inflation in the Venezuelan economy. This is masked by administrative measures to stabilize prices of certain essentials of life, but it is nonetheless real. Of itself, inflation is not necessarily against the interests of the poor and working classes, provided that wages keep up with prices. The people who are hit hardest by inflation are the rentier class, whose holdings of money and interest-bearing assets depreciate. Since these people are opponents of socialism anyway, a socialist government need not worry about any financial loss they suffer were it not for the other social effects of inflation. Uncertainty about future prices can lead to a social psychology of instability, leading to a loss of confidence in the government. We explain in an annex how this sort of inflation played a role in the collapse of the USSR. For this reason alone, it will eventually be necessary for the Venezuelan government to take measures to regulate inflation. However, if one's objectives are to establish a socialist economy based on the equivalent payment of labor, then currency reform can be a step towards this goal. We suggest is that, following the introduction of the new strong bolivar, the state place a legal obligation on the central bank to maintain a stable value of the currency in terms of labor, a prototype for this could be the successful monetary policy of British Labour government after 1996. At that time the government placed monetary policy under a committee of expert economists, the Monetary Policy Committee, rather than politicians, and gave them a clear legal obligation to achieve a particular target rate of inflation. One might have expected this policy to be severely deflationary, but it has actually been very successful, because committee are legally obliged to avoid both deflation and inflation in their policy. Where our proposal differs from British policy is in the goal it sets. We fixing the value of the bolivar in terms of labor, not in terms of the cost of living index. The reasons for this goal are twofold. 6. This should be contrasted to the current policy of attempting to fix the value of the bolivar in terms of dollars. As labor productivity rises, a bolivar fixed in terms of hours of labor will be able to buy more each year, cheapening the cost of living. 2. Once the value of the bolivar has been stabilized in terms of labor, then the labor value of bolivar notes should be printed on them in hours and minutes. This step would be an act of revolutionary pedagogy. It visa, uld reveal clearly to the oppressed just how the existing system cheats them. Suppose a worker puts in a working week of 45 hours and gets back bolivars and sees that the hours printed on them amount to only 15 hours, then she will become aware that she is being cheated out of 30 hours each week. This will act to raise the socialist consciousness of the people, and create favorable public opinion for other socialist measures. Instead of just having a committee of economists charged with regulating the value of the bolivar, the principle of participative democracy implies that the Value Policy Committee should be made up both of economists and delegates from the trades unions and consumers associations. The Value Policy Committee would have to commission surveys of how much work was being done in different industries, and how much monetary value added there was in these industries, in order to guide its stabilization policy. Reform of accounting and pressure for fair prices. All firms have currently to prepare money accounts. The government should make it a condition of their accounts being approved for auditing, that they also produce labor time accounts, and that they mark on all products that they sell their labor content. Initially, films need not be legally obligated to sell their commodities at their TME values. They could attempt to sell them for a price that is higher or lower than the true value. But since the consumer can now see when they are being overcharged, consumers will tend to avoid companies that sell goods at above their true value. This will put psychological and consumer pressure on companies that are overcharging. This too will be an act of socialist mass pedagogy to raise consciousness. In the first few months, before all goods have their labor values printed on their price tags, firms will have to impute labor values to the goods they purchase using the printed exchange rate be 15 bolivars and labor hours. The will add to the labor value of their inputs, the number of hours of work that are performed by their employees to get a labor value for the final product. We mentioned earlier the need to establish labor accounting industry for pedagogic purposes. The government should also move towards having a dual system of national accounts, labor accounts alongside money accounts, because, at the level of national economic policy, there are many issues on which labor accounts would be more informative than money accounts. Money accounts hide the fact that what government economic policy really does is reallocate society's labor_money is the veil behind which real labor allocation occurs. Enshrine the rights of labor in law. Scientific evidence shows that in the capitalist world the money value of goods is overwhelmingly determined by their labor contents. Studies find that for most economies, the correlation between labor values and prices are 95% or above. So Adam Smith's scientific hypothesis that labor was the source of value has now been statistically verified. This scientific fact should be incorporated in law. The law should recognize that labor is the sole source of value and that consequence, workers, or their unions will hire a claim in law against their employers if they are paid less than the full value of their labor. If we consider the previous measures and the revolutionary pedagogy that would follow from them, it should be relatively easy to pass a referendum on such a law. Following such a law being passed, there would be a huge wave of worker activism as workers and their unions sought to end the cheating and deceit to which they and their ancestors had been subjected. It would also bring about a very large increase in real wages, cementing support for the socialist government. The employing class, on the other hand, would see sharp fall in their unearned incomes. Employers who were active factory managers would of course still be legally entitled to be paid for the hours that they put in managing the firm, just like any other employee. The cumulative effect of the three measures outlined so far would be to substantially abolish capitalist exploitation in the workplace, at least in the short term. There will be long-term difficulties if other measures are not taken, and we shall examine these later. Eliminating other forms of exploitation. In addition to the exploitation of employees by employers, there are other forms of unearned incomes, the most economically important of which are interest and rent. Usury. Interest, the getting of money from money itself, was regarded for thousands of years as being sinful. Philosophers like Aristotle condemned it. Papal encyclicals banned it. Islamic law still forbids it in Muslim countries. But in capitalist countries, such was the social power of the banks and other money lenders that this moral objections came to be forgotten. In capitalist countries which were undergoing very rapid industrialization, for instance, Japan, in the 1950s or 1960s, lending money at interest did serve a necessary economic purpose, since it allowed people's savings to be channeled, via the banks, to fund industrialization. But once a country has industrialized, firms finance most of their investment from internal profits. Indeed, they normally have more profit than they know how to invest. Instead of borrowing from the banks, industrial firms run a financial surplus, and they themselves lend to the banks. The banks now channel the financial surplus of firms into loans to the third world, or to northern governments and consumers. Lending at interest loses the temporary progressive function that it had during industrialization and reverts to being what morality and religion originally condemned, usury. Socialism abolishes interest as a form of income. It has no class offrentiers, people who do no work but just live off the interest on their money. So it is clear that at some point, that a government seriously intent upon socialism has to pass a legislation banning the lending of money at interest. It could specify, for instance, that interest on debt could not be enforced in the civil courts. It could impose severe criminal penalties on those who used threats of harm to extort interest. Before moving to a step such as this, a socialist government needs to put in place replacements for the economic functions still served by lending and charging interest. Investment. It will still be necessary to find new investments. This could be done by interest-free loans from the state bank. But if this is not done with care, the resulting expansion of the money stock will lead to the type of suppressed inflation which occurred in the USSR. Investment on credit is based on the illusion that you can push the cost of investment into the future _1%. Whilst this can be true for an individual borrower, for society as a whole, today's investment has to be made using today's labor we cannot get future generations to travel back in time in order to do work for us. Socialist economies should thus rely mainly on tax to fund investment. Regulating price levels. Capitalist central banks try to control inflation by adjusting the interest rate. If inflation is too high, they raise interest rates. The effect is to choke off investment, reduce demand, and so reduce inflationary pressures. If interest is banned, how is the price level to be regulated? Or, in the light of what we said earlier, how would the Venezuelan Value Policy Committee ensure that the value of the bolivar in terms of labor was held steady? An alternative control mechanism would be to adjust the term on which loans are made. The state bank could set maximum durations for loans. For example, if the Value Policy Committee thought the value of currency was in danger of falling, it could shorten the period for which loans could be had. If loan periods were reduced from 10 years to 5 years, then monthly repayments rise, just as happens with interest rate rises today. Another means of regulating prices is tax policy. Paper money, like the bolivar, is inherently worthless, just printed paper. It has value imputed to it, from the fact that the government will accept its 01 VN currency for tax debts. The fact that people need money to pay their taxes forces them to value it. If governments tax less than they spend, the money stock will rise, leading to inflation. The second way to regulate prices is thus to fine-tune tax levels. Rent. Rent is another type of exploitation. Socialists regard it as immoral since the owner of land enriches himself, not by his own labor, but by the labor of others combined with the bounty of nature. Rent is however an inevitable phenomenon in a commodity-producing society. If there is some product, be it CMDE oil, or corn, the efficiency whose production depends on the land being used, then rent incomes will arise. Suppose the price of a ton of com is S2002, then any land on which the com's cost of production is less than $200 will be cultivating. By the cost of production we mean the ultimate labor cost translated into money, including the cost of fertilizers. If land will yield corn at a cost of production of only $50, say because of its great fertility, then its owner can rent it out to farmers for $150 and they can still break even selling corn at S200. The same applies to oil production. If on the marginal oil field, say the tar sands of Athabasca in Canada, 011 can be produced for $50 a barrel, then a productive oil field like the Venezuelan, where costs are much lower, say CIS, will yield its owner a rent of S35 a barrel. In a socialist economy, all rent income should come to the state and be used for the good of the community in general. Socialist states have usually nationalized land, but have not always charged a rent for using the land. In the case of mineral extraction this made no difference, since this was done by state enterprises and rent would just have been a fictitious transfer between sections of the state. Failure to charge agricultural rents to collective farms will, however, accentuate differences in income between fertile and less fertile agricultural regions. In the immediate situation in Venezuela, the nationalization of land may not initially be politically opportune, since it could drive the small farmers into alliance with large landowners. An alternative, which over the long term would produce a similar effect, would be to introduce a land tax on the rentable value of land. The threshold for the tax could be set high enough to ensure that small farmers paid nothing or only a token amount, but for larger, more fertile estates it could be set at a level that would confiscate the greater part of rent revenue. The effect on the would be similar to that which would be achieved by nationalization, depriving them of their unearned income and making it available for communal uses, but it is ideologically harder for them to mount a campaign to justify tax evasion than it is to mount one to justify resistance to expropriation. State finance and foreign currency. This brings us onto the general topic of state finance. Socialist economies typically have a higher level of state expenditure than capitalist ones. At a comparable level of economic development, it is essential that the state has an efficient raising mechanism, with taxes that are easy to collect and difficult to avoid. Venezuela is unusual in having large 011 exports, which helps somewhat, but the principle still remains. Social democratic states like Sweden relied mainly on income taxes along with an efficient civil service. East European socialist states like the USSR relied upon turnover taxes on industry and on profits earned by state firms. Because of the importance of oil revenue to the Venezuelan state, it currently leans more towards the Soviet model. Which of these models of tax should be used is one of the major strategic issues that has to be faced by Venezuela as it moves towards a socialist economy. In Towards a New Socialism, Cottrell and Cockshott argue that the Soviet model of taxation had several drawbacks, which, in the long run, contributed the final collapse of the Soviet socialist economy. The use of indirect taxation, such as or value-added taxes S7, and a forfeiture reliance on profit income, puts the state in the position of being a collective capitalist vis-a-vis the workers. 2. The use of indirect taxation has also traditionally been opposed by socialists, as these are regressive rather than progressive forms of taxation. 3. It resulted in a distorted price structure that systematically undervalued labor, to the detriment of economic efficiency. Reliance on the profit of state industry is a hidden form of which is not easily amenable to democratic control. In the case of Venezuela, there is the additional complicating factor that profits from oil are dependent on the very volatile world market price of oil. This can cause unexpected fluctuations in state revenue. The recent sharp rise in oil prices has been very beneficial to the government, but it must be remembered that prices can go down as well as up. It is said Venezuelan government has plenty of money thanks to oil, but it is important to understand in what sense it has plenty of money. It has is plenty of dollars. These are fine if the government wants to directly purchases manufactured commodities made other countries. Dollars are also fine for GRVMGALD to other countries. But dollars are no use for paying the wages of government employees or when the government wants to buy domestically produced goods. For these the government needs bolivars, not dollars. The government can get bolivars in several ways. It can raise them from taxes. The German term for such taxes Mehrwertsteuer translate incidentally as surplus value TAF, encapsulating very well what its economic function from the standpoint of Marxian political economy. A progressive tax is one which bears most heavily on people with higher incomes. 2. 3. It can issue bonds denoted bolivars and sell these on the money markets. It could purchase bolivars on the open market using its dollar reserves. It can get the state bank to extend it credit. The fact that the black market rate for the dollar is the official rate, and that there is significant inflation indicates that the state has been relying excessively on the last of these methods of finance. It must be realized that dollars cannot be used to meet a shortfall of tax revenue and bolivars, so long as foreign exchange controls are retained. Dollar revenue can only be freely converted to revenue in bolivars by the state buying bolivars on the open market. This in turn implies that Venezuelan citizens would have to be free to sell dollars in the open market. It is understandable that the government maintains exchange controls to prevent the upper classes expatriating their bolivar assets, and in the process using up the government's foreign exchange reserves, so there is obviously a dilemma here. This dilemma indicates that the government has not yet felt itself to be strong enough to face the economic power of the oligarchy. We could suggest two possible policies under these circumstances: increases in higher rate income taxes and abolition of tax exemptions, sufficient to fund government domestic expenditure from domestic tax revenues. 2. More radically, a sharp reduction in the amount of privately held bolivars could be brought in along with the projected currency reform. If there was a limit to the amount that any one person could change from old bolivars to new bolivars, for instance, this might be set at a certain number of months of average wages, then the money capital of rich would no longer be sufficient for them to threaten the state's foreign exchange reserves. Following the removal of exchange controls, it would also incidentally greatly reduce the social power of the capitalist class. Each of these policies has obvious political risks involved, which have to weigh against the future benefits of a more stable system of public finance. Foreseeable consequences. The policies described above would go a long way to transforming the economy into a new socialist one. However, since they undermine what are important functional components of capitalism, there would be consequences if alternative mechanisms were not put into place. Ending the production of surplus value by paying workers the full value they create would make employment unprofitable. There is a danger under these circumstances that capitalists would find it more profitable to leave their money in the bank and earn interest on it than use it to employ workers. It would thus be important that the payment of interest is abolished prior to Introducing the right to the fill value of labor _. It might well also be necessary to introduce the right for employees to be able to vote for their firm to be co-managed with a co-management committee, having a clear majority of employees on it, in order to prevent owners' asset stripping, and closing the now unprofitable firm. Written in June 2007. Economic factors in the failure of Soviet socialism. Paul Cockshott was asked by Jem Jose Angel to elaborate on remarks made about the economic causes of Soviet collapse. This is a very brief personal perspective on what is obviously a huge and very controversial subject. The collapse of the Soviet and later the Russian economy under Gorbachev and then Yeltsin was an economic disaster that was otherwise unprecedented in time of peace. The world's second superpower was reduced to the status of a minor bankrupt economy with a huge decline in industrial production and in living standards. Nothing brings out the scale oft catastrophe than the demographic data, which show a huge rise in the mortality rate brought about by poverty, hunger, homelessness and the alcoholism that these brought in their wake. Figure, Soviet economic collapse led to huge increase in mortality 5_7 million excess. Russian deaths 1991 to 2001 vertical axis 12,000 deaths per annum. In determining what caused this, one has to look at long-term, medium-term and short-term factors which led to relative stagnation, crisis and then collapse. The long-term factors were structural problems in the Soviet economy and required reforms to address them. The actual policies introduced by the Gorbachev and Yeltsin governments, far from dealing these problems, actually made the situation catastrophically worse. Long-term. During the period from 1930 to 19,702 and excluding the war years, the USSR experienced very rapid economic growth. There is considerable dispute about just how fast the economy grew, but it is generally agreed to have grown significantly faster than the USA between 1928 and 1975, with the growth rate slowing down to the US level after that. This growth took it from a peasant country whose level of development had been comparable to India in 1922, to become the world's second industrial and technological and military power by the mid-1960s. Observers have given a number of reasons for this relative slowdown in growth in the latter period. It is easier for an economy to grow rapidly during the initial phase of industrialization, when labor is being switched from agriculture to industry. Afterwards growth has to rely. BF or more details, see the attached Appendix B, which is reproduced from the website 21st Century Socialism. Upon improvements in labor productivity in an already industrialized economy, which are typically less than the difference in productivity between agriculture and industry, a relatively large portion of Soviet industrial output was devoted to defense, particularly in the latter stages of the Cold War, when they were in competition with Reagan's Star Wars programs. The skilled manpower used up for defense restricted the number of scientists and engineers who could be allocated to inventing new and more productive industrial equipment. The USA and other capitalist countries imposed embargoes on the supply of advanced technological equipment to the USSR. This meant that the USSR had to rely to an unusually high degree on domestic designs of equipment. In the West there were no comparable barriers to the export of technology, so that the industrial development of the Western capitalist countries was synergistic. Labor was probably not used as efficiently in Soviet industry as it is in the USA or West Germany. In one sense, or course, the USSR used labor very effectively. It had no unemployment and the proportion of women in full-time employment was higher than in any other country. But a developed industrial economy has to be able to transfer labor to where it can be most efficiently used. Under capitalism this is achieved by the existence of a reserve of unemployment, which, whilst it is inefficient at a macroeconomic level, does allow rapid expansion of new industries. The Soviet enterprise tended to hoard workers, keeping people on its books just in case they were needed to meet future demands from the planning artifices. This was made possible both by the relatively low level of money wages, and because the state bank readily extended credit to cover such costs. The low level of money wages was in turn a consequence of the way the state raised its revenue from the profits of state enterprises rather than from income. Although Soviet industrial growth in the 1980s slowed down to US levels, this by itself was not a disaster. After all, the USA had experienced this sort of growth rate a year, for decades without crisis. Indeed, whilst working class incomes in the USA actually stagnated over the 1980s, in the USSR they continued to rise. The difference was in the position of the intelligentsia and the managerial strata in the two countries. In the USA, income differentials became progressively greater, so that the house in national income nearly all went to the top 10% of the population. In the USSR, income differentials were relatively narrow, and whilst all groups continued to experience a rise in incomes, this was much smaller than had been the case in the 1950s and 1960s. This 2.5% growth was experienced by some of the Soviet intelligentsia as intolerable stagnation, perhaps because they compared themselves with managers and professionals in the USA or Germany. A perception thus took root among this class that the socialist system was failing when compared to the USA. Again, this would not have been critical to the future survival of the system were it not for the fact that these strata were disproportionately influential within the USSR. Although the ruling Communist Party was notionally a workers' party, a disproportionately high proportion of its members were drawn from the most skilled technical and professional employees. Manual workers were proportionately underrepresented. The slowdown in Soviet growth was in large measure the inevitable result of economic maturity, a movement towards the rate of growth typical of mature industrial countries. A modest program of measures to improve the efficiency of economic management would probably have produced some recovery in the growth rate, but it would have been unrealistic to expect the rapid growth of the 50s and 60s to return. What the USSR got it is not a modest program of reform, but a radical demolition job on its basic economic structures. This demolition job was motivated by neoliberal ideology. Neoliberal economists, both the USSR and visiting from the USA, promised that once the planning system was removed and once enterprises were left free to compete in the market, then economic efficiency would be radically improved. Medium term. The medium-term causes of Soviet economic collapse lay in the policies that the Gorbachev government embarked on in its attempts to improve the economy. The combined effect of these policies was to bankrupt the state and debauch the currency. One has to realize that the financial basis of the Soviet state lay mainly in the taxes that it levied on turnover by enterprises and on sales taxes. In an effort to stamp out the heavy drinking which led to absenteeism from work, and to poor health, the Gorbachev government banned alcohol. This and the general tightening up of work discipline, led, the first couple of years of his government to some improvement. Economic growth. It had, however, unforeseen side effects. Since sales of vodka could no longer take place in government shops, a black market of illegally distilled vodka sprang up, controlled by the criminal underworld. The criminal class who gained money and strength from this later turned out to be most dangerous enemy. Whilst money from the illegal drinks trade went into the hands of criminals, the state lost a significant source of tax revenue, which, because it was not made up by other taxes, touched often inflationary process. Were the loss of the taxes on drinks the only problem for state finance, it could have been solved by raising the prices of some other commodities to compensate. But the situation was made worse when, influenced by the arguments of neoliberal economists, Gorbachev allowed enterprises to keep a large part of the turnover tax revenue that they owed the state. The neoliberals argued that if managers were allowed to keep this revenue, they would make more efficient use of it than the government. What actually ensued was a catastrophic crisis for the state, who were forced to rely on the issue of credit by the central bank to finance their current expenditure. The expansion of the money stock led to rapid inflation and the erosion of public confidence in the economy. Meanwhile, the additional unaudited fines in the hands of enterprise managers opened up huge opportunities for corruption. The Gorbachev government had recently legalized worker cooperatives, allowing them to trade independently. This legal form was then used by a new stratum of corrupt officials, gangsters and petty businessmen to launder corruptly obtained immediate. The Soviet economy had gone through the stages of slowdown, mismanaged crisis, and now went into a phase of catastrophic collapse, quite unprecedented in peacetime. Following a failed coup by sections of the armed forces and security services, Yeltsin, instead of helping restore the constitutional government of President Gorbachev, seized power for himself. Acting on the instructions of U.S. advisors, he introduced a shock program to convert the economy from socialism to capitalism in 100 days. In the old USSR there was no capitalist class. In the West, governments could convince individual firms by selling them off on the stock market, where the shares would be quickly snapped up by the upper classes, or in the case of Thatcher's privatization, by sections of the middle class. But in the USSR things were very different. There was no class of individuals wealthy enough to buy up state companies by legal means. Also, the scale of the privatization was so vast, that even in a market economy, the savings of the population would have been insufficient to buy up the entire industry of the nation. Logic alone would predict that the only way that industry could pass into private hands was through corruption and gangsterism. This is exactly what happened. A handful of mafia-connected oligarchs ended up owning most of the economy. Neoliberal theory held that once enterprises were free from the state, the magic of the market would ensure that they would interact productively and efficiently for the public good. But this vision of the economy greatly overstated the role of markets. Even in so-called market economies, markets of the sort described in economics textbooks are the exception, restricted to specialist areas like the world oil and currency markets. The main industrial structure of an economy depends on a complex interlinked system of regular producer-consumer relationships in which the same suppliers make regular deliveries to the same customers week in week out. In the USSR this interlinked system stretched across 2 continents, and drew into its network other economies, East Europe, Cuba, North Vietnam. Enterprises depended on regular state orders, the contents of which might be dispatched to other enterprises thousands of miles away. 1% towns and communities across the wilds of Siberia relied on these regular orders for their economic survival. Once the state was too bankrupt to continue making these orders, once it could no longer afford to pay wages, and once the planning network which had coordinated these orders was removed, what occulted was not the spontaneous self-organization of the economy promised by neoliberal theory, but a domino process of collapse. Without any orders, fact ones engaged in primary industries closed down. Without deliveries of components and supplies, secondary industries could no longer continue production, so they too closed. In a rapid and destructive cascade, industry after industry closed down. The process was made far worse by the way the unitary USSR split into a dozen different countries, all with their own separate economies. The industrial system had been designed to work as an integrated whole, split up by national barriers it lay immense. The following figures show how far the economy had regressed. These figures show how little recovery there had been, even after 13 years of operation of the free market. Output of selected branches of industry in Russia in 2003 compared to 1990. If the economy had continued to grow even at the modest rate of the later Brezhnev years, then industrial production would, on this scale, have stood at 140% of 1990 levels. The net effect of 13 years of capitalism was to leave Russia with half the industrial capacity that could have been expected even from the poorest performing years of the socialist economy. Key economic lessons. Ignoring for now the political lessons, which we elaborated on at length in our book Hatia el Socialismo del Siglo, the key economic lessons are: 2. It is vital that the state maintain a strong, honest and efficient system of tax. It is important that when attempting to rapidly change social relations that one does not dismantle the old economic mechanisms faster than new ones can be put in their place. 3. One should overestimate the ability of markets to organize an economy. One should beware the risk that a corrupt managerial strata attempts to divert state property into their own private domain. 5. Allowing the existence of criminal black markets is dangerous in the long run. 6. Until such time as money can be phased out and replaced by direct labor accounting, it is dangerous to allow prolonged inflation to take hold. Written in 2007. Review, read plenty by Francis Spufford. This is a marvelous and unusual book. It sits a remarkable way in between science, popularization, social history and fiction. The author describes it variously as a whose hero is an idea and a fairy tale. The hero idea is that of optimal planning. The idea of running a planned economy in just such a way as to ensure that resources are optimally used in order to the read plenty of the title. Combining real and imagined characters, politicians like Khrushchev, mathematicians and economists like Kantorovich and Nemchinov with fictionalist minor characters, it gives a gripping and apparently realistic picture of life in the USSR during the 1950s and 60s. It is not a single narrative as one expects from historical fiction. Instead, it gives us a series of snapshots from the lives of individuals, separated by years. The common link is the project of the Sovietic economic reformers, and the ambitions of Khrushchev to attain communist plenty. The author shows real skill as a science popularizer, explaining such diverse topics as how the pentode valve logic of the early BESM computers worked, to the molecular mechanics of the carcinogenesis mechanism that eventually killed its designer. He vividly portrays the enthusiasm and self-confidence of the USSR in the late 50s when Khrushchev boasts that they would overtake the USA by 1980 and achieve communism seemed plausible. He gives a good didactic account both of the basic mechanisms of the Soviet economy, and, through the lives of incidental characters, paints a picture of its real operation that is more detailed and convincing than any academic history. He traces the idea of cybernetic economic management from the hope of the 1950s and early 60s to its sidelining under Kosygin, and the eventual relegation of Kantorovich to the less ambitious task of optimizing steel tube output for the oil and natural gas industry. Ironically, says Spufford, as GROVVTH rate slipped in the 1970s, it was only the exploitation of petroleum for export that allowed Soviet living standards to rise. This is a book that should be read by anyone who is seriously interested in the possibility of a different sort of economy from the one we now have. It shows both the strengths and the Hidden weaknesses. Oft most serious attempt so far to construct an alternative to capitalism. An attempt that was born when the idea of a communist future was taken very seriously by a whole society. To read it is to be convinced that whatever the TMTH of standard leftist criticism of the USSR as being undemocratic and bureaucratic, there was much more than that at issue in this tragedy. It raises real political and philosophical issues that would have to be faced by any future socialist project, and draws attention to a forgotten history that today's socialists ignore at their peril. The bulk of what we read and hear about the USSR focuses on the 1920s and 30s. The remaining 50 years of its history fade before the glamour, grandeur, and horror of the early years. But the early 1960s, when Russia was already an industrial country, with many areas of intimationally competitive technology in aviation, space, computing, holds more relevant lessons for the European left than its early years. It is clear what lesson orthodox economists will draw. It's a timely exploration, now so many people have gone off the idea of markets, of why the alternative is worse. But such conclusions betray an unjustified and callous smugness. It is a smugness not justified by the elegiac last paragraph of the book. The restoration of the market mechanism in Russia was a vast controlled experiment. Nation, national character and culture, natural resources and productive potential remained the same, only the economic mechanism changed. If Western economists were right, then we should have expected economic growth and living standards to leap forward after the Yeltsin shock therapy. Instead the country became an economic basket case. Industrial production collapsed, technically advanced industries atrophied, and living standards fell so much that the death rate shot up by over a third, leading to some 5.7 million extra deaths. If you were old, if you were farmer, if you were a manual worker, the market was a great deal worse than even the relatively stagnant Soviet economy of Brezhnev. The recovery under Putin, such as it was, came almost entirely as a side effect of rising world oil prices, the very process that had operated under Brezhnev. But this does not excuse us from seriously considering the problems so vividly raised in the book. Spofford recounts how the attempt to follow the reformers' recommendations and raise the price of food to provide more income for farmers provoked strikes by industrial workers, which were suppressed with great brutality. The same scenario played itself out in Poland in the 70s and 80s, when any attempt to raise the ridiculously low subsidized meat prices led to strikes. Spofford brings out the disconnection between the recommendations of the reform economists and the real lives of the people that the reforms would impact on. Food subsidies were the bad conscience of inequality. They were necessary because without them, those on the lower wage rates could scarcely have survived. Marx had advocated that the first stage of communism everybody would be paid in labor vouchers, not money 1 hour's work. Getting 1 hour's vouchers. Goods would be directly priced in terms of the labor required to make them, and social expenditure visa, would be met out of a tax or time levy on incomes. Soviet prices deviated considerably from labor values for two reasons. The well-known subsidies on essential foods and housing. The turnover tax was, I think, calculated on the basis of total turnover, not just wages. As such, it was similar to the fixed percent markup Marx posited for prices of production. Giatal that due to subsidies, wages underestimated the real value of labor power. This soft of markup would mean that the deviation of prices from labor value would actually have been bigger than under capitalism. To have furthered Khrushchev's avowed aim of communism, Kantrovich would have had to propose egalitarian pay rates and a shift in state finance from turnover taxes to income taxes. Before prices could be rationalist _ Spofford gives greatest emphasis to the policies of those around Kantorovich and Nemchinov, who were advocating price refunds as part of a program to allow optimal operation of the economy _ Kantorovich argued that these prices objectively determined valuations arose out of the objective technical structure of the economy. If actual prices corresponded to objectively determined values, then the signals that these prices provided would guide individual factories to produce in accordance to what the plan needed. There is of course a strong similarity between this argument and that put forward by West M. economists about the role of prices guiding resource allocation in a market economy _ It is probably no accident then that Kantorovich was the only Soviet economist to get a Nobel Prize for Economics _ But there was a fatal paradox in this whole notion, one that Spofford brought out a meeting between Kosygin and a leading reformer. How were these optimal prices to be calculated? The maths was well understood, but the technical problems of handling that much data with 1960s computers were vast. And if Gosplan could concentrate the information and could have done the computations, then the indicative prices would have been unnecessary. The whole process of calculation could have been done in natura with the objective valuations only having a fleeting existence as coefficients within the matrices of the planning computers. So the program of Kantorovich ended up requiring the same layout of computing resources as that of his rival cyberneticist Viktor Gluskov, who apparently advocated the complete abolition of money, something superficially closer to Khrushchev's vision of communism. In this context it is worth reading in turn yet, why the Soviet Union did not build a nationwide computer network by Slavojerovich. It would have been interesting had Gluskov appeared as a character in the book, rather than just as someone who is referred to indirectly. In the afterward it becomes clear why Gluskov remains such a shadow VVY figure to Spofford _ Spofford reveals that he relied entirely on English language sources. What he knew of Gluskov came from Jerovich's brief account. All in all, let me say again, this is a book that should be read by anyone of serious interest. Economic Alternatives. Written in MO 2010. Against Mises. The first proponent of the claim that socialist economic calculation was impossible was the economist of the Austrian school von Mises. In his book Human Action he devoted a chapter to arguing against socialism. He had two main arguments. On the one hand he said that the socialists themselves could not agree on what socialism meant, on the other he tried show that economic calculation would be impossible without a market. The argument from Discord. Mises notes that socialists have no uniform idea of what socialism is. Each socialist, or at least each group of socialists, proclaims that only its view of socialism is right and that all others are misleaders, enemies of the people, etc. Each socialist, he claims, implicitly assumes that the future socialist state will be headed by himself. True socialism is what he will decree. All other views are dangerous heresies best dealt with by the firing squad. This seems to us to be a fairly accurate caricature of a substantial fraction of the socialist movement. Whilst the communist parties tended to have a fairly clear idea of what they want to achieve, based for the most part on an emulation of the USSR, other socialist parties have been loath to give a concrete view of how socialism should be organized. On all sides there has been a reluctance to examine the practical problems of organizing a socialist economy. Before the Russian Revolution, socialism arose first as philosophical movement by thinkers like Owen and Fourier in the early 19th century. At that stage socialist thinkers were willing to advance quite detailed utopian plans for the reorganization of society. Later it became a political movement of the working classes seeking a just society _ Marx and Engels. The socialist thinkers with the Most lasting influence in the workers' movement applauded the work of the early utopians in establishing the socialist movement. They were in particular full of praise for Owen. But they were severely critical of the utopias of later philosophers like Proudhon and Düring. They claimed that the later utopians were pale reflections of the earlier pioneers and that their utopias were for the most part internally inconsistent. Marx took the view that as a scientist he could not put forward detailed theories about socialism, a form of society that did not yet exist. Economic and social research had to base itself upon the data provided by real society. He was ready to identify features of contemporary capitalism that revealed the potential for a future socialized production system, but not to construct a detailed theory of socialism in the absence of data. He was willing to say that capitalism had generated a class struggle that would lead ineluctably to the dictatorship of the proletariat and thence to a classless society. As to what this society would be like, he was only willing to give sketchy predictions, that it would be based on planned production rather than the market, that it would not use money, etc. After the Russian Revolution. After the Russian and in particular after the mid-1930s, the communists held that Marx's views had been amply borne out in practice. The dictatorship of the proletariat held sway, the economy was operated under a single plan and classes were being abolished. They 60 Human Action, Evangelisses, 1949, Hodge and Company, London. Had to invent things as they went along. They had to improvise, and much of it they had done could not have been predicted in detail from Marx's writings. But this was to be expected. Socialism was something born out of real life and history, not the crystallization of philosophers' dreams. For the communists, from the 30s to the 60s, if you wanted to know what socialism was, you had just to look at Russia. For other, non-communist, socialists, the issue was more problematic. Although the great majority of socialists during the period from the 30s to the 50s took things at face value and accepted that Russia was socialist, there was always a minority who did not, and, in West Europe during the last 30 years such views have probably come to represent a majority of socialist opinion. The argument of the Social Democrats. From the early days of the Communist Revolution in Russia, the Social Democratic parties in Europe argued that socialism could not be established by the methods of dictatorship that the Bolsheviks were using. They argued that the workers' movement had during the previous decades struggled hard to win the franchise and for freedom of association and the press. To establish a one-party dictatorship, impose censorship, imprison and execute political opponents went against everything that the movement had stood for. Socialism, they argued, could only be established on the basis of a free press, free political parties and open parliamentary elections. A socialism that denied this was either not socialism or was not worth having. This is a clear and principled argument, and the Social Democrats stuck to it for 7 decades. Its weakness was that the communists could simply retort, "Who says you can't build socialism using a dictatorship? Thea's just parliamentary cretinism. We have tried dictatorship and it works. You tried parliament and where is your socialism?" On economic grounds, the Social Democrats had less to say against communism. Social democracy has a liberal definition of socialism both in the sense of looseness and in the Manchester sense. A mixed economy with social welfare legislation and some elements of industrial planning would certainly qualify, so their economic criticism of Soviet communism is that it was not necessary to go so far. The economic direction was not question, rather it was the counsel of moderation. Public ownership of means of production, planning, welfare rights and an egalitarian income distribution were accepted. as socialist objectives by both communists and social democrats. The latter presented themselves as the democratic socialists without challenging the socialism of the latter, only their totalitarianism underscore the argument of the Trotskyists. Although there has been considerable overlap between Trotskyism and social democracy, all social democratic parties wolf their salt, having Trotskyist fractions. Their founder was a communist, and in consequence their arguments as to why the Soviet Union was not socialist start from different premises. The key points were 2. Socialism in one country. A. It is in principle impossible to build socialism in a single country. B. The USSR is one country. C. It follows that the USSR could not be socialist. The argument from plenty. A. Socialism is only possible in conditions of abundance, when mankind passes from the real of necessity to freedom. B. The USSR was plagued by shortages, which in turn stem from it being an isolated country. C. Hence, the USSR could not be socialist. Socialism in one country. What is the question of socialism in one country? There seem to be not one but several possible questions. Here are some. 1. Is socialism possible in one country? 2. Is socialism possible in more than one country? 3. In the long term, is socialism more stable in a single country? B. Many countries? In short, our answers to this would be 1. Yes, 2. Yes, 3. A. This may seem a bit paradoxical, but our meaning will become clearer as the argument progresses. From our perspective, questions 1 and 2 are partly empirical. Only partly, because the meaning of the question still relies upon the interpretation on makes of the word country. This is commonly used to refer to a nation-state, but nations and states are not coterminous. The USSR was an international organization of proletarian state power, not a nation-state in the old sense. If by country we mean explicitly a nation, then it must be said that we lack empirical evidence to decide if socialism is possible in a single country. If by a country then we mean a single state power, then we have historical experience of the existence of a single socialist state from the early 1930s to the late 1940s. The time period given is determined by the point at which the distinguishing characteristics of a socialist economy came into being. On either definition of a country, nation, or unitary state power, then since the late 1950s it has been clear that a plurality of socialist countries can coexist. We give the late 1950s as the crucial period here, since until then the people's democracies of Eastern Europe were only nominally independent state powers. Communist parties there were the effective agents of state power, and the CPS remained so tightly coordinated that it was doubtful that the states could really be considered as independent. China, where the CP was independent of Moscow, had not established a socialist economy in the early 1950s. On the question of whether socialism is more stable in one country or several, it appears that it is more stable in one, provided that by country, one means a unitary state power. A unitary state power is better placed to present a united front to the hostile capitalist world, and best placed to coordinate the economic development of nations at different levels of development. One only has to consider what the chances of socialism's survival would have been had the USSR not been formed, and had there existed instead a multiplicity of sovereign nation-states on its current territory. The imperialist powers would undoubtedly have picked them off one by one. In the post-war period, splits between socialist states, USSW Yugoslavia or USSR/China or China/Vietnam, have been exploited to disastrous effect by the USA and hamstrung socialism's economic development. In a paradoxical sense, it can be said that the abandonment of the Policy of socialism in one country in the sense of a monolithic state by the communist. In the late 1940s early 50s contributed to their collapse in 1990. The argument from plenty. The argument from plenty is convincingly dealt with by Nov 61, we can give a brief summary of its problems here. Consider the standards of life of the working classes of Europe when Marx or even Lenin were writing. Now consider what the conception of abundance would have been then: adequate and nutritious food, warm clothing and good dry shoes, houses with good heating and sanitation, access to education, culture, literature and leisure, an 8-hour day, free medical treatment. Given the conditions of life of the 19th century British proletariat. 61 Economics Feasible Socialism, pp 15-20. Or the workers in Tsarist Russia, this would have seemed abundance. 62 Cars, televisions, home video cameras would not have featured. By the standards that the workers' movement originally had in mind, the workers of East Germany, Czechoslovakia and to large extent the USSR were already entering into an age of abundance by the 1980s. 63 Despite this, these economies were still clearly in the thrall of scarcity. This was true whether the measure of scarcity was the presence of queues, the budgetary constraints faced by the government, or the aspirations of the population for oriental luxuries. The advance of technology had given rise to new aspirations which had yet to be met. In any technically advancing world this is bound to be the case. Newly developed technologies open up possibilities that cannot immediately be met in unlimited quantities. It may well be the case that in market economies advertising artificially stimulates these needs, but even in the absence of adverts there was no lack of demand on the black market for Sony products in the USSR. Beyond this, it is an open question as to whether the current living standard of, say, France could be extended to the whole world population given the ultimately limited resources of the globe. It is even questionable whether the establishment of a socialist world economy would, in the short run at least, be helpful in alleviating scarcity in the USSR. Although its national income per head is below that of the leading capitalist countries, it is still well above average by world standards. As such, it might be expected that it would have to make substantial aid contributions to socialist countries in the third world. The contributions that it made to Vietnam, Cuba, Angola etc. were already a subject of some popular resentment. The argument of the left communists. Another school of socialist thoughts was the communist left, criticized by Lenin in his pamphlet Left-Wing Communism, given his influence at the time, their viexes came to be largely discredited. Their most articulate theorist was Amadeo Bordiga, the founder of the Italian Communist Party. Surprisingly enough, he remained politically active down to the 1960s. In 1952 Stalin published his booklet Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, which set the terms of communist orthodox debate about the Soviet economy. Shortly thereafter a publication by Bordiga appeared under the imprimatur of the International Communist Party, called Dialogue with Stalin. In this Bordiga argued against the idea that the USSR was socialist, holding instead that its economy was a form of state capitalism. Some of his arguments parallel those of the Trotskyists, that socialism was not possible in one country, and that it demanded abundance. To this he added the argument that the USSR continued to be a commodity-producing society. The Marxist vision of socialism had always been one in which commodity production was abolished, he argued. But in the USSR workers still worked for money, wages and paid rubles for goods in the shops. At a formal level he was certainly correct in this. But the difficulties involved in establishing a genuine market economy in Eastern Europe after the counter-revolution of 1990 indicate that the social reality behind money and prices in these countries was somewhat different from that in the West. In the consumer goods markets, the prices bore little relation either to the amount of social labor required to produce them or to demand. In producer goods there was not really a market at all, since money alone did not suffice to ensure supply of a good if it had not been allocated in the plan. Bordelga was right in raising the existence of money and the commodity form as a potential problem, but like other left communists he was none too specific as to what alternative form of economic calculation should be used. It would still be abundance to most of the world's population. It is easy to forget, living in Western Europe, that the norm for the world capitalist economy is Mexico City rather than Berlin, Lagos rather than Stockholm. 63 Whilst for significant sections of the population even a rich free market economy like the USA fails to provide abundance of such necessities. The argument of the Maoists. During the 1960s the Maoist section of the Communist Party of China started to argue that the USSR had reverted to capitalism. It was claimed that Khrushchev and then Kosygin had taken the road to capitalism and that the USSR had passed from being a socialist state to being a social imperialist one. Given that the economic changes introduced by Khrushchev were fairly minimal, this argument was hard to sustain. If, however, one views them as allegorical comments on an internal Chinese political debate about the appropriate way forward, then they make a lot more sense. Within China there was a fierce struggle between the Maoists and the followers of Liu Shaoqi and Deng. Liu was stigmatized as China's Khrushchev. Ultimately this can be seen as labeling Khrushchev as Russia's Liu. If the economic policies followed by Deng after he came to power are indicative of what was being proposed in secret party debates during the 1960s, then the charges of capitalist roadism too seem to have been accurate in the Chinese context. But until Gorbachev, those advocating similar measures in Russia were far from the centers of political power. Summary. It is now a century and more since Marx was writing, and there is much more historical evidence to go on. We have had extensive opportunities to observe societies that were by common understanding called socialist. We say by common understanding, being well aware that some people dissent from this, but whether one takes account of the constitutions of these societies, which proclaimed them to be socialist, the common view of their citizens who believed them to be socialist, or the common view of the international press which declared them to be socialist, that appears to have been the consensus view. Many currents of thought in the socialist movement have dissented from this consensus, on the grounds that the conditions in countries of actually existing socialism violated numerous socialist ideals. This may well be true, but as materialists we cannot judge the material world by the standards of the ideal. It is not the job of reality to materialize our ideals. Reality just is, all its glories, horrors and contradictions. In judging the reality of socialism by comparing it ideals advanced by its early advocates, one is adopting an unusual criterion. We do not judge feudalism or capitalism by the standards of an ideal. Were we to do that, we would soon find that no real capitalist society corresponded in whole to this ideal. One may note here that it was a common argument by opponents of Marxism to say that since welfare state Britain differed in many respects from the ideal type of 19th century capitalism, it was no longer really capitalist. If one advances a theory about a class of society before it ever comes into existence, the scientific status of that theory is not strong. If the predictions of the theory come to conflict, later observation, one can either decide that the theory needs modification or that reality has been misbehaving. If one adopts the later policy and says that socialism has never existed anywhere in the world, one may hope to escape the current political Unpopularity of existing socialism, but one has hardly advanced one's ability to practically intervene in the contradictions that led to this unpopularity. An ideal can be kept pristine, but its very distance from reality vitiates its practical political force, and one is left in precisely the predicament that Marx criticized in Utopianism. We therefore take an empirical approach to determining what have been the distinguishing characteristics of socialist society. The absence of a class of wealthy private proprietors in agriculture or industry. The allocation of instruments of production by means of a system of state directives. A consequent absence of capital goods or raw materials markets. Indeed, one may question the meaning of the 10 capital goods in these societies. The formal existence of a consumer goods market subject to the constraints that, a significant portion of consumer goods were distributed by means other than purchase or sale. 2. The price mechanism in the consumer goods market was generally non-operative. The absence of a market in land, and the absence of rent as an economic category. A lower variance of incomes from the mean than was the case in capitalist countries. At an equivalent stage of industrial development. A distinct mode of extraction of the surplus product, the politically determined division of the concrete forms of the social product between the categories of current consumption, accumulation and unproductive consumption. The relegation of taxation from a means of extraction of a surplus to means of securing monetary stability _. The existence of money and wage labor _. 10. The absence of a reserve army of unemployed, often associated with chronic labor shortages. These seem to be the significant structural features that marked off the socialist world from the capitalist. These are also the features that the advocates of capitalism in these countries wish to abolish. Those socialists to the left of social democracy who deny that socialism has ever existed do not generally specify which of them are incompatible with socialism. One has to assume that the socialist systems they advocate would share most of these features. Exceptions to this are perhaps the Bordagist International Communist Party, who argue that the continued existence of money was a decisive factor in preventing the USSR etc. from ever having been socialist. Our view is that although it is fruitless to question whether the USSR was socialist, it does not follow that one has to accept the political and economic policies followed by its government. If one abandons the utopian viewpoint and sees socialism as concrete phone of society with its own contradictory forms of development, then one can start to ask just what economic and social policies should be followed in a socialist state. Any real society is fraught with contradictions, and is either destroyed by them or develops by resolving them. By the 1930s it was widely recognized that liberal capitalism had reached a dead end and offered the world no prospect other than an appalling ultimation of world war and economic recession. Not surprisingly, many people concluded that only Nazism or communism offered any hope for the future by the 1950s that had all changed. The subordination of all other capitalist powers to the USA, Keynesian economics, GATT, and the INIF had transformed its prospects. The economic contradictions of the socialist world have been evident and growing for a couple of decades. It is now as self-evident that socialism is finished as it was that capitalism was finished in the 1930s. As self-evident and as false. Our opinion is that the crisis of socialism stems primarily from bad economic policies and can be resolved by a radical transformation of these policies. We do not put our views forward as an unvarying blueprint and anathematize every deviation from them. We do claim that they are more soundly based, and more likely to be successful than the economic policies followed by socialist governments in the recent past. The argument from calculation. The director wants to build a house. Now, there are many methods that can be resorted to. Each of them offers, from the point of view of the director CFIAN, advantages and disadvantages with regard to the utilization of the future building, and results in a different duration of the building's serviceableness. Each of them requires other expenditures of building materials and labor and absorbs other periods of production. Each method should the director choose. He cannot reduce to a common denominator the items of annus materials and various kinds of labor to be expended. Therefore he cannot compare them. He cannot attach either to the waiting time or to the duration of serviceableness a definite numerical expression. In Shan he cannot comparm costs to be expended or gains to be earned, resort to any arithmetical operations. 6. Mises is concerned above all with the issue of the choice of techniques to be used in the production process. The claim is that only a market, by reducing all costs and benefits to the common denominator money, allows rational comparison of alternative possibilities. He reviews various possible ways in which this could be done and rejects them all. Calculation kind is rejected because one cannot add together quantities of different inputs unless one first converts them to a common unit of measurement, like money. This is at first sight a reasonable argument, but it invokes certain presuppositions about the nature of calculation to which we will return. Calculation in terms of the labor theory of value is rejected in a single sentence. This suggestion does not take into account the original material factors of production and ignores the different qualities accomplished in the various labor hours worked by the same and by different people. 66. This is a somewhat brief treatment of the issue, so our reply can also be concise. We have shown in other chapters that the labor theory of value does allow one to assign definite measures to the different value-creating powers of labors of different degrees of skill. The essence of the method is to cost the training of workers terms of labor also and impute this to the work they do once they have been trained. As for the failure to take into account the original material factors of production, the classical theory of rent shows how the level of differential ground rent is governed by the marginal labor costs of production. There is no reason why this calculation cannot be applied directly in a socialist economy. If this basis were followed, then the resulting environmental destruction should be no worse than that routinely produced by the application of the same principle in market economies. Given the widespread environmental damage produced to the world's natural ecosystems from the bourgeois principle of valuing natural resources on the basis of marginal costs of production, we hope that a socialist planning agency would adopt somewhat stricter rules. He rejects the suggestion that the unit of measure be utility on the grounds that 64 the director von Mises 10 for the dictator of a socialist state, a peculiar adoption of capitalist corporate term in 0103. That is perhaps understandable for a book published in 1940. His argument, however, not dependent on the planning process being subordinated to the will of a single individual, but is more general, so that for director one could read, planning as human action, p_694_. 66 human action, p_. This is not directly measurable. We would agree this. He rejects what is essentially the market socialist approach on the ground that the market is essentially the pursuit of self-interest and that its effective operation implies the existence of risk-taking entrepreneurs. If one accepts that the pursuit of self-interest through the market is necessary for economic calculation, then it is inconsistent to TLY and exclude the function of the entrepreneur. In the view of what has happened in USSR since Gorbachev, this was a politically astute observation. Once the socialists have conceded the virtue of the market, it is hard to denounce the vice of the exploiter, clothed as it now is in the shining raiment of enterprise. He argues against the use of the differential equations of mathematical economics as a technique of socialist economic calculation. It is not clear exactly which differential equations he means, but they appear to be those of comparative. Statics_modem economics tends to assume that a differential equation will involve derivatives with respect to time, and thus that its function is to capture the dynamics of an economy. We assume that Mises means simply the differential calculus which is used in neoclassical economics to deduce static equilibrium conditions. The gist of his argument is that the equilibrium condition dealt with in comparative statics is an entirely abstract construction which never really occurs. The economy is constantly in a process of change, and current resources available to it are always a hangover from the past unsuited to current wants. This is all true enough, but it does not prove that it is impossible to plan how best to use current resources to achieve a given future output. Our algorithm for plan balancing, taking into account current stocks, is one of probably many mathematical procedures that could be followed to achieve this end. He also rejects what he calls the method of trial and error. This is the most interesting in our current context because it bears some relation to what we advocate. We may assume that in the socialist commonwealth there is a market for consumers' goods and that money prices for consumers' goods are determined. On this market we may assume that the director assigns periodically to every member a certain amount of money and sells the consumer goods to those bidding the highest prices. But the characteristic mark of the socialist system is that the producer's goods are controlled by one agency only, in whose name the director acts, that they are neither bought nor sold, and that there are no prices for them. Thus there cannot be any question of comparing input and output by the methods of arithmetic. 67. This mechanism is similar to that which we advocate for the distribution of personal consumer goods. Mises' agam concentrates on the alleged impossibility of applying arithmetical methods to comparing inputs with outputs in the absence of markets for means of production. Our answer is simple: the planning agency knows the labor contents of the different means of production, the number of labor tokens that each consumer good will fetch on sale to individuals. From this it is possible to compare the social cost of producing something with the valuation put on it by consumers. Dealing with producer goods is a little more complicated. In this case we have no market to give us a measure of demand for the good, but we do have the more direct information derived from input/output analysis. We know how much of each intermediate good will be required to meet a given mix of final consumer goods. We do not need a market in intermediate goods to determine how much should be produced. 7 Human p. 701. Throughout, Mises identifies calculation with arithmetic. This is understandable since commercial calculation and arithmetic have been strongly associated. Calculation success and arithmetical operations are practically synonymous. But calculation can be seen as a particular instance of the more general phenomenon of computation or simulation. WIIATA control system requires is the ability to compute. This is true whether the control system M question is a set of firms operating in a market, a planning agency, an autopilot on an aircraft, or a butterfly's nervous system. But it is by no means necessary for this computation to proceed by arithmetical means. The important thing is that the control system is able to model significant aspects of the system being controlled. Firms do this by means of procedures of stock control and accountancy which marks on paper model the location and movement of commodities. In preparing these marks, the rules of arithmetic are followed. The applicability of arithmetic to the problem relies upon number theory being a model for the properties of commodities. A butterfly in flight has to control its thoracic muscles to direct its movement towards objects, flowers or fruit, that are likely to provide it with energy sources. In doing this it has to compute which of many possible wing movements are likely to bring it nearer to nectar as Far as can be determined, it performs these computations without the benefit of a tramming in arithmetic. To use economic terminology, the butterfly has many choices open to it. Different sequences of muscle movement have different costs in terms of energy consumption and bring different benefits in terms of nectar. Its nervous system has to try to minimize the costs and maximize the benefits using non-arithmetical methods of computation. The continued survival of butterflies is evidence of their computational proficiency. A planning agency is likely to make widespread use of arithmetic, and indeed, if one wants to make localized decisions on the optimal use of resources by arithmetic means, then Mises' arguments about the need to convert different products into some common denominator for purposes of calculation are correct. This is exactly the role played by labor values in our proposal. They allow engineers to have a good estimate of what is likely to be a cheap method of production. If, however, one is wanting to perform global optimizations on the whole economy, other computational techniques having much in common with the way nervous systems are thought to work are appropriate. These can in principle be performed without resort to arithmetic. Indeed, Oscar Lange pioneered such approaches in the 1950s when he constructed a hydraulic model of the Polish economy for planning purposes. Mises, like many bourgeois theorists, confuses the particular historical form in which a function is carried out with its essence. He reasons that 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 economies must optimize. Arithmetic allows us to construct ordering relations over numbers, which can be used for optimization. If one is to order numbers, they must be of the same sort. This requires conversion into a common unit of measure. Money is a method of converting into a common unit of measure. Hence all economies need money. The problems with this argument lie in the steps 2 and 5. While propositions 2 and 5 are true, they do not support conclusion 6. To reach that conclusion, we should need stronger claims. 2 arithmetical orderings are the only way of achieving optimization. 5 money is the only practical metric. From calculus, a pebble or stone used in counting. As we have shown, these stronger claims are false. There are non-arithmetical methods of optimization, and money is not the only method of converting into a common unit of measure. Written in 1002. A critical look at market socialism. Advocates of the market compare it to a system of axing which makes the consumer sovereign. This it does, but as the consumers and the people are two different groups. Consumers are those with money. Only those who already possess something can have their attents satisfied. The unemployed, with only their unvented labor to offer, have no votes in this system. If, however, we first assume a highly egalitarian income distribution, this objection to the market would not apply. So long as the market is restricted to consumer goods, there is no reason why it should be incompatible with socialism. The basic principle of a socialist market in consumer goods can be stated quite simply. All consumer goods are marked with their labor values, the total amount of social labor which is required to produce them. But aside from this, the actual prices of consumer goods will be set, so far as possible, at market clearing market clearing. Prices are prices which balance the supply of goods and the demand. By definition, these prices avoid manifest shortages and surpluses. The appearance of a shortage will result in a rise in price which will cause consumers to reduce their consumption of the good in question. The available supply will then go to those who are willing to pay the most. The appearance of a surplus will result in a fall in price, encouraging consumers to increase their demands for the item. Suppose a radio requires hours of labor. It will then be marked with a labor value of 10 hours, but if an excess demand emerges, the price will be raised so as to eliminate the excess demand. Suppose this price happens to be 12 labor tokens. The radio then has a price to labor value ratio of 1.2. Planners record this ratio for each consumer good. The ratio will vary from product to product, sometimes around 1_0, sometimes of 0 i.e., and sometimes below. The planners then follow this rule, increase the target output of goods with a ratio in excess of 1.02 and reduce it for those with a ratio less than 1.0. The point is that these ratios provide a measure of the effectiveness of social labor in meeting consumers' needs across the different industries. If a product has a ratio of market clearing price to labor value above I, this indicates that people are willing to spend more labor tokens on the item than the labor time required to produce it. But this in turn indicates that the labor devoted to producing this product is of above average social effectiveness. Conversely, if the market clearing price falls below the labor value, that tells us that consumers do not value the product at its full value. Labor devoted to this good is of below average effectiveness. Parity, or a ratio of 1.0, is an equilibrium condition, in this case. Consumers value the product, in terms of their labor time, at just what it costs society to produce it. This means that the objective of socialist retail markets should be to run at break-even level, making neither a profit nor a loss, the goods being sold off cheap compensate for those sold at a premium. There are therefore two mechanisms whereby the citizens of a socialist commonwealth can determine the allocation of their combined labor time. At one level, they vote periodically on the allocation of their labor between broadly defined uses such as consumer goods, investment in means of production, and the health service. At another level, they vote on the allocation of labor within the consumer goods sector via the spending of their labor payment in labor tokens. It was a common assumption of 19th century socialism that people should be paid in labor tokens. We encounter the idea in various forms in Owen, Marx, Lassalle, Rodbertus, and Proudhon. Debate centered on whether or not this implied a fully planned economy. The critique of the Gotha program in Marx 1970 MNPJ contains a particularly clear account of the idea. He individual producer gets back from society after the deductions exactly what he has given to it. What he has given it is his individual quantum of labor. For instance, the social working day consists of the sum of the individual hours of work. The individual labor time of the individual producer thus constitutes his contribution to the social working day, his share of it. Society gives him a certificate stating that he has done such and such an amount of work, and with this certificate he can withdraw from the social supply of means of consumption as much as costs an equivalent amount of labor. The same amount of labor he has given to society in one form, he receives back in another. With the enthusiasm of a pioneer, Owen tried to introduce the principle into England via voluntary cooperatives. Later socialists concluded that Owen's goal would be attainable only with the complete replacement of the capitalist economy. Whilst Marx was very complimentary about Owen, he was critical of the schemes of Proudhon and Rodbertus. It is considering the Marxian critique of labor money schemes, for there may appear to be a tension between the latter critique and Marx's proposals. Indeed, the critique of labor money is open to a reading which takes it as critical of any attempt to depart from the market system, towards a direct calculus of labor time. This reading has been made by writers as far apart as Karl Koski and Terence Hutchison. The basic object of Marx and Engels's critique might be described as a naive socialist appropriation of Ricardian theory of value. If only, the reformers argue, we could impose the condition that all commodities really exchange according to the labor embodied in them. Then surely exploitation would be ruled out. Hence the schemes, from John Gray in England, through a long list of English Ricardian socialists to Proudhon in France, to Rodbertus in Germany, for enforcing exchange in accordance with labor values. Marx criticizes Proudhon's scheme in his Poverty of Philosophy in Marxell 975 ppl, and deals with John Gray in his contribution to the Critique of Political Economy in Marxell 859, while Engels tackles Rodbertus's variant in his 1884 preface to the first German edition of Poverty of Philosophy. Between Marx in 1847 and Engels in 1884 we find a consistent line of attack on such proposals. From the standpoint of Marx and Engels, such schemes, however honorable the intentions of their propagators, represent a utopian and indeed reactionary attempt to turn back the clock to a world of simple commodity production and exchange between independent producers owning their own means of production. The labor money utopians failed to recognize two vital points. First, capitalist exploitation occurs through the exchange of commodities in accordance with their labor values. Secondly, although labor content governs the long-run equilibrium exchange ratios of commodities under capitalism, the mechanism whereby production is continually adjusted in line with changing demand, and in the light of changing technologies, under the market system, relies on the divergence of market prices from their long-run equilibrium values. Such divergences generate differential rates of profit, which in turn guide capital into branches of production where supply is inadequate, and push capital out of branches where supply is excessive, in the classic Smith-Ricardo manner. If such divergence is ruled out by fiat, and the signaling mechanism of market prices is hence disabled, there will be chaos, shortages and surpluses of specific commodities erasm everywhere. One point which emerges repeatedly in the Marxian critique is this: according to the labor theory of value, it is socially necessary labor time which governs equilibrium prices, and not just raw labor content. But in commodity-producing society, what is socially necessary? Labor emerges only through market competition. Labor is first of all private, and it is validated or constituted as social only through commodity exchange. The social necessity of labor has two dimensions. First of all, we are referred to the technical conditions of production and the physical productivity of labor inefficient or lazy producers, or those using outmoded technology, will fail to realize a market price in line with their actual labor input, but only with the lesser amount which is defined as necessary. Secondly, there is a sense in which the social necessity of labor is relative to the prevailing structure of demand. If a certain commodity is overproduced relative to demand, it will fail to realize a price in line with its labor value, if it is produced with average or better technical efficiency. The proponents of labor money want to short-circuit this process, to act as if all labor were immediately social. The effects within commodity-producing society cannot but be disastrous. Now the lesson which Marx and Engels read to the labor money socialists, concealing the beauties of the supply/demand mechanism under capitalism and the foolishness of the arbitrary fixing of prices in line with actual labor content, are obviously rather pleasing to the critics of socialism. It appears that Koski also read the critique of labor money as casting doubt on the Marxian objective of direct calculation in terms of labor content, so that by the 1920s the figure widely regarded as the authoritative guardian of the Marxian legacy in the West had effectively abandoned this central tenet of classical Marxism. From the account of the critique of labor money we have given, the limits of that critique should be apparent. What Marx and Engels are rejecting is the notion of fixing prices according to actual labor content in the context of a commodity-producing economy where production is private. In an economy where the means of production are under communal control, on the other hand, labor does become directly social, in the sense that it is subordinated to a pre-established central plan. Here the calculation of the labor content of goods is an important element in the planning process. And here the reshuffling of resources in line changing social needs and priorities does not proceed via the response of profit-seeking firms to divergences between market prices and long-run equilibrium values, so the critique of labor money is simply irrelevant. This is the context for Marx's suggestion for the distribution of consumer goods through labor tokens. The significance of labor tokens is that they establish the obligation on all to work by abolishing unearned incomes. They make the economic relations between people transparently obvious, and they are egalitarian, ensuring that all labor is counted as equal. It is the last point that ensured that they were never adopted under the bureaucratic state. Socialisms of the 20th century underscore what ruler or manager was willing to see his work as equal to that of a mere laborer. Labor tokens are payment for work done. The difference between a labor token system and the hire of labor power can be shown via some contemporary illustrations underscore. Suppose you engage a self-employed plumber to fix the toilet. The plumber will judge how long it will take and quote on that basis. On completion off job you pay the plumber for parts and labor. You do not purchase his ability to work for a day, you pay for the actual work done. If he does not finish the job he does not get paid. It was up to him to judge how long it would take. Self-employed, he has an incentive to get his estimates right. Suppose, on the other hand, you call out a repairman employed by a service company to fix the heating. You are likely to be charged for time actually taken. The service company need have no control over how hard or efficiently the repairman works, as the system of charging means that it can never lose. The company purchases his labor power at $10 per hour and sells it on to you at $40. In this case you are being resold labor power, not the labor actually performed. Finally, suppose that you took out a maintenance contract for $80 per annum. The service company is now selling you the promise of work actually done, labor, and has the responsibility and incentive to ensure that the work is done efficiently and to time. Payment in labor tokens implies payment for work actually done as in the first and third case. When Owen proposed such payment for artisans, this was unproblematic. Proof of work done was provided by the product delivered to the labor exchange underscore in a modern economy. It implies either a system of piecework, or detailed work study to arrive at estimates of time required under conditions of average skill to perform a task. General argument against market socialism. Above summarizes the arguments about the role of the market under socialism that we presented in underscore Towards a New Socialism was written in the late 1980s when ideas of market socialism were coming to the fore under Gorbachev and the USSR. The book was a polemic against market socialism. It recognized a necessary role for a consumer goods market. It took strong issue with any generalization of the market to labor and capital goods. The argument was that advances in information technology allowed an efficient planning system to be constructed which could replace the market in the allocation of means of production, whilst socialist concerns for equity should prohibit a market for labor underscore. We took this stand because we believed that the idea of market socialism was fundamentally coercive underscore. It visa, uld undermine such socialist achievements as had been built up during the 20th century and would legitimate a transition to capitalism. Subsequent events validated this intuition. In this section we present general arguments against market socialism before going on to look at specific West-Em market socialist writers. It has long been noted by socialists that economies based on simple commodity production tend to give rise to capitalism. Lenin wrote, "Small production engenders capitalism and the bourgeoisie continuously, daily, hourly, spontaneously, and on a mass scale." A view he probably formed from his extensive sociological research on the Russian agrarian economy in 1967. This view led Orthodox communists to oppose the extension of market relations. Stalin 1939 FL2 Chunchia 01975 year, Sayers 1980 FPA. Even if these did not initially involve exploitative labor contracts, the suspicion was that some people would get rich and others poorer if market relations were extended, and that over time these differences would solidify into a new class hierarchy. Market economies are fundamentally chaotic. The incomes of individual economic agents, b. these people, films or cooperatives, are subject to constant random variation. A seller of commodities will have good and bad months, good years and bad years. This random process means that even if there is initially no buying and selling of labor power, income inequalities must arise. In a market economy, hundreds of thousands of firms and individuals interact, buying and selling goods and services. This is similar to a gas in which very large numbers of molecules interact, bouncing off one another. Physics speaks of such systems as having a high degree of freedom, by which it means that the movements of all individual molecules are free, or random. But despite the individual molecules being free to move, we can still say things about them in the aggregate. We can say what their average speed will be, and what their likely distributions in space will be. The branch of physics which studies this is statistical mechanics or thermodynamics. Instead of making deterministic statements, it deals with probabilities and averages, but it still comes up with fundamental labs, the laws of thermodynamics, which have been found to govern the behavior of our universe. When the methods of statistical mechanics are applied to the capitalist economy. 5 Right 2005 SAC, Right 2 IMM, Farjoun. The predictions it make coincide almost exactly with the labor theory of value as set out in Volume 1 of Marx's Capital. Statistical mechanics showed that the selling prices of goods would vary in proportion to their labor content, just as Marx had assumed. Because the market is chaotic, individual prices would not be exactly equal to labor values, but they would cluster very closely around labor values. Whilst in capital I the labor theory of value is just taken as an empirically valid rule of thumb. Marx knew it was right, but did not say why. Here at last was a sound scientific theory explaining it. It is the job of science to causal mechanisms. Once it has done this, it can make predictions which can be tested. If two competing theories make different predictions about reality, we can by observation determine which theory is right. This is the normal scientific method. Farjoun and Machover's theory made certain predictions which went directly against the predictions made by critics of Marx such as Samuelson. In particular, their theory predicts that industries with a high labor-to-capital ratio will be more profitable. Conventional economics predicts that there will be no such systematic difference between the profit rates in different industries. When put to the test, it turned out that Farjoun and Machover were right. Industries with a high labor-to-capital ratio are more profitable. But this is exactly what we should expect if the source of profit was the exploitation of labor rather than capital. Their theory made predictions which not only turned out to be empirically spot on, but at the same time verified Marx's theory of the exploitation of the worker. The next big advance was made by the physicist Yakovenko, who showed that money ma market economy played the same role as energy in physics. Just as energy is conserved in collisions between molecules, so money is conserved in the acts of buying and selling. So far so obvious. What was not obvious was what this implies. Yakovenko showed that the laws of thermodynamics then imply that the distribution of money between people will follow the same form as the distribution of energy between molecules in a gas, the so-called Gibbs-Boltzmann distribution. This sounds very scientific, but what does it actually mean? Figurative. Way a little. What the Gibbs-Boltzmann distribution of money says is that a few people with end up with a lot of money and a lot of people with end up with very little money. It says that the distribution of money will be very uneven, just as we see in capitalist society. In fact, Yakovenko showed that the distribution of wealth in the USA fits the Gibbs-Boltzmann distribution pretty closely. There is a tendency to think that rich people owe their wealth to intelligence or effort, but physics tells us no. Given a market economy, then the laws of chance mean that a lot of money will end up in the hands of a few people. In fact, when we look at the USA, we find that the distribution of wealth is even more uneven. That we would expect from the Gibbs-Boltzmann law. If the Gibbs-Boltzmann law held, there would be millionaires but no billionaires. Why the disparity? Yakovenko's original equations represented an economy that is rather like what Marx called simple commodity production. It assumed only buying and selling. More recent work by Yakovenko and right distribution of money between the agents will be very uneven. Since, as Adam Smith said, money is the power to command the labor of others, this uneven distribution of money translates into an uneven distribution of social power. Those agents with more money are in a position to hire other agents under contractual terms favorable to the hirers. As soon as this happens, the process of differentiation of income accelerates, and you move from the Gibbs-Boltzmann to the even more unequal power law distribution of income characteristic of capitalist society. This is a prediction that arises from simulation models of economies, but if we look at a real examples of a socialist economy taking the market socialist path, China under Deng, we see in reality the sort of income inequalities the models predict. It may be argued that in China the introduction of market relations went much further than is advocated by some market socialists. That may well be true, but this sort of process acquires its own dynamic. My own work, inspired by the reform experience, contributed additional arguments for refuting the Lang theory. It seems to be highly improbable to generate the strong cost-minimum or profit maximum incentive, taken as granted in the world of Lang's theory, a public film under a soft budget constraint regime. It is impossible to couple an arbitrarily chosen ownership structure and an also arbitrarily chosen set of coordination mechanisms. There is close affinity between certain ownership forms and certain coordination mechanisms. Decentralized market and private ownership belong together. A further important counter-argument comes from the political and ideological sphere. The smooth functioning of the market depends on the climate. It requires a market-friendly environment. If the politicians ruling a country are sworn enemies of genuine decentralization, the market will be banned to the black and gray area of the economy and cannot become the fundamental coordinator and integrator, or NI 200. The converse of this is that if we want to stop a highly unequal distribution of income, we either have to remove the mechanism that generates it, or do work to reduce the entropy of the system. Marx's proposal for abolishing money and instituting labor accounts which do not circulate, do not function as money, removes the underlying random process which generates inequality. The Swedish model works to reduce entropy through redistributive taxes. It has to constantly work against the tendency of the market economy to generate a high degree of inequality, and can at most partially mitigate this inequality. An evaluation of Juncker. In a series of articles, for instance Juncker 1979 Maya, Juncker 988 NPRN, 2 Juncker has made out the case for a form of market socialism. In these articles his main concern has been to defend market socialism against the criticisms of neoclassical economists who may be favorable to a capitalist economy. Since readers may not be familiar with his ideas, we will give a brief summary of his proposals and his defense of them, before going on to make a critical assessment of them. Juncker envisages what he calls a profit-oriented model of socialism. The economy would be run, as now, by companies whose legal status would be largely unchanged. The companies will be able to engage in the full range of commercial transactions currently engaged in by U.S. firms. These firms would employ people under the same sort of labor contracts as a present, and attempt to maximize their profits. Firms would be allowed to own shares in or make loans to each other as at present. The only limitation on capitalist activity would be that beneficial ownership of shares could not be vested in individuals. Instead, all shares not held or managed by other companies would be vested with a public body which he terms the Bureau of Public Ownership. The BPO would be obliged to maximize the return on the capital that it held. Capital income would then be distributed by the BPO to all employees in the economy as a percentage supplement to their wage incomes. It is evident that the form of socialism advocated by Juncker is very similar to capitalism. Whether it should be socialism or state-owned capitalism is a moot point, but Juncker's intention is evidently to deflect much of the criticism that capitalist-inclined economists level at socialism by saying, look, socialism could be pretty much like the capitalism you know and love, so your criticisms of socialism are mostly ill-founded. Juncker devotes considerable attention to the problem of incentives for socialist managers as compared to private capitalists. An owner-manager gains the full benefit from any increase in profit which would not be the case for a salaried manager under market socialist conditions. Juncker points out that in practice most Lereg firms today are already run by salaried managers, so that in some ways the situation would be no different. The issue then becomes whether the fund managers of the BPO would pursue the efficient use of capital as well as private shareholders do. Again, one of his responses is to say that already a large portion of shares are held by institutional investors who pay salaries and bonuses to fund managers, so the situation is again not dissimilar. He has done empirical studies of the effort that private shareholders have to expend to influence the rate of return that they get on their capital. See Uncle 974 IAIJ, from which he concludes that they needed only to spend 9 hours a month in order to get close to the maximal rate of return on their capital. He therefore concludes that the BPO could be expected to aim close to the maximal rate of return with only a relatively small effort of management. He goes on to construct a relatively elaborate theoretical economic model which purports to help us understand the relationship between return on capital and the effort put by managers, and concludes from this that efficient management could be obtained at much lower levels of incentives than are typical for CEOs in American companies. Assessment. Juncker's work has to be assessed from the standpoint of the ideological milieu in which it is embedded, for its theoretical and scientific cogency, and finally in terms of its social and political implications. Ideological. The ideological context of his writing is very clearly that of mainstream academic economics. In the USA, the economics profession in the USA is probably as hostile to socialism as that of any other country. This means that Juncker swims against a tide of hostility to any form of socialism, and exists within a universe of discourse that is quite different from that of Marxian socialists. He could have opted out of the milieu of neoclassical economics and formulated an external critique of capitalism, but he has chosen instead the path of internal critique. He uses the familiar conceptual apparatus of his opponents and the familiar institutions of American capitalism to make his case for socialism. In a sense, this is to be expected. Spontaneously developed socialist critiques of the existing order can be expected to start out from the dominant economic ideas of de Owenite and Marxian socialism built themselves on a critical appraisal of classical British political economy, so it is not surprising that a modem socialism, erism the USA builds itself on the conceptual framework of dominant neoclassical economics. The advantage of these approach is that Juncker's socialism may be harder for neoclassicals to simply dismiss than Marxian socialism. The disadvantage is that his approach is unlikely to appeal so much to grassroots activists, because it seems to offer a society that is only slightly different from today's. Even a cursory examination of current activist web discussion of socialism, as opposed to discussion in academic journals, shows that Juncker's vision has generated much less interest than the more radical vision of Michael Albert Calvert 199 IPEP-J, for example. Theoretical but ideological reception is not everything. One also has to assess the scientific status of his arguments. From our standpoint as Marxian socialists, we would want to know why Juncker chooses to reject planning as part of socialism. Support for planning as opposed to market competition has been the prevalent position among socialists, so one would expect that Juncker would devote some energy to justifying his rejection of it. On the contrary, he then goes on to assume that this belief is justified and build all his further arguments on this assumption. His formulation is revealing in many ways. Firstly, his use of the term West Em economists underscore by saying this he cannot just meant economists who lived to the west of the Iron Curtain, since there existed at the time he was writing, a small, but still real, fraction of Marxian economists in Western countries. These economists would not have taken it as axiomatic that market capitalism was more efficient than planned socialism. By Western economists he meant those economists, wherever they lived, who adhered to the neo-liberal Washington consensus underscore it was a reference to, an affirmation of ideological allegiance, rather than geography that he was making. The next revealing thing is his use of the word axiomatic. One has to ask why he thinks axioms are relevant to an empirical study like economics. The place for axioms is in formal theories such as set theory, number theory, or predicate logic. Axioms and laws of inference provide a means by which it is possible for the validity of some, but not all, propositions within such a theory to be evaluated. Given a set of axioms and rules of inference, it is possible to use a deterministic procedure to divide propositions into those that are provably true, those that are provably false, and those for which no deterministic answer can be obtained. People constructing phonal theories are at liberty to select axioms, and by selecting different axioms different formal theories arise, the most famous historical example probably being the alternative axiomatization of geometry by Riemann in 1854. Juncker's reference to virtually axiomatic reveals the bias that neoclassical economists have towards treating economics as a formal system rather than an empirical science. Neoclassical economics proceeds by a discourse of proof from axioms rather than by the contrasting method of the empirical sciences, hypothesis, experimental or observational tests. Modification of hypothesis. Biology does not proceed in an axiomatic fashion. Why should Economics. Is it not possible that the axiomatic approach says something about the social role of neoclassical economic theory? Couldn't it be the case that the function of the theory is to prove certain political propositions? That all is for the best in best of all possible worlds. But then there is the adjective virtually. It is virtually axiomatic that market capitalism is superior to planned socialism. Why the qualification? Because neoclassical economists have not been able to prove the superiority of market economy to planned economy from their prior set of axioms. On the contrary, for the century since Baron II it has been evident that the axioms of neoclassical economics could be used to show that planned socialism was just as efficient as market capitalism. So it becomes necessary for West-Em economists to add a final virtual axiom to assume what they want to prove in the first place. Juncker seems to have felt uneasy about disposing of hitherto existing socialism in one sentence, so he adds a footnote to the work of Bergson I. Bergson 1978 Passel, who is claimed to have empirically validated this virtual axiom. But Bergson's work uses data from the 1960s and 1970s. It claimed to show that the Soviet economy was less efficient in its use of resources than the US one. Such comparisons are bedeviled by the difficulty of compensating for factors other than the social system that distinguish the two countries: stage of industrialization, available level of technology, level of technical culture in the workforce, differences in national cultures, etc. But such debates from the 70s are now history. We have the results of a controlled experiment in Russia to go on. From 1989 the Russian government took the advice of American economists who took it as virtually axiomatic that replacing the planned economy with a free market would result in an enormous improvement in economic efficiency. Had these economists been right, were it the case that the main thing holding back the Russian economy was the constraints imposed by central planning, then we should have expected a Russia to have experienced a leap in prosperity and economic growth post-1989. In fact, the effect was completely the opposite. The institution of a market economy led to a catastrophic decline in overall economic output. Table L. Decline of GDP following the switch from a plan to a market. We are not saying that the Soviet planning system, or its system of economic calculation and valuation, were adequate. We argue in TNS that considerable inefficiencies arose from the undervaluation of labor in the USSR, that planning was based on aggregate rather than detailed targets, that it failed to make effective use of modem computer and telecoms technology, that consumer goods prices often diverged excessively from labor values. But our response, meeting in 1989, was not to advocate market-oriented reforms, which we considered would have catastrophic consequences for the working classes of the USSR. Instead, we advocated a modernized, technologically sophisticated, and democratic model of planning. We think, in retrospect, that our skepticism about the market socialist reforms then being advocated in the USSR have turned out to be well-founded. In contrast, the 1990s seem to have passed Juncker's by. He seems to have nothing to say about the signal failure of Gorbachev's market socialist trajectory. He still holds to a rejection of planning based on little more than U.S. Cold War prejudices. One of the key points of Juncker's arguments concerns the role of management under socialism and capitalism. He is concerned to show that salaried employees of the BPO would be as effective in the efficient management of publicly held capital assets as content-find managers or individual capitalists are with privately held funds. His concern here is with efficient use of capital as a key component of overall efficiency. He takes return on capital employed to be the key indicator of economic efficiency, and argues that if socialist industry were to be oriented towards this, it would be as efficient as current capitalist industry, whilst allowing for greater equity. There are several theoretical questions to be addressed here. 1. What is meant by the management of capital? 2. Could a single agency like the BPO operate in a manner analogous to multiple private fund managers? 3. Is profit really a good indication of capital efficiency? 4. Is the return on capital determined by the effort of capital managers or by quite other factors? In Jungt's empirical study of capital management Unker 1974 IAIJ, he focused on individual investors, but these were investors only in a very limited sense. They did not engage in the direct purchase of plant or equipment, instead they bought and sold financial assets. They were what used to be called rentiers, people whose wealth consisted in paper titles to future income streams. Management of capital, understood this way, is a much simpler task than efficient management of real capital assets and real capitalist production processes. But it is the latter which affects the productivity of a real economy. The former does affect the income of an individual rentier, but a zero-sum game. If a Mr. A sells a low-performing stock and buys a high-performing one, he gains, but only at the expense of a Mr. B who bought the low-performing stock, and a Ms. C who sold him the high-performing stock. Contrast this with the task of organizing the production of the A380 Super Jumbo jet. This requires the efficient coordination of a huge number of distinct labor processes, spread across multiple nations and using a vast variety of capital equipment. Efficient execution of this sort of management directly affects aggregate welfare. It determines the timeliness of delivery of the jets. It determines their reliability and safety. Such management decisions influence their fuel consumption, etc. So there are two quite different sorts of capital management involved here, one of which has purely selfish implications, the other has social implications. In the sort of economy that Juncker advocates, only one ultimate owner, the BP02, the private rentier type of capital management would be irrelevant. The state is the ultimate actioneer of all shares and cannot affect its income by portfolio adjustments. So Juncker's empirical studies are irrelevant to the issue he is addressing. He might object that whilst buying and selling existing stock may be a zero-sum game, the same cannot be said about new issues of stock. Here, a consequence of stock purchase is the funding of real capital investment, and judgments by the market as to whether or not to find such stock issues high real effect on future production. It is in this context that we have to ask, could a single agency like the BPO operate in a manner analogous to multiple private fund managers? The BPO as the only ultimate shareholder will have a synoptic view of the investment plans of all firms in the economy. Since the investment plans of one firm will affect other firms, the BPO must take this into account. Knowing the planned investments of all airlines for example, and knowing the best projections available to these firms for the growth of the AIFF travel market, it will be in a position to judge if the overall investment plans are excessive. It will thus be subject to none of the animal spirits that motivate private investors during a bull market. A system of capital investment funded by a BPO will be much less likely to engender the bubbles which have time and again caused disastrous waste of real capital in the U.S. economy, from the railway bubble of the late 19th century to the real estate bubble that collapsed so dramatically in 2008. Many would judge this a good thing. But note that in the process, the BPO will have to act more and more like Gosplan _ If it is to make sound investment judgments, it will to construct increasingly sophisticated econometric input-output models of the whole U.S. economy. Only then will it be in a position to assess whether or not a particular investment in new stock issues is likely to give a good overall return underscore in will, in other words, have to plan. Social and political implications of Juncker's model. Given the position of the USA in the world economic and political system, and given the absence of any significant social democratic workers' movement there, discussion of American socialism has a slightly artificial air underscore. However, it is not inconceivable that during the course of the 21st century this will change. The USA has moved from being the world's greatest creditor to its greatest debtor. In China it is faced for the first time with an industrial rival with the population resources to potentially overtake it. At the time of writing it is entering what looks like being its worst recession in 3 generations. All of these factors could lead to a serious socialist or social democratic movement taking root in the USA over the next quarter century. But would the ideology put forward by Junkers be a plausible basis for such a movement? We believe not. Juncker's proposals are too timid to inspire a new generation of working-class organizers underscore. Although his ideas would, if somehow put into practice, mean some improvement in the income of workers, they would leave most of the structure of society unchanged. The very top stratum of capitalists would be removed, but the rest of the class structure would remain. The managerial and professional classes would retain their position vis-a-vis the working class. Workers would be employed by the same companies, managed in the same way, but the sole difference that the state would be the ultimate shareholder. Because his proposals do nothing to narrow income differentials arising from wages and salaries, because they provide no guarantee of full employment, they would be seen as having little to offer to the working class. They might perhaps win a Cepheian middle class following, but the ideological struggles that would take place within a growing working class socialist, they would be displaced by more radical doctrines. One has to realize that for socialism to become on the agenda in the USA will presuppose a political movement at least comparable to classical German or Swedish social democracy or the large communist movements of the post-War period. 2. A major war resulting either in a defeat, comparable to those suffered by France in 1870, Russia 1917 or Germany 1918/45, or a Pyrrhic victory that could only be won after years of national sacrifice, in which the social democratic movement advanced its position like Britain in 1945. In these circumstances, different socialist doctrines, memes to borrow Dawkins' term, will contend for extended reproduction. The laws of evolution will favor those best suited to the new political and economic environment. Juncker's doctrines have been tailored to a particular evolutionary niche on the margins of American economic orthodoxy, in a climate of U.S. world domination. It seems unlikely that they will successfully reproduce themselves in a working class movement in a defeated or declining USA underscore. Written in 2000. Towards a New Socialism. Transcription of a video by a wrestler, recorded in Glasgow. My name is Paul Cockshott. I am the co-author of the book Towards a New Socialism, with my friend Alan Cottrell. We wrote it in response to a political situation in the 1980s, where the Soviet Union was obviously getting into difficulties, and within Britain, pro-market ideas were spreading in the Labour Party. Particularly influential at that time was the Professor Old Get, if an egalitarian system of payment was introduced, and the only section of population which would lose out was the top 25% of men office jobs. All manual workers, male or female, would win out, all quartiles or female workers would win out, and 3/4 of male office workers would aid in out. The people who would lose out are a small minority of best paid people and an even smaller minority of people driving their income from property. One of the points that Alex Nove brought out in his book was the inability of the Soviet planners to plan in detail. You can take examples. They could set up a plan for the pairs of trousers they are going to make, but they did not necessarily get the right plan for the number of zips they are going to have for the pairs of trousers, so that you end up with trousers without zips or shoes without laces. That kind of thing came from the fact that the plan targets were set in aggregate tens. The plan targets were set for a couple of thousand categories for goods, and they were set in money terms. They were not set in terms of the actual physical products that were going to be made. You contrast that with the system of product codes, which was introduced in the capitalist world in the 70s, a barcode system that enables every single individual product to have a unique identification number. The modem. Supermarkets hire a feedback system, whereby they know exactly how many of every product has been sold. You need a planning system that goes right down to the product code level, if it is going to be efficient. I done experiments with a modest computer costing maybe £52,000, which our department has, and found I could solve the equations of an economy roughly the size of the Swedish economy in about 2 minutes. If one had used the types of computers, which the physics department here or any weather forecasting center has, then it would be a very easy matter to solve the equations. The remaining problem is the problem of obtaining the information, collecting the statistics. And that also is becoming a lot easier, because when you think of it, every production facility nowadays uses computers for ordering its components. It uses computerized spreadsheets for calculating its costs. The data is already being entered into computers and into databases. In many cases, users and suppliers share these databases already in the capitalist world. At the same time, companies like Google have developed the technology to send spiders across the web and concentrate enormous amounts of information in their sewers. Were it the case that companies generated web pages containing the information about what they needed to produce each of their product, then that could easily be captured by systems analogous to Google. What stops it to be done at the moment is obviously commercial secrecy. Companies don't want others to know what they are doing. But if we envisage a system of publicly owned enterprises, there is no reason why they shouldn't publish their resource requirements as web pages or by some appropriate submission system to a database, and collect the data that are required for planning. 11. The idea of using labor instead of money goes back a long way in socialist thought. The first person to propose it was Robert Owen, who proposed it in probably the 1830s or so. His idea was that you get rid of banknotes and people would be paid in labor notes. If someone had worked, let's say 5 hours during the day producing something, they get labor notes denoted in 5 hours, and you could then go to a corporative store and buy goods that have taken 5 hours to make. If you did that, the middleman would have been cut out, no profit would have been made, either for the shop, or by the employer, and therefore the main cause of exploitation would be got rid of in one stroke. The idea was adopted also, in one form or another, by Lassalle, Proudhon and Marx. All the 19th century socialist leaders it. Another difference between labor and money, however, is that money can circulate between people. And that is the basis on which capitalist exploitation is based, employing people, and then giving them back only half the value they produce. In order to prevent this, Owen's scheme was that these labor vouchers would not circulate, they would be cancelled out. Once people had handed them into the corporative store, they could only be used once. And therefore, you couldn't get a circulation of capital arising. Nowadays, You wouldn't necessarily have to do that with paper, you would obviously use a kind of electronic accounting system, similar to credit cards, but the same principle applies. One of the problems, which socialists always encounter, is people saying that if I reduce income differentials, there would be no incentives. If you take this in the case of labor vouchers, you have to realize what the labor vouchers are been given for. They are been given for people performing work of average intensity, and where it is possible to measure physical productivity. If one person is physically turning out more goods in an hour than another person, then it is possible to pay one person more than another, because they are physically producing more. It comes to highly collective work, where a lot of people collaborate, then it is not so easy to say that one particular person has contributed more or less to that. Under those circumstances, you can't rely on that kind of incentive. But if you think that only monetary incentives are relevant, you have to explain two very important features of the modem nailed. One of them is the success of the Japanese economy, where people are not paid monetary incentives in the companies, but they tend to be paid a salary which depends on the number of years' service. And this does not stop Japan having the most productive workers in the world. Then you take another example and look at two people. You look at Bill Gates and Linus Torvalds. Bill Gates owns a company whose developers produce Windows, and Linus Torvalds wrote the original Linux operating system. Linus Torvalds and the other developers of Linux do it for love of workmanship. They do it from 10 ie of producing something useful. And, in the end, they have produced something more useful than the people with monetary incentives like Bill Gates. If you look at the internet now, it runs largely on Linux servers. It runs using Apache web servers. All of this is software that has been written by people just for the love of doing it. One should not underestimate the extent to which people have a pride in their work and want their work to be done, and they are willing even to do this, as the free software shows, without being paid at all, if the satisfaction of the work is enough. If you had a system of people being paid by labor vouchers, the average person would get roughly twice as much as he gets now, or twice, before taxes, the income they get now. Because it is a general feature of most capitalist economies that income tends to divide roughly 50/50 between wages and profits. It is a slightly lower level of profits than that in Britain, but historically, over time, it tended to be roughly 50/50, so that you can see roughly a doubling of real incomes. You always have to pay taxes on top of that, but the pre-tax income would roughly double. The question is, whether people who had more education should be paid more. In a capitalist economy, they get paid more if there is a shortage of that particular skill. Particularly, for example, if you look at doctors in the United States, they are paid extremely highly, because the American Medical Association acts to restrict the supply of doctors. If, on the other hand, you have in a capitalist economy, a profession, which requires education but there is a lot of people educated for it, like media studies, for example, a lot of people have been educated to do media studies at the moment, and the salaries that they get from that are not what you get as an average manual worker. The reason is the supply and demand of that case. But, more generally, if you take professions, which are paid highly in the capitalist world, it tends to be the case that the education is expensive and only rich families can afford to send their children to get that education, and therefore the supply is restricted. If the education is paid for by the state and people are paid a salary once they are students, then there is no particular reason why the individual should benefit from that. The costs of education have not been met by the individual, but they have been met by the taxpayer. If the restriction on entry due to lack of wealth is removed, one would expect to see the shortage of supply to be removed as well. If one compares the situation of doctors in the United States with doctors in the Soviet Union, doctors in the United States were relatively scarce and highly paid. Doctors in the Soviet Union and Cuba are plentiful and not particularly highly paid. But it doesn't stop people wanting to become doctors, because many people want to become doctors for humanitarian reasons. One of the key differences between a socialist economy and a capitalist economy is that in a capitalist economy, there is always unemployment. This unemployment acts as a stick to beat the worker to work harder. In a socialist economy, where the allocation of resources is being planned, you tend to get full employment. You had full employment in all the socialist economies, when they existed. However, full employment could come in two forms. It could either come because, in the economy as a whole, there's sufficient demand for labor to take up all people who are willing to work, or it could come because people had a right to work at one particular workplace where they started work. And if you had the latter form, you run the danger that the economy will become set in concrete. It becomes very difficult to reallocate resources to new industries and to tone down old industries, as taste or technologies change. So, it has to be the case that the state guarantees people a job, but it does not necessarily guarantee them a job at the same place indefinitely. If factories are being closed down, the state must guarantee to create an equal number of jobs elsewhere in the economy before they close those factories down, so that people can transfer. But it does not mean that you keep on running the same factories as you run in the year 2000 till the year 2050. Originally, democracy meant rule by the mass of the people. Especially Aristotle makes this clear. It means rule by the poorer mass of the people. The system we have now is called democracy, but is actually a system of electoral rule, which according to ancient Greek political theory at least, should be better described as an aristocracy or meritocracy than a democracy. Because any system based on elections is based on a principle of selecting people who appear to be the best to who appears to be the best in any society. The people who appear to be the best are always the rich and better educated. Aristotle says, the better educated, the more vocal are nearly always the richer sections of society. And you can see this most clearly in the United States, where to become a political candidate for the presidency, you either have to be a millionaire yourself or have the backing of millionaires. But even if one were to look at a European Parliament, or take the European Parliament, and look at the cross-section of the population who is represented in the European Parliament, look at the percentage of men and women. Look at the percentages of people from different social classes, look at the percentages of people from different races. Does this actually represent the population of Europe? It clearly doesn't. Anybody who had a job from a polling company and selected the Euro MPs as a group to poll to get a representative sample of opinion in Europe, would be fired from his job. It is clearly grossly unrepresentative. There is a scientific way of getting a representative sample, and this is random selection. And that is actually how the Greeks did it. If you go to the museum in the Agora of Athens, you can actually see the old voting machines the ancient Greeks used. They were made out of marble, and the brass parts have long since disappeared. But they were based on the principle. You put your ID card into the machine, turn the handle, or an assistant turns the handle, and if a white ball emerged, you were elected, and if a black ball emerged, you won't. They randomly selected whether you were going to be a member of the council or not. And that is The only way you can get a representative sample to form a deliberative body _. The other system they had in ancient Greece was a town meeting, where votes would be held on major issues by the show of hands. Obviously, nowadays, you can't get the whole of a country together into a square to vote on something. But you can get the whole of a country together to vote who is going to stay in the Big Brother house or other television reality shows by using their mobile phones. The same technology could be used on important issues that have to be decided by the population as a whole. The sorts of issues, which really demand that kind of democracy, I think, are issues like war or peace, whether or not taxes should go up, the major outlines of national budget, major issues like that should be put to the population, as a whole, in a referendum. One of the possible drawbacks, I suppose, of a democracy is that you can't predict what people are going to decide. But all that one can say is that decisions made by a large number of people tend to be better decisions than decisions made by one or two people. In general, the more people were asked their opinion about something, the more people who decide on something, if you average these decisions, the decision you get tends to be better than the decision taken by one person. The best hope, I think, for getting ecologically sensible decisions is, firstly, to raise the decision from a private decision, which is made by the individual, to a social decision, which is made collectively, and, secondly, to involve as many people collectively as possible in making that decision. If a lot of people are engaged in making a decision, it raises debate and discussion about the issue. If people have a say on something, they will take more interest in that and deliberate on their decisions. A transition to a socialist economy has to go through an intermediate stage of a transition to a cooperative-based economy. The very first issue is an issue of democracy. The very first issue is an issue of the undemocratic nature of the current state and the need to replace it by a more democratic state, because we don't think that you can get the really radical changes society that we advocate unless you have a much more democratic state structure. So, the first type of movement is a movement against the existing state and for direct democracy _. Economically, however, we envisage the first stage of a transition being legislation, which allows a vote of the employees in an enterprise for that enterprise to be transformed into one that is a worker-managed enterprise, in which a majority of managing board are elected or selected by lot from the workers, and a minority are appointed by the shareholders. Such a managing board is likely to want to pay considerably less dividends to the shareholders than the existing ones. The process of actually transforming the economy to a fully socialist economy cannot be done too rapidly, because you need to first put in place an alternative planning system. You have to set up a shadow planning system first. And you will then need to have a shift from a monetary economy to a labor value economy. Now we have seen that an analogous way occurring in Europe, where there was a shift from the national currencies to the euro after some years planning. And what occurred was, that beyond a certain date the national currency ceased to be recognized as a legal means of paying debts and taxes. The same process would have to occur. You would have to say that beyond a certain date all payments would have to be made labor vouchers. An effect of that is that it would be a debate of whether such a law should be passed, which would be enormously polarizing. Because those people, who hold large amounts of money in the old system, would lose out, and those people, who have large debts or even small debts in the old system would benefit. In a modem economy, where the majority of people are debtors, I think that is potentially a very significant factor in a vote to abolish money and move to labor money, because the majority of people would benefit from that, whereas The millionaires who hold large amounts of money at the moment visa, uld obviously lose out. Their money visa, uld become worthless. So it poses the issue of wealth and poverty in a particularly sharp fashion, and it poses the issue of debt and credit in a particularly sharp fashion. I see that is an important final deciding issue. Talk given in 2006.